Chapter 1193. 6 beams of light shot out. A destructive power swept through the entire void. The first to be affected by the terrifying aura were the immortal emperors and demon emperors outside the gate. Pung pung pung, the power of the saber light tore through array after array, but it was unable to stop the aura from leaking out. Pu pu pu. Many immortal emperors and demon emperors did not expect that the inconspicuous Lin Fei would be able to unleash such an attack. They were instantly affected by the saber light. They suffered a small loss, but everyone's expressions changed as they fled the gate. The saber light's power did not stop, overturning mountains and seas. The array flags of the array turned into fragments, and everyone was bleeding. While their hearts were bleeding, they looked at Lin Fei through the gate, their eyes filled with disbelief. Why was that attack so familiar? Did he use a Dao talisman? Otherwise, how could he unleash such power? This is definitely not the power of a Dao talisman. It seems to be the attack of a sky demon god. This impossible. Only a third-step immortal emperor can use it. He is an immortal king, at most an immortal emperor. How could he comprehend such power? The immortal emperors and demon emperor clones did not know what to say. The aura was too terrifying. 6 beams of light shot out like venomous snakes. Lin Fei put his life on the line and unleashed the move he had just learned. The power of this move was beyond imagination. The god power in his body flowed out like a flood. In the blink of an eye, 100% of his god power was gone. All of it was on the 6 saber lights. An unprecedented fatigue shrouded his body, and he could not help but tremble. This was the first time he had used up 100% of his god power. Looks like I can't use this move carelessly next time. Lin Fei knew that the power of the god power runes would increase greatly when he changed them. With this slash, Lin Fei believed that if he met a sky demon emperor again, this slash would definitely take the other party's life, unless he had a powerful treasure. Bang bang bang, the saber lights clashed, shaking the heavens and earth. The aftershocks of the saber lights collided. Lin Fei hurriedly retracted the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers to protect his physical body. Even so, his blood and qi were churning. He estimated that this power was at least 100 trillion dragon god power. Fortunately, not only did Lin Fei have god power, but he also had immortal power. Even so, it was extremely strenuous to resist. The attack of a 4th-step demon overlord was too terrifying. Whether he succeeded or not, he could only leave it to fate. Even though Xiao Qian had some understanding of the great Dao runes, he did not have much time to learn them. He did not have much confidence in the outcome of executing 6 saber strikes in one go. Young man, I really suspect that you are one of those ancient existences. The saber light dissipated, and the heavenly demon god appeared before him once more. At this moment, the way he looked at Lin Fei had already changed. It was no longer casual and nonchalant. Instead, it was serious. This young man had just unleashed the power of the great Dao runes that only a 3rd-step immortal emperor could master. The Great Path runes required the power of the Great Path, but the young man in front of him had opened up another path, changing the structure of the divine power runes, instantly raising their level. Unimaginable, truly unimaginable. The heavenly demon god was no genius. He had seen many geniuses, but this was definitely the first time he had seen someone like this. Lin Fei said, "Senior, how can I be the reincarnation of an ancient existence?" The heavenly demon god said, "Your luck is not bad. You have passed this round and obtained the chance to enter the blood pool." Outside the door, everyone pricked up their ears. Hearing this, they were all dumbfounded. Lin Fei passed? How was this possible? They really couldn't imagine what that final attack was. How did Lin Fei manage to pass while their clones couldn't? Instead, it was a brat who managed to pass. Blood pool, god blood. They went completely crazy. Rumble, the heavy stone door slowly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. I can't sense it anymore. Lin Fei entered the blood pool. He obtained the god blood? This time everyone was speechless. The stone door closed and darkness shrouded the place. Everyone stared at the stone door and shook their heads helplessly. They did not dare to attack the stone door, afraid that the heavenly demon god would come out. Is this all we can do? Everyone was unwilling to give up. In their eyes, Lin Fei had once again become mysterious, especially the explosive power of the attack. Even if they encountered it, they would have to use all their strength to block it, and they might even die if they were careless. What else can we do? Based on the explosive attack just now, none of us can think about it. After obtaining the god blood, Lin Fei will definitely come out from the stone door. We still have a chance. Everyone knew that these words were actually to comfort themselves. They had learned a little about the effects of the god blood from ancient books. Its terrifying effects were unimaginable. When Lin Fei came out again, his strength would increase again. At that time, they would not be able to do anything to him, and it would be even more difficult to obtain the heavenly god fruit. Humph, this emperor heard that the god blood comes from the noble god. The god blood contains supreme divine effects, but it is still not something that Lin Fei can withstand. Naturally, Lin Fei could not hear these words. I passed. Hearing the heavenly demon god's words, Lin Fei felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He had finally succeeded after expending a large number of system points. You're very lucky. The way I see it, no one can pass this trial. The heavenly demon god sighed, his expression changing. You pass this trial and I will keep my promise. I will tell you a piece of information that no one else will know. In truth, Lin Fei did not care much about this information. Since the heavenly demon god had said so, Lin Fei naturally wanted to hear it. This supreme expert would not lie to him, would he? Please speak, senior. I'm listening. The heavenly demon god said with a smile. Do you know why that bastard eternal immortal emperor left his legacy here? Lin Fei said. Wasn't it because he wanted to find a personal disciple? Haha, what a joke. That bastard was so powerful that he participated in that battle. Do you think it would be so easy to find a personal disciple? Only people like you would believe this to be true. Senior, you must be joking. Lin Fei was taken aback. Someone as important as the eternal immortal emperor would not do such a thing. Lin Fei was shocked to hear this news. Didn't he leave behind a legacy to find a successor? If it wasn't to find a successor, then what was going on? Lin Fei was confused. Why? Is there some secret behind it? Lin Fei asked. He really wanted to know the reason. From the beginning, Lin Fei had thought that the eternal immortal emperor wanted to find a successor. Otherwise, why would there be such a rumor in the universe? Why? I won't tell you. If you use your brain to think about it, that bastard eternal immortal emperor was unparalleled back in the day, especially when it came to the Tao of Eternity. No one could compare to him. Do you think that there would be no third step or fourth step immortal emperors in this place of inheritance? Lin Fei thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. Outside the Nirvana realm, there were many immortal emperors and demon emperors, but they were all first step immortal emperors. The fact that those second step and third step immortal emperors had yet to show up was suspicious. This was not very realistic. The eternal immortal emperor had been unparalleled in his battle prowess, and the treasures he had collected were rare. Once the legacy appeared, those peerless immortal emperors should have appeared. But none of them had appeared. Lin Fei had not paid much attention to this at first, but now it dawned on him that there was something strange about the legacy. Could this really be a trap set up by the eternal immortal emperor? Lin Fei pondered this. I've been alone for too long. How can I chat with you? The heavenly fiend god said darkly. Young man, you'd better keep what you said to yourself. If you dare spread it, heh. This was a secret. Only someone from the upper echelons would know. Lin Fei nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, senior. I will keep my mouth shut about what happened today. I won't tell anyone. Young man, I'll tell you now. If you were in that bastard Eternal's shoes, you wouldn't pass the 5 trials. You're not strong enough. I can't go down? The heavenly fiend god laughed. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Once you reach the 4th and 5th trials, you'll die. If you're not the eternal immortal emperor, you'll be wasting your time. You might even die there. Not the eternal immortal emperor? Had the eternal immortal emperor left the legacy land to wait for someone? Lin Fei thought to himself. If this was true, it would be terrifying. Why are you willing to tell me? Lin Fei asked suspiciously. You're so young, but you've already comprehended the power of runes. Your future is limitless. You'll definitely surpass that bastard eternal immortal emperor. There was something else that the heavenly fiend god had not said. Today's good karma would be of great help in the future. Everything had karma. Today was the cause and there would be karma in the future. Thank you for your praise, Senior. I don't know how far I'll go in the future. Lin Fei said. The heavenly fiend god said. To be able to comprehend it so calmly, you're indeed a monster. I'm happy today, so I'll give you another piece of news. He pointed to the pool of blood behind him. Do you know no matter who comes they can't pass the blood pool? It's already been taken. You're the only exception, heh. This, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He could no longer remain calm. The pool of blood had already been taken. If he had not heard it with his own ears, Lin Fei would not have believed it. The pool of blood had already been taken. Who was this person? Who was so capable that they could pass the trial and obtain the divine blood in the pool? Lin Fei had suspected that the heavenly fiend god's every move was meant to kill, not giving anyone a chance to pass. It was to prevent anyone from passing. Since the heavenly fiend god had said so, no immortal emperor or demon emperor avatar would be able to pass. Instead, he had become the exception. If not for the system's recent update, which provided analysis and other functions, he would not have been able to pass this trial. Young man, you're on your own. Chapter 1194. Secret. Definitely a secret. Lin Fei had not expected to hear such a shocking secret from the mouth of a four-step demon emperor. The pool of blood had long since been chosen. Who would have the ability to do so? The fourth and fifth tests were still a dead end. No matter which secret it was, once it got out it would cause a huge uproar. Lin Fei did not think that the Sky Demon God would lie to him. He had everything he wanted, so why would the Sky Demon God lie to him? The Sky Demon God had nothing better to do. The Sky Demon God's words could not be false. Whatever, the God's blood in the pool of blood is in my hands. It will not fall into anyone else's hands. Whoever it is, I'll get the benefits first. Lin Fei chuckled. Gugugugu, the runes danced in the pool of blood. This was even more mysterious than the great Tao runes. It must be God's blood. Lin Fei withdrew himself and stood next to the pool of blood. The dark red God's blood flowed, exuding boundless might. Divine might. Having absorbed divinity, he could tell at a glance whether the God's blood was God's blood or not. The God's blood in the pool of blood was indeed unique. I wonder who the eternal immortal emperor left the God's blood for. Now it's mine. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go down. The God's blood was not ordinary. Took him a day. Lin Fei's mind was restored to its peak. The system scanned the God's blood in the pool. It was indeed the legendary God's blood. The God's blood had come from the giant's body. The God's blood contained endless mysteries. Rumor has it that the God's blood has nature-defying effects. I wonder how far it will take me. Will it really be nature-defying? After a day's thought, Lin Fei easily figured things out. The God's blood in the pool of blood had indeed been prepared for someone. That person must have been extraordinary. The God's blood in the pool of God's blood would have unimaginable magical effects. Perhaps that person wanted to use the pool of God's blood to obtain supreme magical effects. Now the magical effects of the God's blood would fall on him. Plop! Lin Fei strode up and jumped into the God's blood. Goo 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 goo, hua hua hua, runes filled the sky. Lin Fei's immortal armor shattered into pieces. The power of runes enveloped his entire body and drilled into his flesh. Ah! The God's blood surged and engulfed Lin Fei in his flesh and blood. A pain he had never felt before engulfed him. This kid is not bad. Let's see how much of this pool of God blood he can absorb. The more he absorbs, the higher his achievements will be. In the void, a huge head popped out. Its eyeballs turned and stared motionlessly at the pool of blood. No one would have thought that their painstaking plan would end up helping someone else. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. The giant head shrank back into its body. The giant head shuddered. In the blood pool, the sky full of runes turned into a huge whirlpool. In the whirlpool, a naked figure appeared. One by one, the runes drilled into the other party's body. That's strange. This kid mastered the absorption method. What a monster. I thought he couldn't refine much God's blood. Seems I was wrong. In the blood pool, Lin Fei's face was ferocious. One by one, the runes drilled into his body. Runes were formed from the God's blood and had extraordinary effects. It was not easy to master these runes. However, at this moment, the runes were submerged in his body like a great river flowing into the sea. With each runes entering his body, Lin Fei, who was in the whirlpool, had a large number of runes vanish. Then new runes were formed. Once these runes were formed, they broke away from the previous runes and became a different kind of runes. The runes were filled with a faint aura of divinity. They were no longer ordinary runes. I finally understand. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. It's a pity that some people are going to fail at the last step and benefit someone else. This time the giant head finally disappeared. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days passed. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. In this half a month, the god's blood in the blood pool continuously erupted runes and drilled into the other party's body. First there were not many. As time passed, large numbers of runes were integrated into the other party's body. Boom boom boom, half a month later on a day. The blood pool exploded, and the god's blood turned into a pool of clear water. On the blood pool, a person was sitting cross-legged. The runes around him were like clouds. The runes flowed in and out like a part of his body. Ha ha ha, I finally refined all the god's blood. The person sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. In his left and right eyes the runes were jumping. Endless power was like a god descending. Lin Fei leapt out of the pool of blood, and a large number of cloud-like runes exploded. This is the true power of the god's talisman? With a thought, a 5-colored flower appeared in front of Lin Fei. This 5-colored flower was bright and dazzling. It was formed by the power of the god's talisman. Although it looked like a flower, its power was extraordinary. Even a first-step immortal emperor would not dare to take it head-on. It turns out that my previous divine power was not true divine power. After refining this pool of God's blood, my divine power runes have been reborn. Now with a thought, the God's talisman can be used by me. Lin Fei could feel the power of the God's talisman. The God's talisman returned to his body and turned into surging divine power. A dark red divine mark appeared on his forehead. God's blood is indeed heaven-defying. Fortunately, I learned the 18 primordial clones, which allowed me to use all the divine power for myself and achieve supreme divine power. My current God force has broken through from 1 trillion dragon divine force to 500 trillion dragon divine force in one go. My main body's God force has reached 10 billion dragon divine force. My 18 doppelgangers are absorbing the remaining God force, which means that each doppelganger contains more than 20 trillion dragon divine force. Now, when I punch out, the power will reach 500 trillion dragon divine force. With the God's talisman's power, I can slash out trillions of dragon divine force with one saber. My true self body, which originally had a small success, has reached great success after absorbing the God's blood. Only a third-step immortal emperor can break my defense and make me vomit blood. At this moment, Lin Fei's body was filled with endless power. Although the pool of God's blood did not increase his cultivation level, his combat power had completely broken through the heavens. Other than heaven-defying immortal emperors, very few people could reach this level, right? Young man, congratulations on reaching the heavens in a single step. In the void, the heavenly fiend celestial stretched his head out again with a smile. In fact, the heavenly fiend celestial himself was extremely shocked. After refining and absorbing a pool of God's blood, he was not afraid of exploding from the power. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help." The heavenly fiend celestial did not refuse. He accepted it with a smile. "Not bad. At least you have a conscience. You know who to thank." If not for the heavenly fiend celestial saber, Lin Fei would not have been able to learn the power of the great Tao runes through the system. He would not have been able to improve his God power runes and gain the right to enter the blood pool. Who to thank? Lin Fei knew. While you were in seclusion, the 4th stage opened, and an even more intense battle began. Did you feel that it was a pity? A pity that you lost the chance to enter the next stage? Lin Fei did not feel sad. He smiled. Senior, you said that the next stage would be filled with danger. In that case, why should I go? Besides, I have gained more than I expected. I am very satisfied. He was indeed satisfied. In fact, Lin Fei had entered the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance ground to make a breakthrough. If word got out about what he had gained from the blood pool, everyone would be envious. With such battle prowess, no heaven-defying geniuses would be able to compete with him. This battle prowess was comparable to a heaven-defying first-step immortal emperor. Contentment brings happiness. You are very good, the heavenly fiend celestial said. You have indeed gained a lot. With your strength you can reach 500 trillion dragon divine power points with one punch, and a trillion dragon divine power points with the power of the divine talismans. You are truly a heaven-defying genius. Your battle prowess is comparable to that of a heaven-defying first-step immortal emperor. Lin Fei knew that those heaven-defying first-step immortal emperors could fight a second-step immortal emperor. They were truly monstrous geniuses. He was very satisfied with what he had gained. Lin Fei already knew that the eternal immortal emperor had his own reasons for leaving the inheritance ground. It was impossible for him to inherit the eternal power. There was no need to take the risk. Senior, can you tell me where I can get out? I am ready to leave. Smart. The heavenly fiend celestial chuckled. I thought you would run out like an idiot. The moment you step out of the door, the eternal immortal emperor's projection will kill you instantly. Lin Fei broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost done that. If he had done that, he would have been the one to suffer. You guessed right. This space was specially set up by the eternal immortal emperor. It is isolated from the outside world, and there is a teleportation array inside that will take you out. The heavenly fiend celestial flicked his finger, and with a flash of saber light, the void was split open. A small teleportation array appeared in the void. You hit it well. From beginning to end, Lin Fei had not been able to tell that there was a small teleportation array hidden in the void. Lin Fei decided not to participate in the next round. Even though his strength had improved greatly, he was still at a disadvantage in front of that unknown person. Now that he had gained something, there was no need for him to take the risk. Alright, you may go. Lin Fei walked towards the teleportation array, then stopped. Senior, if you let me go, what if that person asks? Ha ha ha, I'm not that person's subordinate. I did all this for a promise. Now that I've fulfilled it, of course I have to go. Who can stop me from staying in this godforsaken place? It's time to get out. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. Young man, you have benefited from the divine blood, and your immortal body has changed. Once you leave, all sorts of trouble will follow. You must be prepared. I hope that we will meet again. The heavenly fiend celestial vanished. This time he really did disappear. Lin Fei could no longer sense his aura. Chapter 1195. Outside the Nirvana realm, powerful divine consciousnesses scanned the entire Nirvana world at all times. If anything happened, the super experts sitting cross-legged on the stars would be able to sense it immediately and react as quickly as possible. Recently, more and more immortal emperors and demon emperors were eliminated and lost the right to enter the next level. Mortal Monarch, Sky Devil Monarch, and the others had sent their clones out. Their real bodies did not leave, and they would not leave until the very end. Half a month ago there was news. After the Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei tricked the Sky Demon Monarch, he displayed his might and obtained a chance to enter the blood pool. The news caused an uproar outside. He really had no idea how lucky he was to obtain all 9 heavenly god fruits. And now he got god blood. What kind of logic was that? Be it the heavenly god's fruit or the god's blood, they were both peerless treasures. Lin Fei was just someone from a small world. What right did he have to possess such treasures? Eldest senior brother, what should we do now? Outside the Nirvana realm, the first elder, Saint 33, sent a voice transmission to Zhang Xian. Don't be impatient. We can't rush this. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang closed his eyes and comforted his junior brother. Ever since the news came out a few days ago, life had been tough. They had a chance to enter the 4th level, but they were besieged by a group of people indiscriminately. Saint 33 had to give up the chance. Now that they came out, the situation was not good. The people of the Holy Heaven Academy were being watched. All of them, without exception, had come for the heavenly god fruit, and were currently monitoring them. Saint 33 hadn't become an immortal emperor yet, so he was very nervous under the surveillance of so many people. We can only be watched by them. For now we have no other choice. We can only stay still. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang sighed. As long as junior brother Lin Fei doesn't come out, they won't dare to do anything. They are here for the divine god fruits. Saint 33 had a wry smile on his face when he heard this. Junior brother Lin Fei is so powerful that he managed to snatch 9 heavenly god fruits in one go. I heard that the Emotion Emperor and the Flower Emperor only managed to snatch one each. He was happy. He had unknowingly offended a lot of people. This was something that Saint 33 had not expected. At this moment, the Holy Heaven Academy was like a big piece of fat meat that was being eyed by a pack of wolves. The slightest movement would cause the wolves to attack. If things really reach a point of no return, I will prepare for the worst. When that time comes, the academy will depend on you. Senior brother. It's been so long. Lin Fei still hasn't come out? On a certain star, the celestial devil emperor's cold light flickered. One of his clones had been destroyed, and it took him a few days to recover. Hearing that Lin Fei had obtained the right to enter the blood pool again, the Sky Devil Emperor was even more displeased. He was a devil emperor, but he didn't even have this opportunity. God's blood. It was rumored to have heaven-defying effects. It was a divine object that immortal emperors yearned for even in their dreams. The blood pool was filled with godly blood. Even if a pig went in, it would become a flying godly pig, let alone a genius like Lin Fei. Once he emerged from the pool, he would truly be reborn. How could this be? The Sky Demon Emperor was only a first-step demon emperor. After cultivating for so long, he still couldn't cross over to the second-step demon emperor. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through in one go. In the end, his hatred for Lin Fei was indescribable. Why does a junior like him get all the benefits? If that brat really dies in there, I will go and destroy the Divine Academy. This guy has ruined my plans time and time again. He should be cut into pieces. The Sky Devil Emperor was thinking about when he would make a move on them. I can't destroy Lin Fei, but can't I destroy an academy? In front of the dark forces, the Holy Heaven Academy only had an immortal emperor overseeing it. Lin Fei is really finished this time. In another place, in the Nether Palaces area, the Sky Devil Maze, the Nether Palaces group had suffered heavy losses. Apart from a few elders who escaped, the rest had all died. The Nether Palace had suffered heavy losses. Traceless Nether had no choice but to withdraw from the 4th stage. The 4th stage was too terrifying. It wasn't something he could go to at his level. He heard that after the Divine Academy was targeted, Traceless Nether wanted nothing more than to destroy the Divine Academy. The last time he brought people over was equivalent to falling out with them. This time, the Nether Palace had suffered heavy losses. Anyone would come up to take a bite. Traceless Nether didn't care about anything else. What he cared about the most was Lin Fei. He had acted irrationally and survived time and time again. In the end, he became a headache for the Nether Palace. He took the heavenly god's fruit and obtained the god's blood. As long as Lin Fei dares to show himself, he will definitely be destroyed. For the heavenly god's fruit, everyone will make a move. Traceless Nether had been waiting for this day to appear. Time passed day by day. More people were eliminated. Heaven-defying geniuses also started to fall. What? A hidden heaven-defying genius appeared in the 4th stage? He killed an immortal emperor's clone? A demon emperor was killed by a heaven-defying genius with one sword strike? The power of the great Tao runes. The fallen immortal emperors and demon emperors brought shocking news. In the 4th stage, a heaven-defying genius appeared among the unknown geniuses. His battle prowess was heaven-defying. He killed several immortal emperors and demon emperors with one move. That heaven-defying genius is called Nameless. Not long after, another heaven-defying genius voluntarily withdrew and brought back even more shocking news. Nameless is suspected to be an ancient existence. Then more news came. In the 4th stage, another few heaven-defying geniuses appeared. Their battle prowess could kill immortal emperors and demon emperors. They changed their previous low profile and advanced triumphantly. No one was a match for them. It was that ancient existence again. Warsky is too terrifying. He killed heaven-defying geniuses one after another. It should be Nameless who is stronger. Outside the Nirvana realm, there were people discussing the situation inside the inheritance ground every day. More people were concerned about whether Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei was dead or not, and why he hadn't shown up yet. Some people said that Lin Fei had exploded and died. They didn't see him in the fourth stage. He died just like that? Everyone was very unwilling. They wouldn't give up until they saw it with their own eyes. The heavenly god's fruit was too important to them. If Lin Fei came out, he would definitely give up on the fourth stage. It was inevitable that he would appear outside the Nirvana realm. This would be their only chance. Another day passed. Outside the Nirvana realm near a dead planet, space rippled and a gap opened up. Someone came out? It's not the normal way. The ripple was immediately detected by the divine sense. Many powerful existences left the planet and appeared near the spatial ripple. This damned passage is finally out. Chapter 1196. They were the most sensitive to the movements outside the Nirvana world. When the spatial fluctuations appeared, the experts sitting on the stars were the first to know. Hua hua hua. They rushed toward the spatial fluctuations like running water. There was a special exit outside the Nirvana world. Those who came out would come out from there instead of appearing elsewhere. Abnormal. Very abnormal. Everyone was curious who would come out of the passage. Oh no, it's junior brother Lin Fei. As soon as the spatial passage opened, Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, who was sitting cross-legged, was the first to notice, and his expression changed dramatically. Why did Lin Fei come out at this time? A group of immortal emperors and demon emperors, as many as 100, were all waiting for junior brother Lin Fei, trying to snatch the divine god fruit from him. If there was divine blood in his body, they would even refine junior brother Lin Fei to death and deprive him of the divine blood. Junior brother, go. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, transmitted his voice and moved. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, you look so anxious. The person who came out should be Lin Fei, right? Swish, two forces came and blocked in front of Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, forcing him to stop. Sky Demon Emperor appeared and said with a smile, if it weren't for Lin Fei, how could an immortal emperor like you be so anxious? Both of them were first-step immortal emperors, and Sky Demon Emperor was stronger. Shang Kuang, Immortal Emperor, didn't dare to underestimate the power of this palm. He was too anxious. Ha ha ha, so it's Lin Fei coming out. The Soul Emperor of the Dark Forces stood up and laughed. The starry sky shook and stars fell. Among the people present, the Dark Forces were the most powerful. The Soul Emperor was not weak, and he also had the battle strength of a second-step Demon Emperor. Lin Fei walked out of the passage leisurely. The oppressive aura dissipated, and the starry sky world appeared in front of him. It was still the same place, but Lin Fei's mentality was completely different this time. The divinity and divine blood contained magical effects, which made Lin Fei's mentality different. Is everyone welcoming me? Lin Fei joked. I'm afraid my heart can't take it, ha ha ha. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would have a grave expression on his face as he pondered over what to do. But now his mentality was different. With his super strength, he was full of confidence. These first-step immortal emperors and devil emperors were no different from ordinary people in his eyes. The immortal emperors and devil emperors were all enraged. You are just a little country bumpkin, yet you still dare to stick gold on your face? Who do you think you are? Who would have thought that you, Lin Fei, would dare to come out from the inheritance ground? You've got some guts. I was worried that you wouldn't come out, but look at you now. In the starry space, an immortal emperor made his move. Emperor Might filled the air as his hand reached out, wanting to capture Lin Fei and seize the heavenly god fruit. Humph, Lin Fei is not someone you can take. In the air, Jingguang's figure flashed. Another immortal emperor acted, repelling the immortal emperor's palm, stopping the other party's actions. Clearly, this immortal emperor wasn't weak either. After a simple exchange of blows, both of them stopped. At this moment, Lin Fei was like a big piece of juicy meat. Based on their eyesight, Lin Fei's body was filled with divine light. Clearly, he had refined a large amount of god blood. If he refined Lin Fei, young man, we meet again. In the starry space, an immortal emperor opened his eyes and looked over. It was Mortal Emperor, who was the first to be eliminated. His current battle strength far surpassed his strength back then. You were able to pass through the heavenly devil god's hands, obtain his recognition, and obtain the god blood from the blood pool. I'm very curious, what did you rely on? As long as you can prove it to me, I won't interfere anymore. Mortal Emperor said indifferently. In fact, everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. At the last moment, what trump card did Lin Fei use to reverse the situation? Mortal Emperor was polite, so Lin Fei was naturally polite. Can you answer this question later? Sure. Mortal Emperor said. I believe that you won't lie. Mortal Emperor closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged on the star. Among the immortal emperors and devil emperors, not everyone was as easy to negotiate as Mortal Emperor. Lin Fei, this emperor's name is Tianqiong. The heavenly god fruit in your hand, this emperor wants it. I don't want a lot, just one heavenly god fruit. Will you give it to me or not? This emperor Dao Kuan also wants one heavenly god fruit in your hand. This emperor wants 3 heavenly god fruits. One after another, the immortal emperors and devil emperors stared at Lin Fei like wolves and tigers. They threatened and intimidated Lin Fei, using all sorts of methods. They all had one goal: hand over the heavenly god fruit. Scram to the side. Rumble. The sound of thunder exploded. Several immortal emperors and devil emperors were sent flying by the lightning palm. Then the people of the lightning palace squeezed in. They had long received the news that many experts of the lightning palace had come. Their powerful strength instantly turned the surroundings into an empty space. The Grand Deacon of the lightning palace is here. It's rumored that the Grand Deacon was originally an outsider. Later on, he comprehended the lightning Tao and was given the name Lei Ao. He's extremely domineering. The lightning palace's disciple Lei Guangzi died in the hands of Lin Fei. The lightning palace definitely has an excuse. Everyone talked at once. The lightning palace had a great influence in the 12 palaces. They had an ancient lightning ancestor. Everyone present was a first-step immortal emperor. Only a few were second-step immortal emperors. They couldn't compete with the lightning palace at all. They were not willing to offend such a powerful force. You're Lin Fei? Great, hand over the heavenly god fruit. The person being surrounded was a middle-aged man. Lightning flickered around his body. His face was expressionless. The moment he opened his mouth, lightning rumbled and bolts of lightning surged. His mastery of the lightning Tao was very profound. Whoosh, one of the people beside the middle-aged man received the order. A lightning whip flashed with lightning and whizzed towards Lin Fei, not giving Lin Fei any chance to speak. The people of the lightning palace had never taken Lin Fei seriously, especially immortal Emperor Lei Ao, who decided the outcome with a single sentence. The electric whip was like a venomous snake. It moved at the speed of light and instantly wrapped around Lin Fei's body, exploding with crackling sounds. What genius! In my eyes, you're just Immortal Emperor Lei Ao laughed. How could a mere Lin Fei fight against the lightning palace? He had to pay a huge price to kill Lei Guangzi. The lightning whip was a treasure refined by the lightning palace using the power of the lightning Tao. Any immortal who was hit by it would be suppressed by the power of the lightning. It was a very overbearing treasure. Lightning Palace, you guys are really overbearing. Do you really think that I, Lin Fei, am a pushover? The lightning exploded. The lightning whip was already there. Lin Fei, who was in the lightning, trembled. The runes bounced back on the lightning whip like rays of light. They cracked inch by inch and disappeared in the runes. The person who used the lightning whip vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. This was one of his treasures, but it was shattered just like that. Lin Fei strode over. There were no injuries on his body. He looked straight at the lightning palace. I killed Lei Guangzi. Don't think that you guys are so powerful. Believe it or not, when I get angry, all of you will stay here today. None of you can go back. You're not qualified to act like a tyrant in front of me. He scolded them in public. 12 palaces. Was the lightning palace that great? Not necessarily. Chapter 1197. Were they really going to fight? The demon emperors and immortal emperors all laughed when they heard this. Fight with the Thunder Palace? How were they going to fight? The World Alliance and the 12 palaces were famous in the myriad heavens. The power of any one of the palaces was incomparable to ordinary forces. The Thunder Palace was one of the most powerful palaces in the 12 palaces. Lin Fei was just a rising star. Although he looked powerful, he couldn't compete with the Thunder Palace. He wouldn't even know how he died after boasting like this. Lightning shot out from Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's left and right eyes as he smiled faintly. The rumors outside say that you, Lin Fei, are arrogant and overbearing. You are young and look down on everyone. It seems that the rumors are true. Unfortunately, you don't know who you are going against. Everyone knew that Immortal Emperor Lei Ao was angry. All of you, go and suppress Lin Fei and escort him back to the Thunder Palace. He is a member of the Thunder Palace, he can't die in vain. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao really looked down on the rising star Lin Fei. No matter how talented he is, he will still fall into the hands of the Thunder Palace in the end. 9 Heavenly God Fruits. Among the disciples of the Thunder Palace, 9 powerful existences will be cultivated. Among the forces of the 12 palaces, the influence of the Thunder Palace will increase. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao thought happily. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace were all half-step immortal emperors. They held Thunder Dao immortal weapons and exuded endless power of thunder. They were the official disciples of the Thunder Palace. Experts would know once they made a move. The 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace attacked together and activated their Thunder Dao immortal weapons. The demon emperors and immortal emperors gasped when they saw this. The World Alliance, the 12 palaces, and the Thunder Palace. They were indeed powerful. They could reach the combat power of a first-step immortal emperor. Heaven-defying talent. Such combat power was comparable to their immortal emperors and demon emperors. If the first-step immortal emperor of the Thunder Palace attacked, their combat power would probably be swept away. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Lei Ao, what do you mean by this? Some people were unwilling when the disciples of the Thunder Palace attacked. Ordinary immortal emperors and devil emperors wouldn't dare to act against the Lightning Palace. However, one mustn't forget one thing. Among the major factions present there was a dark faction. The Soul Emperor was like a ghost. He sent out a palm, and a black fog containing the power of the Great Tao blocked the 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace. He pointed at Immortal Emperor Lei Ao and said impolitely, "This emperor was wondering who it was. So it's you, Soul Emperor. Could it be that you also want to interfere?" Immortal Emperor Lei Ao waved his hand, and the thunder light hell appeared, colliding with the black fog. The black fog exploded, and the 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace escaped. They sent a voice transmission. "Go and take down Lin Fei." The 3 Thunder Palace disciples possessed tyrannical combat strength. But, compared to the Soul Emperor, they were still a far cry away. "Kill Lin Fei, just give up and let us capture you." The 3 of them shouted loudly. The power of lightning rumbled, and streaks of lightning descended from the sky. Runes flickered. How could the Soul Emperor allow the people of the Thunder Palace to have their way? The 9 heavenly god fruits as well as the god blood in that brat Lin Fei's body were all supreme treasures. How could he allow them to fall into the hands of outsiders? You guys attacked too. The Sky Demon Emperor and the others had already received the news. The 5 first-step demon emperors attacked at the first moment. Demonic fog filled the sky, and the immortal weapons of the demonic Tao were taken out by them. Retreat. A great battle broke out. The Thunder Palace and the Dark Forces fought first. Whether it was the Thunder Palace or the Dark Forces, they were all top forces. Once they attacked, it would be terrible. The Immortal Emperor and the Demon Emperor immediately retreated to avoid being involved in the center of the storm. More importantly, the Soul Emperor and Immortal Emperor Lei Ao were similar in strength. That was the most terrifying thing when they fought. Lei Ao, rumor has it that you have refined an Emperor's divine weapon. I would like to see it for myself. The Soul Emperor laughed and attacked with all his strength. His demonic might shook the starry sky. A demonic saber flickered with cold light, and a saber slashed a star into pieces. As you wish. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao took out his Emperor's divine weapon. It was a huge thunder tree covered with thunder runes. As soon as this Emperor's divine weapon appeared, its aura rose again. In the void, the Soul Emperor activated the demonic saber. The saber radiance was billions of miles long, and the stars shattered. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao activated his Emperor's divine weapon, the Thunder Dao tree refined by the Thunder Palace's secret technique. Every time it was activated, violent thunder radiance roared. When the 2 strongest experts attacked, the area within 1,000,000 miles became a vacuum. Some people were slow to react and vomited blood on the spot, suffering serious injuries. Lin Fei, you killed junior brother Lei Guang. Let me see how powerful you are. One of the 3 Thunder Palace disciples shot out thousands of thunder radiance. Each thunder radiance was as thick as an arm, and they formed an inescapable net. The thunder radiance roared and covered the opponent. 8 experts whose battle prowess reached the first step Immortal Emperor realm attacked together. In an instant, Lin Fei was in the middle of a turbulent sea, and he would be swallowed by the endless waves at any time. All kinds of thunder Dao power rushed towards Lin Fei like a vast ocean. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei, who was surrounded, suddenly laughed towards the sky. His laughter spread across the starry sky, and the stars shook and fell into the starry sky, smashing into the planets. Many immortal emperors and demon emperors almost lost their balance. What? Lin Fei's strength can attract the stars? Something's wrong. The Thunder Palace disciples' attack was broken. Exclamations were heard, and their eyes widened. When Lin Fei laughed, the attacks of the 3 Thunder Palace disciples and 5 first-step demon emperors were all disintegrated when they were about to get close. They were shattered by a powerful force. I will kill immortal emperors today. An even more domineering flute sound shook down the stars. Some immortal emperors sitting cross-legged on the stars suddenly felt an endless power pressing down on them, and they lost control of the stars. Everyone was shocked. Lin Fei took a step and rushed towards the 3 Thunder Palace disciples. In his eyes, the 3 Thunder Palace disciples were nothing. Runes flew out from the sky, and with a long saber in hand, he slashed out and a long river was formed. The long river of saber light was billions of miles long, and it was majestic. What an arrogant fellow, and he dares to kill immortal emperors. The 3 Thunder Palace disciples were infuriated by Lin Fei's arrogance. As soon as they finished speaking, the saber light came and the runes danced. A terrifying aura came, and it instantly drowned them. The runes in the saber light exploded, and countless runes exploded, instantly obliterating the lightning. The 3 Thunder Palace disciples were killed on the spot. Lin Fei didn't even look at the 3 Thunder Palace disciples after killing them with a single saber. Sky Demon Emperor, we can settle our old scores now. This gaze was full of divine might, and when the Sky Demon Emperor met this gaze, his heart was shrouded in danger. How is this possible? A single gaze from Lin Fei made me feel danger? The Sky Demon Emperor thought in his heart. Settle our old scores? Ha ha ha, this emperor has been waiting for this day for a long time. As soon as the Sky Demon Emperor's voice fell, Lin Fei came in front of him, and a fist covered in runes came smashing down. The Sky Demon Emperor laughed. You dare to compete with this emperor in terms of physical strength? Bang! The power of the runes erupted, and the Sky Devil Monarch instantly felt a terrifying energy envelop him. He lost control of his body and was sent flying backward. His body continuously exploded, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as he smashed through more than 10 stars before crashing into an uninhabited planet. 1 saber to kill 3 Thunder Palace disciples? 1 punch to send the Sky Demon Emperor flying for billions of miles. Chapter 1198. P.S. Thank you Zhao Huang for the tip. It's the 3rd update again. Plus the monthly ticket, it'll be the 6th update. I won't forget it. Everyone thought that Lin Fei would be suppressed. Whether it was the Thunder Palace or the Dark Faction, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to fight against them. The combat power of a first-step immortal emperor was enough to suppress any expert, including Lin Fei. In the end, Lin Fei gave them a slap in the face. First, 3 Thunder Palace disciples were killed with a single slash, shocking everyone. 1 slash. Even if it was them, it would take them some time to break through the lightning protection. The most shocking thing was that the Sky Demon Emperor, a first-step demon emperor, was sent flying hundreds of millions of miles by a single punch from Lin Fei. How terrifying was the power of that punch? We've all misjudged him. Lin Fei must have refined the god blood, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone was shocked. Lin Fei ignored them, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers flew out. The mountains and rivers were like a painting, trapping the 4 demon emperors within it. In a few steps, he killed his way to the uninhabited planet. Old thing, you said that you wanted to kill me. Today I will slaughter you, the demon emperor. On the uninhabited planet, there was a huge crater that was millions of miles wide. The Sky Demon Emperor was covered in divine runes, and his flesh and blood were constantly exploding. His powerful demon emperor body was crumbling bit by bit. You! How can you be so strong? The Sky Demon Emperor circulated the power of the Great Tao, trying to expel the power of the divine runes, but he couldn't do so. The runes wreaked havoc and he vomited blood. He couldn't imagine how Lin Fei could be so strong. That punch alone had the power of 500 trillion dragons. The most difficult thing to deal with was the power of the divine runes. The Sky Demon Emperor had never seen such profound divine runes. Lin Fei descended from the sky and stomped on him, laughing. "Old thing, are you afraid? A villain intoxicated by success." The Sky Demon Emperor vomited blood. Celestial Devil Overlord Body. A silhouette soared into the sky. It was the celestial demon Monarch, and his veins bulged as he turned into a giant demon. He threw a punch. The Sky Demon Emperor was injured, but he was still very powerful. Even though he knew that Lin Fei possessed monstrous talent and that his fighting prowess had been rising non-stop, he did not expect that he would be able to suppress him in such a short period of time. The Sky Devil Emperor felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Now, he finally understood why great terror enveloped him the moment he saw Lin Fei. Because Lin Fei had the ability to kill him. What a joke, what a huge joke. The Celestial Demon Emperor was unwilling to accept this. Now that things had come to this, Lin Fei already had the strength to kill him. Chaotic wind splitting. After the giant demon, the Celestial Demon Emperor grew 3 heads and 6 arms. The power of the Great Tao formed black demonic hammers on his 6 arms, and the 6 beams of black light were unbelievably fast. Let's see how you block this. Each hammer strike from his 6 arms contained 800 trillion divine dragons' divine power, causing the void to explode. Divine Talisman Power. Divine Talisman Power surged around Lin Fei, and he stomped down. Bang 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 bang, the 6 beams of black light smashed onto Lin Fei's thigh, but the Divine Talisman Power shot out and landed on the 6 demonic hammers, sending them flying. Your fleshly body. The Sky Devil Emperor had a bad feeling. His physical body, Lin Fei's stomp, was like a meteor crashing down. It contained the power of divine runes, and its might was unparalleled. It broke through the layers of barriers and stomped on the Celestial Devil Emperor's chest. The Celestial Devil Emperor's 6 arms were all blasted apart. Boom boom boom. The stomp landed on the Sky Devil Emperor's chest and exploded with trillions of divine dragons' divine power, piercing through the Sky Devil Emperor's chest. You haven't become an immortal emperor yet, so how can you have such power? The Sky Devil Monarch coughed up blood as he fell from the sky and smashed into the planet. Why not? Isn't a high and mighty demon emperor like you most willing to see others struggle? I'll satisfy you now. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei stomped on the Sky Devil Emperor's body and pierced through the uninhabited planet, leaving behind a huge crater. It all happened too quickly. The Sky Devil Emperor was at a disadvantage in just a few moves. That terrifying power made everyone's scalp go numb. The Sky Devil Emperor used the Sky Devil Tyrant body to activate the power of the Great Tao, but he couldn't shake Lin Fei's body. It was like a nightmare. The Sky Devil Emperor is going to die. That's a demon emperor. Lin Fei, you can't kill this emperor. This emperor is a member of the dark forces. If you kill this emperor, the dark forces will definitely not let you off. As long as you let this emperor go, this emperor can pretend that nothing happened. From now on, I'll avoid you whenever I see you and treat you as my boss. The Sky Devil Emperor's body was in tatters. Even after using the Sky Devil Tyrant body, he still couldn't withstand the power of Lin Fei's stomp, especially the power of the divine talismans. The power of the talismans was constantly destroying his life force. The Sky Devil Emperor felt his life force draining away. His blood was drying up, and his strength was weakening. The high and mighty Sky Devil Emperor was scared out of his wits. Lin Fei was like a giant god, and he couldn't defeat him anymore. It wouldn't be long before he died. The Sky Devil Emperor didn't want to see this result. He was a demon emperor. How could he die? Lin Fei's stomp was like a divine needle, suppressing the Sky Devil Emperor. He laughed. Old thing, you're a demon emperor. Didn't you want to kill me? Since when did you become afraid? This isn't your style. Lin Fei, I was wrong. I was really wrong. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to hand over all my wealth. I just beg you not to kill me. The Sky Devil Emperor didn't dare to call himself an emperor anymore. He was filled with hatred. As long as I don't die, I'll definitely incite the dark faction to kill you or find an assassin. I'll definitely kill you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The auras of 4 experts came whistling from behind. They shook the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Lin Fei chuckled. Old thing, what I want to do now is to kill a demon emperor to satisfy my craving. From now on, no one will dare to cause trouble for me. As he laughed, Lin Fei clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the celestial demon emperor's head. The Sky Devil Emperor's head exploded under the punch. Bang! 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 The talisman power surged in, and the Sky Devil Emperor's flesh exploded inch by inch. The Sky Devil Emperor is dead. Lin Fei killed a demon emperor. The Sky Devil Emperor didn't even have a chance to reform. Just what kind of power did Lin Fei use? How could he kill the Sky Devil Emperor with a punch? Cold sweat. Everyone was covered in cold sweat. Up until now, they could only see that Lin Fei's attack contained a terrifying power of runes, which was even more terrifying than their Grand Dao runes. Brother Sky Devil is dead. The 4 people who caught up were so scared that they forgot to make a move. A demon emperor died in front of them. The fight was so short, and the Sky Devil Emperor, a first-step demon emperor, died in front of them. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the mountains and rivers returned to his head. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Satisfying, really satisfying. I killed a demon emperor, ha 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 ha. His voice echoed in the starry sky. The soul emperors who were fighting with the mortal emperor Lei Ao stopped, and their expressions became complicated. Among them, the soul emperor's expression was the worst. The Sky Devil died? The soul emperor couldn't believe it. Lin Fei killed a demon emperor. This kind of thing was really hard to believe. The soul emperor was clear about the strength of the Sky Devil Emperor. Among first-step immortal emperors, he wasn't considered outstanding. However, with the Sky Devil Tyrant body, his physical body was incomparably strong, and his combat power became extraordinary. But at this time, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao frowned. The power that Lin Fei used just now contained divinity in it, and it killed all the vitality of the Sky Devil Emperor. What kind of power is that? Outsiders might be shocked by the death of the Sky Devil Emperor, but Immortal Emperor Lei Ao from the Thunder Palace saw the essence. The power of Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei killed a demon emperor? Immortal Emperor Shangquang, who was surrounded, looked at the scene of the Sky Devil Emperor's death with his mouth wide open. Demon Emperor. Lin Fei killed a demon emperor. Saint 33 was not calm, and he suspected that he had seen wrongly. The demon emperor was a powerful existence of another realm. Lin Fei killed the Sky Devil Emperor in a few moves. This was simply heaven-defying. Even those heaven-defying geniuses couldn't compare with Lin Fei's achievements. The death of an immortal emperor was such a sensational thing. A young man from the great metropolis world had killed a Sky Devil monarch of the dark forces in front of everyone. His name would probably spread through the entire universe, and not just limited to one world. Junior brother has grown to this level, but he killed the Sky Devil Emperor. What should we do now? The dark forces will definitely not let Lin Fei go. Saint 33 frowned after the excitement, and the pressure came with it. Immortal Emperor Shangquang smiled. Junior brother Lin Fei is indeed worthy of the old ancestors' attention. Your future achievements are unimaginable. After this battle, our great metropolis world will be lively. Lively? Saint 33 pondered. Lin Fei laughed. I have eaten all the divine god fruits and refined the god blood. If any of you still want to fight, come at me. At most, I will drag a few more immortal emperors and demon emperors down with me. They were originally hesitating whether to fight or not, but now they completely gave up. Previously, they doubted how Lin Fei's strength could improve so quickly. After all, he was chased by the immortal emperors and demon emperors a few days ago. If it wasn't for the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, who knew how many times he would have died? To increase his strength in such a short time, it must be the divine god fruit and the god blood. Extravagant. Too extravagant. The effect of one divine god fruit was heaven-defying. He ate a total of 9 divine god fruits. They almost said, "Why didn't you explode?" Lin Fei's words explained everyone's doubts. This was the most likely possibility. Since the divine god fruit was gone, they were not willing to sacrifice their lives. Their strength was not much different from the Sky Devil Emperor's, and they would be courting death if they went. Lin Fei became a heaven-defying genius, a terrifying existence that could kill a first-step immortal emperor. When Lin Fei became a first-step immortal emperor, his battle strength could probably kill a second-step immortal emperor, right? They couldn't afford to offend such a person. A demon emperor had fallen. With this as an example, who would dare to find trouble with him? No one would dislike living for too long. Chapter 1199. You dare to kill people from the Thunder Palace? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Your combat strength is at most a first-step immortal emperor. It's not enough in front of me. Lightning fell from the sky. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao strode over. His face was gloomy. Suppress. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao took out his Emperor Divine weapon, the entire tree of thunder light. Lightning surged. It suppressed the void. At this point, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao had to make a move no matter what. Lin Fei was someone that the Thunder Palace wanted to capture. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao couldn't let go of the loss of 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace. Soul Emperor, you won't stop me from suppressing Lin Fei, will you? Soul Emperor didn't look good either. The Sky Demon Emperor was a member of the Dark Forces. It wouldn't take long for the whole world to know that his people were killed. Any Celestial King Realm powerhouse killing a Demon Emperor would be a big deal. Lin Fei killing a Demon Emperor was a big deal. Even if Immortal Emperor Lei Ao didn't make a move, Soul Emperor would. Just now, he noticed the difference in the divine talisman on Lin Fei's hand. That was a terrifying power. If you can't suppress Lin Fei, I will do it myself. Soul Emperor knew that he was a step too late. If the two of them joined forces to deal with Lin Fei, it would really be bullying. I will suppress Lin Fei once I make a move. You don't need to do anything. As soon as the Emperor Divine Weapon was activated, the power of the Great Tao suppressed the void world. Tens of thousands of lightning arcs turned into lightning swords that filled the sky. They were so densely packed that they were uncountable as they shot toward Lin Fei. Everyone retreated. The Thunder Palace didn't intend to let Lin Fei go. They wanted to suppress Lin Fei. Come on! Lin Fei let out a long roar. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. Second step Immortal Emperor. Could he fight against a second step Immortal Emperor? Lin Fei rushed to the sky. The divine talisman wall blocked in front of him. He let the lightning swords hit the divine talisman wall, and the sky of runes were destroyed. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei punched out, and a large number of thunder swords exploded, breaking through millions of miles, and arrived in front of Immortal Emperor Lei Ao. His 6 arms slapped out, and the destructive thunder light continued to explode. He laughed and said, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, your strength is not that great. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's expression became even more unsightly. He took out his Emperor's divine weapon and suppressed the void world. Thunder rumbled, and any immortal who came into contact with this power would be suppressed by his physical strength. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao was shocked. His void-suppressing power couldn't hurt Lin Fei's body at all. It was unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Fei's body was stronger than that of a second-step Immortal Emperor? Humph! Immortal Emperor Lei Ao snorted coldly. Holding the Tree of Thunder Light, he waved it at Lin Fei and took the opportunity to attack. Let's see how powerful you are today. Lin Fei roared again. His 6 arms were covered with talismans, and he smashed at Immortal Emperor Lei Ao with his bare hands. Bang 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 bang, the two clashed head-on. The power of the void shook, shattering countless stars. The onlookers in the distance didn't dare to watch anymore. Lin Fei's strength was too strong. With his powerful divine power, he fought head-on against Immortal Emperor Lei Ao. The Thunder Palace cultivated the power of the Thunder Tao, which was extremely destructive. Unless his physical body was terrifyingly strong, how could he resist the attack? Lin Fei couldn't be defeated. The divine god fruit was really awesome. After taking it, one would really soar to the sky. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Lin Fei was a typical wolf in sheep's clothing. Even Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, a second-step Immortal Emperor, couldn't suppress Lin Fei. Is the Thunder Palace that great? You may not be able to suppress me. Lin Fei soared into the sky, and his divine power was shocking. After refining the divine blood, the divine power runes grew to the level of divine talismans, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Another important function of the power of divine talismans was to destroy the physical body. Any body refining cultivation method, when faced with the power of divine talismans, would be facing a terrifying nightmare. Once the physical body was damaged, its combat strength would be greatly affected, affecting the performance of its strength. Lin Fei activated the power of divine talismans and attacked incisively. Although Immortal Emperor Lei Ao had obtained the Thunder Palace's secret arts, he didn't have time to use them. After being engaged in close combat, he could only activate the Emperor Divine Weapon to resist the fierce attacks. What kind of power is this? The power of my Thunder Dao is the most destructive power in the world. If the physical body comes into contact with it, it will be seriously injured. But it can't resist this terrifying power. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's lightning protection couldn't stop the mysterious power that kept invading his body. He could only release a part of the power to suppress the mysterious power. Lin Fei is a madman. How can the divine power in his body be endless? If this goes on, how can I fight? Immortal Emperor Lei Ao almost vomited blood. I can't go on like this. If this goes on, my physical body will be broken by this mysterious power sooner or later. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao activated the Emperor Divine Weapon and slashed at Lin Fei. The terrifying emperor's might filled the air. The saber hit Lin Fei's body, but it only knocked Lin Fei away. Soul Emperor, didn't you want to deal with Lin Fei? I will let you have it. After knocking Lin Fei away, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao retreated to the side and said calmly. Soul Emperor said, Lin Fei is a rising star. I am a demon emperor. If I deal with him, it will be like bullying the weak. It will be inappropriate. He killed people of my dark force. Sooner or later I will have to fight with him. He sneered in his heart. Lei Ao, you are really a piece of trash. You can't deal with Lin Fei, but you want me to go and embarrass myself. I am not a fool. Soul Emperor saw the battle between Lin Fei and Immortal Emperor Lei Ao clearly. The mysterious power was too terrifying. It specialized in breaking the physical body. He couldn't get rid of this power for a while. In addition, Lin Fei's physical body was too strong. The power of the Emperor's divine weapon only shook Lin Fei away. It couldn't hurt him at all. Soul Emperor almost suspected that Lin Fei had a demigod physique. Soul Emperor himself didn't dare to resist the attack of the Emperor's divine weapon. Soul Emperor wouldn't be fooled by Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's good intentions. Lin Fei stopped. His blood was boiling. He suddenly stopped. He was not used to it. He had just fought with Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, who was a second-step Immortal Emperor. Second-step Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei laughed loudly. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, why don't you fight? I haven't even started. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's eyes twitched. He was really unlucky today. Not only did his disciple die, but he also couldn't take down Lin Fei. In less than half a day, everyone in the myriad heavens knew about it. Lin Fei, don't be too proud. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao said coldly. You killed my Thunder Palace's disciple. Sooner or later, the Thunder Palace will find you for justice. Let's go. With the power of the divine talisman in his body, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao waved his hand and left with the Thunder Palace's disciples. The Thunder Palace's disciples were shocked. They were the disciples of the 12 palaces. How could they let Lin Fei go? Puff, after flying for a long time, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then there was an explosion. His whole body exploded. After his flesh and blood reassembled, his face was pale. Chapter 1200. Cough, cough, cough. After his body was reconstructed, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao was still coughing blood. The disciples of the Thunder Palace opened their mouths wide. They couldn't believe that Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, a second-step Immortal Emperor, was coughing blood in front of them. A second-step Immortal Emperor was a powerful existence. Looks like I underestimated Lin Fei. He must have eaten a heavenly god fruit and refined all of it. That's the only way he could have such battle prowess. His power is enough to destroy my fleshly body. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao suppressed the mysterious power and didn't expect this result. No, Lin Fei's combat strength is heaven-defying. After he becomes a first-step Immortal Emperor, He will become a heaven-defying immortal emperor. I must report this to the palace lord and ask him to make the right choice. The power of thunder is indeed one of the most tyrannical powers in the world. If I hadn't refined the god's blood, allowing my body of true self to reach the great accomplishment stage and greatly increase my defense, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack of an emperor's divine weapon. Lin Fei's divine weapon had blocked the attack of the emperor's divine weapon 3 times in a row. It looked like it was easy, but in fact it wasn't easy. He was only slightly injured. What did the dark forces say? Immortal Emperor Lei Ao took the initiative to retreat. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Now, only the sole emperor of the dark forces was left. He was also a powerful character. His combat strength was at the same level as Immortal Emperor Lei Ao. The sole emperor clapped his hands and said, "Daoist friend Lin Fei, good job. Everyone knows that the people of the Thunder Palace never take others seriously. They are very arrogant and self-righteous. It's rare to make Immortal Emperor Lei Ao leave obediently. I dare to say that after today, your name will be known by everyone. Even those heaven-defying geniuses are not as good as you. I believe that those who offend you will not be able to sleep well in the future." Strength was the most important. Lin Fei sighed in his heart. Previously, this sole emperor didn't take him seriously at all. He said that he would kill him every time he opened his mouth. Now, the sole emperor called him Daoist friend and put him on the same level. Really? Your dark force is a major force in the myriad worlds. I can't afford to offend you. A trace of displeasure flashed through the sole emperor's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. He thought, shameless brat, if it weren't for your amazing strength and the fact that you could fight evenly with Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, I wouldn't even need to show you any face and would directly suppress you. Fellow Daoist Lin Fei, you're wrong. The sole emperor said. A heaven-defying genius like you is something that our dark influences welcome the most. I wonder if fellow Daoist has any interest in joining our dark influences? As long as you do so, I guarantee that your status will be above mine. Don't you care that I killed the Sky Demon Emperor? What's the big deal about the Sky Demon Emperor? If he didn't offer up the treasure back then, our dark forces wouldn't care about his strength at all. It doesn't matter whether we want him or not. The sole emperor sneered. Fellow Daoist Lin Fei, you are different. A heaven-defying proud son of heaven like you. Not even 10,000 heavenly demon emperors would be able to stop you. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have such thoughts for the time being. I think I'll have to disappoint you. No, how could I? The sole emperor said. As long as fellow Daoist is interested, the door of the dark influences will open for you. A matter against Lin Fei. As Lin Fei displayed his strength, he slaughtered a demon emperor and fought to a draw with Thunder Palace's Immortal Emperor Lei Ao. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was not someone they could offend due to the goodwill of the sole emperor. Junior brother, you're awesome. Saint 33's heart was in extreme excitement. He looked in one direction and murmured to himself, Old ancestor, you can finally rest assured that an amazing guy has appeared in our academy. I've been away these days, I've troubled senior brother to worry about me. Lin Fei didn't leave but came to the area of Holy Heaven Academy. After slaughtering a demon emperor, the powerhouses who were originally monitoring St. Kwang Immortal Emperor gave up their surveillance. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, no one dared to appear. It was empty. The elders of Holy Heaven Academy were all in high spirits. They were unprecedentedly excited. A devil emperor died in front of them just like that. Lin Fei, from now on, let's call each other fellow Daoist. St. Kwang Immortal Emperor was also very excited. I, as your senior brother, am far inferior to your strength. Let's be fellow Daoist. Okay. After killing a demon emperor, Lin Fei's strength and status had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. Lin Fei was qualified to be on the same level as an Immortal Emperor powerhouse. At the Immortal Emperor realm, everyone pursued that supreme realm, so it was most appropriate to call each other fellow Daoist, because both sides could learn from each other and discuss the Tao. St. Kwang Immortal Emperor was truly relieved. Let's go back. After exchanging greetings with St. Kwang Immortal Emperor, Lin Fei put forward his idea. The inheritance land of the Eternal Immortal Emperor was actually set up for someone, and there was no interest in staying there any longer. It's good to go back. I believe many people in our world are restless. Saint Kwang Immortal had never laughed so easily. The strength that could fight against immortal Emperor Lei Ao made all the patriarchs in the great metropolis world restless. Lin Fei's huge divine sense swept across the stars, but he did not see traceless Hades. He knew that they must have taken advantage of the battle between him and immortal Emperor Lei Ao to leave. The news that Lin Fei had fought against immortal Emperor Lei Ao and killed a sky demon emperor spread quickly. In less than half a day, all the forces in the universe, big and small, knew of the rise of a newcomer with powerful combat strength. Under the immortal emperor realm, he had fought against immortal Emperor Lei Ao, who was a second-step immortal emperor. A monster. A terrifying monster. Many people were skeptical about immortal Emperor Lei Ao's ability to fight against a second-step immortal emperor. The fall of the Sky Demon Emperor could not be covered up. For some reason, the news that immortal Emperor Lei Ao had returned to the Thunder Palace and announced that he would go into seclusion was spread. All the worlds in the universe were shocked once again. Lin Fei of the great metropolis world had reached such a level of combat strength? Was the legendary god's blood really so terrifying? Many people could not help but think about the god's blood. If it was really so terrifying, could they really break through the realm that had been bothering them in one step? This was undoubtedly one of the things that many people were thinking about. The great metropolis world. The news spread quickly. The 10 major forces were all shocked. At first, they did not believe it was true. A person's combat strength could not increase so quickly. The Sky Demon Emperor was notorious in the great metropolis world, and his combat strength was terrifying. How could he be killed just like that? What a joke. After the spies sent out kept sending back news, everyone had to believe that the rumors were true. Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy had proven himself to be invincible. Chapter 1201. Great Metropolis World. As the news about the inheritance ground spread, all the major forces were restless. Back then, old ancestor Sacred Heaven appeared and established Sacred Heaven Academy in Great Metropolis World, leaving behind an unimaginable influence. How long had it been? They had almost forgotten that there was a monstrous genius in Sacred Heaven Academy, with heaven-defying battle prowess comparable to a second-step immortal emperor. No one could sit still. Grand Elder, what should we do next? In a huge palace, the group of people were not calm and they were all talking at once. Nether Palace, Conference Hall. Most of the upper echelon elders of Nether Palace were gathered in the conference hall. The difference in strength between them and the upper echelon elders in the Legacy Land was huge. At this moment some were stronger while others were weaker. Nether Palace suffered a great loss. What else can we do? Let's go all out against Sacred Heaven Academy. At the front was a gray-robed elder with a cold tone. Sacred Heaven Academy's strength is average. Back then, immortal Emperor Shangquang failed to become a great emperor and barely survived. He's not that strong. We only need to worry about Lin Fei. He was one of the few remaining hidden elders. Their influence was huge. Even Grand Elder Hades Traceless didn't dare to ignore their opinions. Third brother is right. Let's strike first before Lin Fei makes a move and destroys Sacred Heaven Academy. Once Lin Fei stabilizes his strength, our Nether Palace won't have an easy time. Another gray-robed elder said. He looks similar to the previous one. Nether Three Butchers. This was the nickname of the three of them. They were famous for killing back in Great Metropolis World and went into seclusion to cultivate. After so many years, their battle prowess was even stronger. Grand Elder, we can't hesitate anymore. The remaining gray-robed elder said. The other elders in the conference hall immediately responded. Grand Elder Hades Traceless was expressionless, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Lin Fei's strength had reached greater success. He wasn't an immortal emperor, but his battle prowess had reached second-step immortal emperor. He finally had the strength to fight against Nether Palace. It's time for an end. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would be able to tell with a single glance what was going on when the higher-ups of the Sky Demon Labyrinth died one after another. The death of the Elder must have something to do with Lin Fei. Everyone calm down. I'm partly responsible for Lin Fei's growth. At this point, our Netherworld Palace and Lin Fei will have to come to an end. I will personally contact the people of the Dragon League to deal with Lin Fei together. Oh right, also send someone to inform the Netherworld Sword God. Now that things have come to this, let him know about this. It would be best if he could arrange for a few experts to come back. Also, in order to prevent Lin Fei from attacking our Netherworld Palace, from today on, open the Palace Protecting Formation. This formation was set up by the Patriarch. If Lin Fei dares to break in, he will not be able to bear the consequences. The Nether Palace chose to be serious and opened the Gate Formation. This secret quickly spread throughout the great metropolis Heaven. With Lin Fei's growth to this point, the Nether Palace would face a huge mountain. For a moment, the sky above the great metropolis Heaven was shrouded in dark clouds. A storm was about to arrive. The other major forces were ready to make a move. Holy Heaven Academy. As the news spread, the disciples of the Academy were all excited. Slaughtering a demon emperor was an unimaginable event. They were full of fanatical worship for senior brother Lin Fei. All kinds of things that happened in the past were constantly spread among the disciples of the Academy, to the point that everyone knew about it. In a secret chamber. Junior brother Lin Fei, won't you consider it? Saint 33's hands trembled. He couldn't digest the news for a while. Lin Fei said, "There's no need. Senior brother has been stuck in this realm for a long time. I believe that as long as he eats the divine god fruit, he should be able to break through the immortal emperor realm and become a first-step immortal emperor." 33. Hurry up and thank Taoist Lin. Immortal Emperor Shangquang said with a smile. Immortal Emperor Shangquang was very surprised when Lin Fei took out the divine god fruit. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Fei had such strength because of the divine god fruit and god blood. The appearance of the divine god fruit was of course shocking. Saint 33 was very clear that if there were no accidents, it would be impossible for him to enter that realm in this lifetime. The appearance of the divine god fruit gave him hope. Even though it would be difficult for him to reach the second step immortal emperor realm after eating it, and the first step immortal emperor realm was his limit, Saint 33 had no regrets. Senior brother, you're welcome. Lin Fei hadn't thought about the use of the 9 divine god fruits for the time being. The divine fruit grown on the corpse of a god wasn't something ordinary people could eat. Taoist Shangquang, this is for you. As long as you eat this divine god fruit, you should be able to break through the limit and your combat strength will also increase. Lin Fei took out another divine god fruit and handed it to immortal Emperor Shangquang. No, I can't accept this. Lin Fei said. Without the academy, there wouldn't be me, Lin Fei, and I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Moreover, I have offended many people outside, and there will definitely be people coming to cause trouble. If the academy has 2 more immortal emperors, it will also be a form of influence. Immortal Emperor Shangquang would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Back then, he had failed to become a great emperor. Although he had survived, he had borrowed treasures and wasn't a complete success, so his combat strength was naturally average. The benefits of eating the divine god fruit could be imagined. Lin Fei taking out 2 divine god fruits in one go was indeed shocking. How did junior brother Lin Fei achieve such strength? Immortal Emperor Shangquang accepted the divine god fruit after declining for a while, and returned to his secret chamber to cultivate in seclusion. As long as he refined this divine god fruit, his combat strength would increase to another level. Saint 33 also took the divine god fruit, and went into seclusion to prepare to become a great emperor. Lin Fei even lent the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, a defensive treasure, which would increase his chances of becoming a great emperor to 70%. About 70% chance of becoming a great emperor was very high. Half a year later, a shocking piece of news came from the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance. The heaven-defying geniuses in the inheritance had suffered heavy casualties. They had brought out a shocking secret, and they suspected that an ancient being had come back to life. This ancient being's strength was heaven-defying, and he had killed them with a single move. They suspected that he was after the treasure left behind by the eternal immortal emperor. During this time, an ancient expert used a projection to appear outside the Nirvana realm and attack the inheritance. The Nirvana realm was destroyed with a single palm strike, and everything within hundreds of millions of kilometers was reduced to ruins. Later, there was another shocking battle in that area. No one knew who had done it. Later, an immortal emperor came to investigate, but was seriously injured by the shockwaves, which caused a huge uproar. Who had done it? A year later, dark clouds covered the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy. The The Great Immortal Emperor Tribulation shook the entire great metropolis. Chapter 1202. Hoo. Dark clouds covered the sky and strong winds howled. Lightning flashed above the dark clouds, echoing in the sky above great metropolis world. The disciples were the first to be shocked. The dark aura made their blood boil, and they almost couldn't breathe. What a terrifying aura! What aura is that? They were tiny in front of the terrifying aura. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. It wasn't until the Academy's array formation was activated that the terrifying aura was suppressed. Even so, the fear in their eyes couldn't be concealed. In a snowy land in great metropolis world, a palace stood on top of the 3 million zhang tall ice mountain. As the wind and snow fell, it looked boundless. A white-robed old man sat on the stairway to the palace. One of them opened his eyes, and the snowflakes stopped falling. He looked into the sky, and the scene in Holy Heaven Academy appeared in his eyes. Someone is going to become a great emperor. Becoming a great emperor was a huge matter. The immortal emperor realm powerhouses were able to sense such a huge commotion immediately. Is that person going to become a great emperor? The white-robed old man stood up and stroked his beard. If that person is going to become a great emperor, I'd like to see how powerful he is. In another mountain range, there were many palaces. Someone from Holy Heaven Academy is going to become a great emperor. It can't be Lin Fei, right? I heard that his combat power is incredible. If he becomes a great emperor, there won't be many people left in great metropolis world who can suppress him. Let's go take a look first. The few immortal emperors in the palace turned into rays of light and left. Similar situations were happening in almost every superpower. Lin Fei. That was no longer an ordinary name. His appearance would bring unpredictable changes to the great metropolis world, and they had to take him seriously. If Lin Fei was really going to become a great emperor, there would be some doubts. Regardless of whether Lin Fei could fight a second-step immortal emperor, the rumors were pretty close. After all, there was a saying that might not be baseless. They had to take this seriously. In great metropolis world, rays of light shot towards Holy Heaven Academy. The results were clear. Senior brother 33 is really fast. He became a great emperor in just a year. On Invincible Peak. In the secret chamber, Lin Fei opened his eyes and appeared on the Invincible Peak. He activated the school's array formation and looked up at the dark clouds that covered billions of miles. A terrifying aura. Over the past year, Lin Fei had consolidated his strength and studied the effects of the divine talismans. Compared to a year ago, his strength had improved tremendously. During this time, Lin Fei consumed 3 heavenly god fruits, and the god force in his body increased again. From 1 trillion divine dragon force to 5 trillion divine dragon force. The god force contained within the 3 heavenly god fruits was ferocious and tyrannical. His physical body was nearly unable to contain it. Fortunately, his 18 Grand Mist avatars were able to absorb it separately. At this point, each of the 18 primordial chaos avatars had more than 2 million dragon divine power. As Lin Fei refined the divine blood, the divinity on his body rippled, and he was full of majesty. Boom boom boom, in the dark clouds that stretched for billions of miles, lightning rumbled, as if it would fall at any moment. Lin Fei left the Invincible Peak and stood in the sky above the Holy Heaven Institute, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The great immortal emperor tribulation has yet to arrive, but it already gives off such a terrifying aura. No wonder so many people are stuck. Facing the great immortal emperor tribulation, fear rose from the depths of his soul. If it was in the past, Lin Fei's body and mind would be affected by such a terrifying aura. However, as his strength increased and he refined the divine blood, the great immortal emperor tribulation could no longer affect his mind. It was as firm as a mountain. Boom, a figure appeared in the sky below the Holy Heaven Institute, and his aura reached a peak. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers open. At this moment, Saint 33's aura had reached its peak. He took out the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers and faced the dark clouds. Boom, in the great immortal emperor tribulation, a bolt of lightning appeared and struck the mountains and rivers, causing them to crumble. Saint 33 was fine. In the sky, a powerful aura could be felt. When he saw the person who rushed out, he was slightly stunned. It's not Lin Fei? This person is the great elder of the Institute, Saint 33. I didn't expect him to become a great emperor. Could the treasure in Saint 33's hand be the ancient treasure in Lin Fei's hand, the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers? What a powerful defense! In the sky there was a spiritual sense exchange. Their goal was to see Lin Fei, but it turned out not to be. Naturally, they were disappointed. When they saw the ancient treasure, the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, they felt that this trip was not in vain. The 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers was indeed a good thing. It blocked 20 to 30 lightning bolts, 30 bolts, 40 bolts, 50 bolts, all the way to 90 bolts, 91 bolts, 92 bolts, 99 bolts. Relying on the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, Saint 33 was still in good condition, even though he vomited blood. Unbelievable! He blocked 99 bolts of lightning. Fortunately, I collected the Starlight Divine Metal and refined the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. It's perfect to block the lightning bolts of the immortal tribulation. Although it looked easy, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. The power of each bolt of lightning was gradually increasing. After 90 bolts of lightning, the power had reached a terrifying level. Rumor has it that 99 bolts of lightning is a threshold. After that, one will become an immortal emperor. After that, there are 999 bolts of lightning. The more lightning bolts you block, the more difficult it is. Back then, immortal Emperor Shangquang had to withstand 99 bolts of lightning and attract the attack of the heavenly Tao treasure before he failed to become an emperor. But now? How could they not be shocked? They had seen Saint 33 before. It was very difficult to become an emperor. Now, with the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, he blocked 99 bolts of lightning and was only one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. The great metropolis heaven had another immortal emperor. After the 99 bolts of lightning, a ray of light appeared in the dark clouds. The most crucial moment had arrived. To become an emperor, one needed to block the attack of the heavenly Tao. If one succeeded, one would become an immortal emperor. If one failed, one would die. Within the ray of light, a 5-colored lotus flew out. This lotus contained the runes of the heavenly Tao and carried a destructive aura. When the 5-colored lotus appeared, everyone's expression changed. A heavenly Tao treasure, the 5-colored sky lotus. Rumor has it that this treasure is extremely destructive. It is ranked 99 among the 99 heavenly Tao treasures. Normally, a treasure ranked 99 or 98 will appear when one becomes an emperor. It will never appear in the 99th or 98th rank. Saint 33 is in danger. Chapter 1203. The legendary Heavenly Supreme Treasure? Lin Fei focused his gaze. This was the first time he had seen a legendary Heavenly Supreme Treasure. It was only a phantom attack, but it was already terrifyingly powerful. Rumor has it that every immortal who becomes a martial monarch will have to face the attack of a Heavenly Supreme Treasure. There are a total of 99 Heavenly Supreme Treasures, and each of them is the most powerful treasure in this world. Just the 5-colored sky lotus alone is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful the top 10 Heavenly Supreme Treasures are? Lin Fei took a deep breath. Heavenly Supreme Treasures were treasures that came from the hands of the strongest experts. As for why a Heavenly Supreme Treasure would remain in the Heavenly Tao, it was not something he could find out for the time being. Lin Fei knew that the projection of the Heavenly Supreme Treasure was too powerful. It was beyond his imagination. Saint 33, I wonder what kind of luck he has to encounter the 90-ranked 5-colored sky lotus when he's achieving the martial monarch realm. He'll die to the attack of the Heavenly Supreme Treasure without us having to do anything. Inside a dark palace, Traceless Hades laughed. Scouts had long been stationed outside the Holy Heaven Academy. They immediately noticed the commotion caused by the martial monarch realm. Initially, Traceless Hades was planning to kill Saint 33 secretly to prevent the Holy Heaven Academy from gaining another immortal emperor. There was no need for him to make a move personally when the Heavenly Supreme Treasure descended. It's good that he's dead. Logically speaking, Saint 33's accumulation is far from enough to become an immortal emperor. How could he achieve the martial monarch realm within a year? Could it be that Lin Fei is hiding the heavenly god fruit? Someone doubted it. Even if Saint 33 could become a martial monarch, It wouldn't be that fast. Seems like we've underestimated Lin Fei. He must have encountered some fortuitous encounter in the inheritance ground. It must be Lin Fei's doing that Saint 33 was able to become a martial monarch. Traceless Hades gritted his teeth. The immortal emperor realm. Even he, as the first elder, was still a distance away from that realm. With the 99 lightning bolts and the attack of a heavenly supreme treasure, no one would forcefully make a breakthrough unless it was absolutely necessary. Saint 33 was forced to retreat again and again under the vast mountains and rivers. The attacks of the Heaven's Path utmost treasure were simply way too strong. Suppressing and rebounding, the physical body of Saint 33 exploded time and time again. Every time it was reconstructed, Saint 33's immortal energy would be greatly depleted. The five-colored sky lotus continued to attack. Saint 33 activated the power of the Great Tao, but he was unable to defend against it. His attacks were shattered the moment they were unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Saint 33 was in an extremely dangerous situation. It wouldn't be long before he would be killed by the heavenly Tao treasure. Even though Saint 33 had 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers protecting him, the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. He was unable to shatter the phantom of the heavenly path treasure. Not good, senior brother is in danger. The more Lin Fei looked, the more uneasy he felt. The power of the heavenly Tao treasure was enough to destroy the world. If not for the 10,000 li of mountains and rivers, Saint 33 would have been killed many times over. Senior brother, take this. If someone interfered in the process of becoming a martial monarch, the power of the Heaven's Path treasure would increase. Lin Fei took out the True Self Apocalypse sword and sent it towards Saint 33. It was the only way now. Let's take a gamble. Lin Fei gambled that the heavenly Tao treasure had a limited time. The True Self Apocalypse sword could be activated with immortal power. Its power would be terrifying and it should be able to resist the heavenly Tao treasure. Saint 33 was in danger. After receiving the message, he grabbed with one hand and the True Self Apocalypse sword landed on his heart. A large number of immortal pills flew out and immortal power was injected into it. Go! The True Self World Annihilation sword slashed onto the five-colored sky lotus, a supreme treasure of the heavenly Tao. This sword slashed down and the heavenly Tao treasure was sent flying for 1,000,000 miles before it stopped. Its phantom flickered and attacked again. This time its power was stronger than before. Junior brother, what sword is that? It's too terrifying. Saint 33 spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't restrained himself, this sword would have used up all the immortal power in his body. After sending the heavenly Tao treasure flying, Saint 33 saw hope. The immortal pills in his body flew out again, and turned into surging immortal power to replenish his consumed immortal power. At the very least he could hold it. Saint 33 was most worried about the recoil from the heavenly Tao treasure. As long as he could dissipate most of the force he would be fine. What sword is that? How can it be so powerful? Saint 33 is about to become a great emperor. The people in the void were shocked. The seemingly inconspicuous sword strike had shocked them. A sword with such power was able to resist the 90th ranked heavenly Tao treasure. At the same time, they noticed a black-clothed man standing in the void. Was he Lin Fei? It was rumored that Lin Fei had a powerful sword in his hand. It was his trump card. Now they finally had the chance to see it. It was indeed terrifying. Clang clang clang. With the help of the True Self Apocalypse sword, Saint 33 could dissipate most of the attack even though he was vomiting blood. Coupled with the help of a large number of immortal pills, he finally managed to hold on. The five-colored sky lotus was sent flying by the True Self Apocalypse sword and escaped into the void. The dark clouds that covered millions of miles started to dissipate. The terrifying might of the heavenly Tao treasure also disappeared. He had succeeded in becoming a great emperor. The dark clouds dissipated and immortal light descended. Saint 33, who was covered in blood, was bathed in the immortal light. After a tough battle, Saint 33 was extremely fatigued. After being bathed in this light, he only needed to stabilize himself and he would become an immortal emperor. Saint 33, you are also qualified to become an emperor? In the void that spanned billions of li, a stairway of death flew across the sky. The deathly mist covered Saint 33. Saint 33 had just become a great emperor and was extremely fatigued. When the stairway of death crashed into him, his powerful immortal emperor body shattered. It was clearly a powerful emperor divine weapon. He. Someone is unwilling to see another immortal emperor appear in the Sacred Body Institute. I wonder who attacked him. The people in the void watched the show happily. The stairway of death shot through the void. Saint 33 was instantly heavily injured. He recalled the mountains and rivers to protect himself and attacked a second time. Who dares to touch someone from the Sacred Heavens Institute? The stairway of death was an emperor divine weapon that contained boundless deathly energy. Saint 33's life force was devoured by this collision. His body was stained with deathly energy, which continuously destroyed his life force. Lin Fei was furious. Someone dared to attack. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Saint 33. He punched the death stairway with his left hand, and his main body unleashed trillions of dragon divine power. Trillions of dragon power poured out. Bang 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 within a radius of billions of kilometers. A violent gale was stirred up. The expressions of the immortal emperors and demon emperors who were hiding in the void changed drastically. They took out their protective treasures, but they were also shaken to the point where their blood and chi were in turmoil. They coughed up blood repeatedly. The rumors were true. Lin Fei's battle prowess was unfathomable. Ordinary first-step immortal emperors all vomited blood and didn't dare to stay. They escaped into the void and left this region. The stairway of death was smashed by the fist and was sent flying. Waves of god power exploded on the stairway of death and destroyed a large number of death runes. How could Lin Fei let the other party off so easily? Sword come. The true self-world destroyer sword turned into a stream of light and landed in Lin Fei's hand. He waved his hand and slashed. The sword light river was billions of miles long and it struck deep into the void. There was a tremor in the void. A third of the stairway of death was broken by this sword and fell from the void. Lin Fei grabbed with his other hand and a third of the stairway of death landed in his hand. The stairway of death disappeared without a trace. Clearly, that person had retreated. You're lucky. Lin Fei didn't chase after him. Senior brother Saint 33 was in a weakened state. It would be bad if he left and fell into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Fei turned back. Lin Fei used his fist to resist an emperor's divine weapon, and then he used his sword to break apart the stairway of death, breaking a third of it. They all saw this with their own eyes, and their hearts were filled with shock. That was an emperor divine weapon. How much power was needed to break it with one punch? It was unimaginable. Lin Fei's strength suddenly became unfathomable. The one who made a move just now was definitely a powerful immortal emperor. He came through the void and almost killed Saint 33. Senior brother, are you alright? Saint 33 said. Don't worry, I just lost some vitality. Some people aren't willing for our academy to produce another immortal emperor. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. The person who attacked just now didn't have it easy either. That sword of mine contained the power of god talismans. Those who dare to attack must know the price. Lin Fei didn't waste the past year. Through the system's analysis and research, he created a sword art. That sword earlier was one of the sword arts created by the system. It was called Blood Sword. To prevent anyone from attacking again, Lin Fei brought Saint 33 back to the academy. The Holy Sky Academy's array was also activated. After Lin Fei revealed that sword, no one dared to have any ideas. They couldn't withstand Lin Fei's terrifying strength. The might of that sword was enough to make them feel apprehensive. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. Not long after Saint 33 became a martial emperor, people sent gifts one after another to congratulate Saint 33 on his success. Could be considered their attitude. Holy Sky Academy had another immortal emperor, and its influence increased greatly. This was especially true for the scene in the sky. Someone had spread the news and it had spread like wildfire. Another half a year later, Holy Sky Academy had another immortal emperor. Back then, immortal Emperor Shangquang used the heavenly god fruit and the help of external items to become a second-step immortal emperor. He summoned 999 lightning bolts and 2 heavenly law treasures to successfully become a second-step immortal emperor. Great Metropolis World was in an uproar again after Immortal Emperor Shangquang became a second-step Immortal Emperor. Back then, Immortal Emperor Shangquang became a great emperor but failed at the last moment. He barely became a first-step Immortal Emperor with average battle strength. Now, he broke through again and became a second-step Immortal Emperor. Holy Sky Academy's strength increased greatly. With 2 Immortal Emperors and the mysterious Lin Fei, their overall strength was on the same level as the top 10 factions. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Holy Sky Academy. Chapter 1204. Shangquang Immortal Emperor became one of the top experts in the Great Metropolis World after becoming a second-step Immortal Emperor. The Great Metropolis World was at most a lesser world, and the number of experts it had could be counted on one hand. The strength of a second-step Immortal Emperor was already very impressive. In the entire Great Metropolis World, a third-step Immortal Emperor was the founder of a sect. If a third-step Immortal Emperor did not appear, then a second-step Immortal Emperor would be extremely strong. After Shangquang Immortal Emperor became a second-step Immortal Emperor, the Sagely Heaven Academy became lively with people coming and going. Half a year later, a ray of light flew out of the Sagely Heaven Academy. It was Immortal Emperor Lin Fei. Due to the great increase in strength of the Sagely Heaven Academy, there were many experts and spies lurking in the dark, constantly monitoring the academy. When a figure flew out of the Sagely Heaven Academy, the spies recognized him. The strongest expert of the Sagely Heaven Academy. Lin Fei is going to the Netherworld Palace. A great battle is about to begin. All sorts of news were transmitted back. He's finally willing to come out. In the void outside the academy, a pair of resentful eyes appeared, and a face was extremely distorted. This person appeared in the void and disappeared with a sinister smile. He carried a death stairway on his back, and the power of death enveloped his entire body, obscuring his appearance. However, this person had a powerful name. Death Demon Emperor. An extremely powerful demon emperor. Moreover, Death Demon Emperor had another identity. He was a bronze-plate assassin in the world of assassins. He was a first-step demon emperor, and after obtaining an emperor divine weapon, his battle power could reach the second-step demon emperor. On that day, Death Demon Emperor had attacked and suffered a great loss in the hands of Lin Fei. Over the past half a year, Death Demon Emperor had been lurking outside, waiting for Lin Fei to appear. Lin Fei must be going to the Netherworld Palace. This old man will take advantage of the battle to kill Lin Fei. No matter how strong his physical body is, the death stairway will devour his life force, and without it, he will still die in my hands. This old man might even have a chance to obtain the divine god fruit. Lin Fei strolled leisurely. I believe the Netherworld Palace must be frightened by the mere twang of a bow, right? As early as half a year ago, Lin Fei was ready to make his move. As long as the Nether Palace wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't feel comfortable. No one was willing to leave a hostile force alive. Half a year ago, Immortal Emperor Shangquang had advanced to the second step of the Immortal Emperor stage. In order to consolidate his strength, Lin Fei had to personally oversee the college and didn't go to the Nether Palace to cause trouble, even though they hadn't fought for half a year. From the feedback from the outside, Lin Fei knew that the Nether Palace's forces were shrinking, and the Mountain Gate's Grand Formation was also activated. They were on high alert to prevent him from killing his way in. Lin Fei had swaggered out of the academy today to tell the Nether Palace, "I, Lin Fei, am coming for you." Lin Fei turned into a beam of light, moving unhurriedly through the sky above the many mountain ranges. Huh? Someone is coming for me? The void in front of him fluctuated. In Lin Fei's vision, he saw a black warship appear out of thin air. Its colorful flag fluttered in the wind, looking extraordinary. On top of the warship, there was a huge word, Heaven. 2 years had passed. Lin Fei's eyesight and experience had greatly improved. At first glance, it was a peak-grade immortal artifact warship. At second glance, it gave off a terrifying aura. All in all, the value of the warship was extraordinary. I wonder who's looking for me. Being one step away from the Immortal Emperor stage, Lin Fei had a vague feeling that the person on the warship was looking for him. Daoist Lin Fei, my master invites you on board for a chat. A figure flew down from the warship and appeared not far away from Lin Fei. He gave off the aura of an Immortal Emperor expert, and his tone was polite and respectful. "Your master is?" That person smiled. "My master said that you'll know once you get on board." Since he wasn't in a hurry to go to the Nether Palace, Lin Fei naturally wanted to see who wanted to see him. As for the danger for now, he didn't have any killing intent. There was no harm in meeting him. "All right. Follow me." The interior of the warship was antique. As Lin Fei walked, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Who was the owner of this warship? 100 immortal kings, 30 immortal emperors, 10 half-step immortal emperors, and even 3 first-step immortal emperors. What a huge lineup! Lin Fei remained calm. In his memory, he didn't seem to know such a big shot. "My master is inside." That person brought Lin Fei to a door. Lin Fei sniffed and a fragrance hit his face. "Taoist Lin, since you know who I am, why don't you come in? Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" There was a giggle in the room. Lin Fei pushed the door with both hands. Lin Fei already knew who it was. The woman in black that he had a deal with from Sky Cloud Tower. From the other party's words, Lin Fei knew who it was. Only Sky Cloud Tower could be so generous. After pushing the door open, Lin Fei saw a woman in black with a smile on her face. "Miss Liu, I thought you were going to deal with me since you brought so many people here." Lin Fei strode over and sat down next to Miss Liu. After sitting down, someone immediately served tea. "Taoist Lin, you are very good at lying. Who doesn't know about your glorious battle record? You are famous in the myriad heavens. The disciples of Thunder Palace are arrogant and no one dares to offend you. You killed 3 of their disciples and fought with immortal Emperor Lei Ao, causing him to vomit blood and go into seclusion. Don't tell me that this is all fake?" Miss Liu's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei chuckled. "It seems that I can't hide anything from you." Sky Cloud Tower was one of the huge forces in the myriad heavens. Its influence covered every corner of the myriad heavens. Even a major power like the Heaven Alliance had to be polite to the Heaven Cloud Tower. Lin Fei took a sip of immortal tea and thought, "Why would a girl from Sky Cloud Tower look for me? I don't know why. She can drive so many people. This girl is not to be trifled with. I'd better be careful." From the first time they met, Lin Fei knew that this woman in black had a powerful background. "I wonder why Miss Liu is looking for me?" Lin Fei didn't want to spend too much time with this shrewd girl. Lu Ziyu chuckled. "Fellow Taoist Lin, for better or worse, we've cooperated before. Why are you so direct? Isn't this little girl beautiful?" She changed the topic and put on a serious expression. "I came here today because I want to make a deal with you." Lin Fei was puzzled. "Deal? I don't think I need any deals recently. 1.5 years ago, Saint 33 became a great emperor. Half a year ago, Immortal Emperor Shangquang became a second-step Immortal Emperor. With their talent, if it wasn't for external forces, they wouldn't be able to take this step in their lifetime. Taoist Lin, aren't you going to explain?" Lu Ziyu smiled meaningfully. "She's here for my heavenly god fruit." Lin Fei immediately understood why a colossus like the Heavenly Fate Building would run to this kind of small world. The divine god fruit was the real reason. Chapter 1205. Wait. Lin Fei stopped the lady in black. The black-robed woman had come here because of her divine fruit. Based on what she had just heard, she could tell that the Tianyun Pavilion had conducted a detailed investigation, so any explanation would be meaningless. "Don't you want to hear it? I believe it will be beneficial to you." Lu Ziyu said. "We won't charge you anything." The Tianyun Tower didn't just sell items, they also sold information. It could be said that as long as you had money, you could know any information. The Tianyun Tower could sell any information. This was why the Tianyun Tower was so terrifying. The other reason was that the Tianyun Tower was smart. They didn't interfere in anything and were an independent existence. "I heard that every piece of information from the Tianyun Tower isn't cheap. I'm afraid that I won't be able to accept it if you tell me for free." Lin Fei shook his head. Lin Fei couldn't afford to offend the Tianyun Tower for the time being. To be able to be independent of the major powers, one's strength was unimaginable. Otherwise, even a 4th-step Immortal Emperor would be tempted by a large amount of wealth. Lin Fei didn't want the lady in black to continue. There are important and unimportant pieces of information, so the price is naturally different. Lu Ziyu felt that Lin Fei was very interesting. "You're different. You're already a famous person in the universe. You deserve a few pieces of information for free. Everyone who comes to the Tianyun Tower knows about this. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. I don't dare to accept it. He originally wanted to reject her, but it seemed that it would be difficult now. It wouldn't be appropriate to reject her again after the first time. Behind her was the Tianyun Tower. I know that you have a conflict with the Nether Palace. Between the two of you, only one can survive. I'm not lying, right? Lin Fei nodded. Continue. However, you probably don't know that the Nether Palace has already set up a trap and is waiting for you. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Everyone in the great metropolis world knew about the matter between him and the Nether Palace. Sooner or later he had to put an end to it. The Nether Palace would definitely come up with a response, so it was normal for them to wait for him. I wonder what Traceless Nether has done? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as his curiosity was piqued. One of the people in charge of the Tianyun Tower was right in front of him. It would be a pity if he did not inquire about it. Fellow Taoist Lin, you really are a strange person. Didn't you say you didn't want to know? Now you want to know? Ziwa almost fell into your trap. Lu Ziwa looked at Lin Fei. So this girl is called Lu Ziwa. Only then did Lin Fei know the other party's name. Lin Fei's face did not turn red when he was asked this question. He said, Didn't you say it's free? Of course I want to know. As for getting information from you, how is that possible? Lu Ziwa leaned back and didn't say anything else. She said calmly, In order to deal with you, the Nether Palace invited many experts to help. Right now, the Nether Palace has many experts. Lin Fei knew that Traceless Nether would not resign himself to his fate. Since everyone is here, I can kill them all at once. It will save me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and revealed his white teeth. His killing intent rose. Lu Ziwa thought to herself, The rumors are true. Lin Fei is very arrogant and kills people at the drop of a hat. Originally, I wanted to do him a favor and then try to buy the divine god fruit from him. Now it seems that this guy is not easy to deal with. Also, I don't know how Traceless Nether managed to get in touch with the Hidden Dragon faction. They sent 3 dragon emperors, and each of them is a divine dragon. You are very strong, so you won't be able to deal with them in a short time, right? Also, the Netherworld Sword God arranged for 2 Sword Immortal Emperors to go to the Nether Palace. They are waiting for you to come to them. Hidden Dragon, I know. Are they involved too? Back in the Great Divine Dragon world, when he defeated the secluded cultivation faction, Lin Fei knew that he would offend them. Later, he specially went to find out more about the Hidden Dragon faction. He was not surprised to hear that the Hidden Dragon faction wanted to deal with him. The Netherworld Sword God? Could he be that sword immortal from the lower realm? Lin Fei was concerned about this person. Back in the lower realm, it was because of the sword immortal that a series of events happened in the upper realm. Lin Fei tried to gather information about this person, but it was to no avail. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Back then, you killed the sword immortal in the lower realm. It was a secret technique that the Netherworld Sword God cultivated. Unfortunately, you killed him in the end, causing the immortal technique to be incomplete and cutting off his future. That's why the Nether Palace was furious and ordered to hunt you down. Lu Ziwa said as if she was talking about an ordinary matter. I can also tell you that the Netherworld Sword God is not in the Nether Palace. You can't gather any information about him. He is currently in seclusion in some secret realm, so he arranged for 2 sword immortal powerhouses to come over. Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder he couldn't get any information. He thought to himself, the Netherworld Sword God has entered a powerful faction and is being nurtured heavily. Otherwise, he would have come back. I wonder which faction the Netherworld Sword God has entered? Lin Fei really wanted to know. Lu Ziwa said proudly, This information requires a price. The previous information was given to me for free. She was indeed a smart woman. Wasn't she just telling him where he was? What price? 30 million true spirits. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. So expensive. Lu Ziwa wanted Lin Fei to know how powerful the Tianyun Tower was. Is it expensive? This is the cheapest. Lin Fei really wanted to know which sect the Netherworld Sword God was in so that he could have a better understanding. Lin Fei directly paid 30 million true spirits. After killing a large group of experts, the most important thing was the true spirits. One piece of information cost 30 million true spirits, which was very expensive. 10 pieces of information would cost 300 million true spirits. After collecting the true spirits, Lu Ziyue said 4 words. Sword Immortal White Emperor. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie. The moment Lu Ziyue said these 4 words, he immediately understood, but his heart was still shocked. Sword Immortal White Emperor. In the 10,000 worlds, Sword Immortal White Emperor's attainments in the Sword Dao were unfathomable. If he said he was number 2, no one would dare to say they were number 1. Apart from that, Sword Immortal White Emperor was also a heaven-defying immortal emperor. Back then, Sword Immortal White Emperor killed 3 fourth-step immortal emperors with 3 swords. Lin Fei didn't expect Netherworld Sword God's fortuitous encounter to be able to become a disciple of Sword Immortal White Emperor, the number 1 Sword Immortal of the Sword Dao. This was what everyone gave to Sword Immortal White Emperor. No wonder I couldn't get any information, so this is what happened. Lin Fei thought. Sword Immortal White Emperor, a heaven-defying 4th-step immortal emperor, can't scare me. Since he was going to deal with the Nether Palace, Lin Fei wouldn't be afraid. Thank you, Lady Lu, for answering my questions today. Lin Fei stood up. Lu Ziyue frowned and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Dao friend Lin, you really have no conscience. You prepared to leave after getting the information. How can there be such an ungrateful person like you? Lin Fei looked over and saw that Lu Ziyue looked like a resentful woman. Lady Lu, is there something else? Lin Fei pretended to be confused. Lu Ziyue had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Fei before. She already told him some information, but he pretended to be confused and didn't know anything. We want to buy Dao friend Lin's heavenly god fruit. Lu Ziyue didn't intend to speak so early. Lin Fei said with a smile, Miss Lu, you're too late. Originally, I still had the divine god's fruit, but as you said, my senior brothers were able to achieve the martial monarch realm thanks to the divine god's fruit, and those are my last 2 divine god's fruits. Lu Ziyue didn't believe Lin Fei's words. They didn't talk for long, and Lu Ziyue knew that Lin Fei wasn't an honest person. He was full of lies. Lu Ziyue didn't believe that Lin Fei used up all the heavenly god fruits. Lady Lu, if you want the heavenly god fruit, find someone else. I really don't have any left. Lin Fei said seriously, thank you for today, Lady Lu. I still have things to do, so I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Fei didn't want to stay any longer in case he exposed himself, because he still had 4 heavenly god fruits. Lady, are you letting him leave just like that? After Lin Fei left, a one-eyed old man appeared beside Lu Ziyue. His remaining eye flickered with a cold light. Do you want this old man to capture that kid? Lu Ziyue waved her hand. Not for now. Lin Fei's combat strength isn't bad and he has a mysterious trump card. Isn't he going to the Netherworld Palace? We can go and watch the show. Lady, you want to do Lin Fei a favor when he meets Sword Immortal by D's 2 disciples? The one-eyed old man asked. Sword Immortal by D's disciples have a terrifying grasp of the Sword Dao. Each of them is a heaven-defying Sword Immortal. Lin Fei has a bit of fame now, but I'm afraid he won't be able to stop 2 Sword Immortal by D's disciples. Lu Ziyue said. As long as Lin Fei is defeated, we'll appear. He's smart, so he should know what to do. The one-eyed old man said in admiration. Lady is smart. The corner of Lu Ziyue's mouth curled up, revealing a bright smile. Lin Fei left the warship and headed straight for the Netherworld Palace. I'll try not to interact with Lu Ziyue in the future. Lin Fei was very clear that the Tianyun Pavilion was a colossus. Since they dared to look for him, they must know about the heavenly god fruits. As long as they don't make a move, I have nothing to worry about. Lin Fei said in his heart. The Netherworld Sword God is indeed troublesome. He was defeated by the number 1 Sword Immortal. Screw it. I'll destroy the Netherworld Palace first. Lin Fei wasn't worried about the number 1 Sword Immortal. Such a figure wouldn't make a move on him. Half a day later, the Netherworld Palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. Are they trying to stop me? In the Netherworld Palace's area, an array was activated in the sky above a city. When Lin Fei appeared at the border, he immediately realized that the Netherworld Palace wasn't simple. The cities seemed to be connected to each other. With his powerful divine sense, Lin Fei saw that each city was equipped with a destructive cannon that absorbed the energy of true spirit to activate a terrifying war weapon. Each of these war weapons was extremely expensive. Lin Fei die. The moment Lin Fei appeared, a half-step immortal emperor's cold voice came from the city in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 1206. Beams of light filled the sky and destroyed the world. Lin Fei was immediately within range of the attack. Nether Palace is so rich. They've prepared destructive cannons in order to deal with me. They're really willing to spend a lot of money. Unfortunately, I'm not someone else. These destructive beams can't stop me. I'm going to destroy the Nether Palace. Lin Fei wasn't as strong as he used to be. He was famous in the myriad worlds. The Nether Palace's small tricks were nothing worth mentioning. Go! Lin Fei didn't dodge and faced the beams of light. There were experts stationed on each city to prevent the destructive cannons from being stolen. Lin Fei is so arrogant. He's too arrogant. He's using his body to block the destructive cannons. Does he really think he has a peerless immortal physique? Even an ordinary first-step immortal emperor wouldn't dare to block this beam of light. Boom! 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 Lin Fei was unstoppable. The destructive beams couldn't stop when they were 10,000 feet away and exploded. The beams of light couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. The shockwaves that could destroy heaven and earth spread out in all directions. Run! Oh no! The shockwaves spread. Boom! Boom! One city after another suffered calamity. Large swathes of buildings collapsed, and many immortals died. The destructive cannons were weapons used to defend cities, so the shockwave they produced was naturally extraordinary. Ordinary immortals had weak bodies and exploded when the shockwave touched them. Lin Fei is stronger than we thought. In the Nether Palace's hall, a large group of people were watching a light screen. Lin Fei used his body to block the destructive beams and the rebound power destroyed the cities. This result made them frown. Peerless immortal physique. No wonder he has the courage to attack the Nether Palace alone. The people in the hall were all connected to the Nether Palace. They came to help after receiving the news. Traceless of the Netherworld frowned. When his gaze fell on a few figures not too far away, he thought to himself, with them here, no matter how awesome you are, Lin Fei, can you do anything? I thought I would exhaust this kid's celestial force, but I underestimated him. The war weapons installed on the city walls were the handiwork of Traceless Nether. The light cannon of destruction was a weapon of war. It was equivalent to an immortal emperor expert, and its power was much stronger than an immortal emperor expert. Normally, it would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Go! Lin Fei didn't trust Xian Yun. He flicked his finger, and the sword light was like a stream of light like a rainbow. The immortal emperor who was commanding the troops on the city had his head chopped off with a single strike of the sword. Wherever the sword passed, no one was spared. All of them died under the sword light. Too weak. Lin Fei didn't care about experts below the immortal emperor realm. But if he wanted to destroy the Netherworld Palace, immortal emperors had to die. Block it, block it. The forehead of the half-step immortal emperor who spoke earlier was covered in cold sweat. His back was also covered in cold sweat. He kept retreating and his scalp was going numb. The war weapon Destruction Ray couldn't even touch a hair on the enemy's head. Fight my ass. You screamed so happily just now. The half-step immortal emperor was very fast, but he couldn't catch up to Lin Fei's speed. Lin Fei appeared in front of him, which scared the half-step immortal emperor so much that he opened his mouth and spat out an immortal sword towards the enemy's face. His eyes were filled with fear. He saw the enemy raise his hand and slap the immortal sword away. The immortal sword was slapped away, and his head was slapped away. Killing a half-step immortal emperor was as easy as killing a chicken or a duck. Netherworld Palace, show me what you've got. Don't you want to kill me? Today, I've delivered myself to your doorstep. I'll let you kill to your heart's content. Ha 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 ha. Activate the Netherworld Killing Array. Traceless Nether ordered and activated the Netherworld Killing Array. The Netherworld Killing Array was a powerful force of the Netherworld Palace. It was formed by immortal emperors. Each Netherworld Killing Array was formed by 108 immortal emperors. When these 108 immortal emperors used the Netherworld Killing Array, their battle prowess was comparable to a peak first-step immortal emperor. It was one of the trump cards of the Netherworld Palace. Traceless Nether did not want to owe Lin Fei a favor since he could use this trump card to kill him. When the 108 Immortal Emperors appeared, they formed the Netherworld Killing Array. Their auras soared and they surrounded Lin Fei. Their auras locked onto Lin Fei as they attacked with all kinds of divine abilities. Lin Fei, you talk big. How dare you cause trouble in the Netherworld Palace? Have a taste of the power of the Netherworld Killing Array. In the Netherworld Killing Array, the leader of the half-step Immortal Emperors instantly burst out with the battle prowess of a first-step Immortal Emperor. He slashed with his sword. His sword Dao was strange and divided into thousands of parts. Killing Array? In my eyes it's nothing. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. The Netherworld Killing Array was very powerful. Unfortunately, he was not who he was in the past. Blood-spurting sword. Lin Fei did not even look at it. With the true self world-destroying sword in his hand, he slashed at the Netherworld Killing Array. The sword light was like a long river killing on the spot. This sword was upright, and the might of this sword contained 5 trillion divine dragons' divine power. Bang! Bang! The sword river slashed past. The impenetrable Netherworld Killing Array seemed to have encountered a violent storm. Flaws appeared on the spot and it was drowned by the power. One by one, the Immortal Emperor's bodies exploded. The Netherworld Killing Array was broken with one sword. How did his strength increase again? Previously, Traceless Nether had peeked at it. At that time his strength was far from what it was now. Now, he broke the trump card of the Netherworld Palace with one sword. It was unbelievably brutal. Traceless Nether knew that he would not be able to survive if he faced such brutal power. Fortunately, Sword God arranged for people to come down. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, what can he do? Traceless Nether ordered to open the Mountain Gate Array. This array was set up by the founding ancestor. Even if a second-step Immortal Emperor barged in, he would not be able to gain any advantage. His original plan of exhausting Lin Fei's strength could no longer be used. After breaking the Netherworld Killing Array with one sword, Lin Fei headed towards the Mountain Gate. Humph! Do you think hiding in the nest is foolproof? I can catch them all in one go. After killing 108 Immortal Emperors with one sword, no one else made a move. It was as if they were afraid of Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that 108 Immortal Emperors were a huge trump card of the Netherworld Palace. Back in the Sky Demon Maze, the strongest group of elders had all been killed by him. Hiding. That was normal. Not long after, a cluster of palaces appeared in Lin Fei's vision. A huge black canopy covered the cluster of palaces. Rays of light hung down and protected the Netherworld Palace within the Mountain Gate Array. Above the canopy, Traceless Nether appeared in the sky and looked at the black-robed young man from afar with a complicated expression. Fellow Taoist Lin, you've got guts. You actually dared to come here alone. Could it be that you think you can contend against the entire Nether Palace on your own? The Nether cold wind blew behind Traceless Nether. From now on, Traceless Nether didn't dare to treat Lin Fei as a young man. Ha ha ha. Why wouldn't I dare to destroy the Netherworld Palace? Lin Fei laughed loudly. He raised his sword and slashed with a vast sword river. Blood spurted out from the sword. The system analyzed and simulated the simplest sword technique. Shameless fellow. Traceless Nether didn't dare to take it head-on. He turned around and entered the black canopy. The sword river crashed on the canopy. The sword river rippled and sword rain shot out. Traceless Nether reacted quickly, but he was still shaken by the terrifying power. He vomited blood. Chapter 1207. Start a massacre. Lin Fei's words were full of heroism. Today he was qualified to say such words because he was qualified to do so. Lin Fei, dressed in black, slashed with his sword. Heaven and earth shook. The black canopy shone brightly. Inside the Nether Palace the ground shook and the buildings shook. This sword was too powerful. The power of one sword shook the black canopy. Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared above the black canopy. He appeared in the sky above the black canopy, and the entire Nether Palace was below him. He stomped down and landed on the black canopy. The power of the divine talisman exploded. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power fell on the canopy. Traceless Nether did not expect Lin Fei to be so unpredictable. He dodged the sword and hid inside the spell formation, but he was still shaken to the point of bleeding. Lin Fei stomped on the Imperial canopy again, sending Traceless Nether flying and crashing into a palace, sending dust flying everywhere. His strength! Traceless Hades climbed out of the ruins. Above the Imperial canopy, a scalp-numbing power continuously bombarded the canopy, causing it to shine brightly. Taoist Lin, don't waste your time. You can't break the array of the Nether Palace. Traceless Hades didn't dare to get close. Lin Fei's power was too domineering. The Nether Palace could become one of the top 10 forces. The array of the Mountain Gate had always been an important place for the major forces. Lin Fei had displayed an extraordinary level of power. Every one of Lin Fei's attacks could inflict serious damage on Traceless Nether. Traceless Nether was confident that he could block Lin Fei's attacks. Traceless Hades wanted to provoke Lin Fei. You want to destroy the Nether Palace? Don't even think about it. You can't even break the array and you want to start a massacre? What a joke. Traceless Hades said this deliberately to provoke Lin Fei. Lin Fei was young and frivolous. He had used up all his immortal power. In the end, he would become a fish on the chopping board. Is that so? Lin Fei laughed. His long hair danced in the wind. Then he stopped. True self world-destroying seal. The godly talisman transformed into a domineering fist technique and smashed onto the canopy. The power of this attack was even more terrifying. Bang bang bang. This was a fist technique condensed from the power of divine talismans. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, all of his power condensed into a single point and smashed onto the canopy, causing the entire canopy to shatter. Not good. He's going to break through with 1 point. Lin Fei's fists rose and fell. It was unknown how many times he had punched out, but each time he landed on the same spot, the black canopy's power was rapidly exhausted. Open! Another true self-world annihilation seal landed on the canopy. Hua hua hua! Dense cracks spread out from one of the points, covering the entire canopy. The center of the canopy instantly split open, revealing a hole. Lin Fei charged in like a god. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Old thing, your Mountain Gate formation isn't strong enough. Lin Fei soared into the sky and unleashed a true self-world annihilation seal at Traceless Nether. Sick! Traceless Nether was horrified. An opening in the Mountain Gate formation was unprecedented. In this moment of hesitation, a destructive power attacked. When this fist landed, all the power gathered into 1 point. Traceless Nether's physical body's hair stood on end. This huge seal was the only thing left in the world. His power blasted out, but it was all broken. My life is over. The true self-world annihilation seal landed on Traceless Nether's physical body. It rushed into his immortal body and planted a seed of power, instantly exploding from the inside out. This Grand Elder of the Nether Palace, Traceless Nether, had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Old thing, you didn't expect this, right? After killing a half-step immortal emperor with one move, Lin Fei was in a good mood. How could he not know that the old thing was provoking him? However, he had no idea how terrifying his immortal power and divine power were. He killed his opponent with one punch. In the Nether Palace, everyone on the palaces saw this scene and was instantly dumbfounded. The Grand Elder was killed by Lin Fei. The disciples of the Nether Palace raised their heads and looked at this scene with pale faces. Their Grand Elder had died just like that. Avenge the Grand Elder. Kill Lin Fei. Black shadows soared into the sky from the palace. Overestimating yourself. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Sword intent descended like an overlord and killed. The disciples of the Nether Palace had cultivated well, but they couldn't be compared to these sword intents that contained terrifying power. Everywhere the sword intent passed, corpses fell, blood splattered and blood flowed like a river. Since he started a massacre, Lin Fei wouldn't be polite anymore. Lin Fei wasn't interested in these small fries. Immortal kings and immortal emperors were killed with one sword. People in the palace, you are not here to help. Come out and accept your death. Everywhere Lin Fei passed, corpses fell to the ground. He killed his way from the Mountain Gate all the way to the plaza. His spiritual sense told him that the group of people in the palace had not moved at all. In the sky above the Nether Palace, a battleship appeared out of nowhere. Lin Fei isn't just cruel. Lu Ziyue took a sip of tea. He killed all the immortal kings and immortal emperors. He wants to destroy all the forces of the Nether Palace in one go. He's ruthless, the one-eyed old man said. The Nether Palace is just an unranked force. Any heaven-defying first-step immortal emperor can do this. A heaven-defying immortal emperor can easily break the Mountain Gates array, Lu Ziyue said with a smile. His move is turning decay into magic. Lu Ziyue nodded. You can see it too. I don't know how Lin Fei cultivates. Not only is his immortal power strong, but his divine power is even more terrifying. I don't know if he can continue to fight against the disciples of Sword Immortal White Emperor. The two disciples of Sword Immortal White Emperor are very terrifying on the path of Sword Dao. It won't be easy for Lin Fei to deal with them. The one-eyed old man thought that Sword Immortal White Emperor's disciples had some advantages. Lin Fei killed all the way to the palace. Hua, a sword river slashed out and crushed the palace, turning it into ruins on the spot. The moment it turned into ruins, many auras rushed out. Everyone, Lin Fei killed the Great Elder. Please kill Lin Fei. The Nether Palace will reward you handsomely. The eyes of the remaining elders of the Nether Palace were bloodshot. Immortal kings and immortal emperors died in front of them. They were the backbone of the Nether Palace. They couldn't accept the death of the Great Elder. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the first elder died just like that, losing his life to Lin Fei. The Great Elder died and the disciples suffered heavy casualties. What was more vicious was that Lin Fei didn't let the immortal kings and immortal emperors go. He wanted to destroy the Nether Palace's forces. Lin Fei killed many immortal kings and immortal emperors along the way. They were all bleeding. Lin Fei, you're so ruthless. If you want to destroy the Nether Palace by yourself, you have to ask us first. These people had received benefits from the Nether Palace. Lin Fei's aura surged. They were all experts who had been famous for a long time. They didn't believe that they couldn't take down a rising star like Lin Fei. Kill. More than 30 people charged at Lin Fei. These people were all half-step immortal emperors. Their battle prowess instantly reached first-step immortal emperors. It was equivalent to more than 30 first-step immortal emperors attacking together. More than 30 half-step immortal emperors. Killing them will give me experience points. Lin Fei wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. He was like a beam of light, with mountains and rivers in front of him, charging into the crowd. The sword river flew out like a huge snake, swaying left and right, repelling most of the force. One sword blood flow. Lin Fei didn't hold back against these people. With the true self-world annihilation sword in hand, he slashed across the sky. The sword river spun 365 degrees. More than 30 half-step immortal emperors stopped. Their bodies shattered like porcelain pieces. More than 30 half-step immortal emperors died in an instant. How could the power of a half-step immortal emperor and a few hundred trillion dragon divine force withstand the tyrannical suppression of 5 trillion dragon divine force? Even though they were wearing immortal armors, the result was the same. The power of one sword was so terrifying. The remaining elders of the Nether Palace heaved a sigh of relief. There were more than 30 half-step immortal emperors. Each of them was strong and had treasures. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he would be at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 half-step immortal emperors died. Impossible. They looked at Lin Fei, who had become a terrifying demon king. You can go to hell too. Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed. The remaining elders screamed and fell into the sword river. They became unconscious corpses. Everyone run. The elders are all dead. The Nether Palace is finished. The disciples of the Nether Palace were scared out of their wits. When they saw the terrifying power of the sword, they felt as if their bodies were being crushed. They would never forget this scene. No one knew who shouted, but the crowd dispersed in an uproar, fighting to be the first to escape. At this moment, the Nether Palace was really finished. Most of the elders were dead. The deacons of the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor level, and the outer sect elders did not escape. Lin Fei single-handedly killed the living forces of the Nether Palace. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from the ruins not far away. Lin Fei looked in the direction of the sound. There were 3 middle-aged men standing on the ruins. Each of them was like a mountain. Taoist Lin, you really shocked everyone. The middle-aged man who applauded said. We didn't believe the rumors before, but now we do. 3 dragon emperors you have been watching for so long. Aren't you going to make a move? Lin Fei recognized them at a glance. They were dragon emperors and they had the aura of divine dragons. The Nether Palace invited us here to deal with you, the middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man said. You're stronger than we imagined. Traceless Hades is dead, and the Nether Palace is almost destroyed. Offending a heaven-defying genius like you won't do us any good. We're not going to interfere in this matter. We'll leave now. The 3 dragon emperors were frightened. The 3 of them were first-step dragon emperors and their divine power could reach 140 trillion dragon divine power. If they used their full power, they could reach 200 trillion dragon divine power. They were shocked by the power of Lin Fei's sword. They knew that they couldn't block it. It was not worth it to make a move. 3 dragon emperors, you can leave. Lin Fei smiled and said. But you came all the way here. Don't you want to leave something behind? The 3 dragon emperors were furious. They did not attack Lin Fei. They were already giving him face. Lin Fei, don't push your luck. The dragon emperor on the left said angrily. I'm pushing my luck. So what? Chapter 1208. Blood spurted from the sword. Lin Fei slashed heavily with his sword. It was a fierce and powerful sword, blood spurting. He attacked as he wished. The 3 dragon emperors were shocked. Lin Fei did not follow the rules. They were all powerful dragon emperors. Lin Fei's sword was extremely overbearing. There was no pattern to it. Caught the 3 of them off guard. The 3 dragon emperors were not ordinary first-step immortal emperors. Black dragon scales appeared on their bodies. They were the size of a palm and covered their bodies tightly. The sword was too fast. The sword was too fierce. The 3 dragon emperors could only block it with their bodies. Hua hua hua, the sound of water could be heard. The sword river was like water. Huge waves appeared and crashed onto the 3 dragon emperors one after another. Instantly, the 3 dragon emperors were struck by a strong force. Their blood and chi rumbled non-stop. Dragon scales exploded one by one, turning into dust. The void behind them also exploded. The 3 dragon emperors vomited blood and were flung backward. Everywhere they passed, the buildings collapsed. Good dragon blood. We can't miss it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He took out a big jade bottle and collected the dragon blood that he vomited. The blood of a first-step dragon emperor. Dragon blood. Bathing in dragon blood could strengthen one's body. The 3 dragon emperors could not defeat Lin Fei in one move. They were sent flying by the sword and smashed into a huge mountain near the mountain gate. The huge mountain collapsed. The dragon emperors of the great divine dragon world have strong bodies. My sword is extremely powerful. Be it a half-step immortal emperor or a first-step immortal emperor, they will all be severely injured or killed. Since the people of Hidden Dragon dared to interfere, Lin Fei would not hold back. It was not appropriate to kill them. He could teach them a lesson and get some benefits. Cough cough cough. At the foot of the mountain, the 3 dragon emperors vomited blood. Their bodies were tattered and their dragon scales were all over the place. It was a tragic sight. How can he be so strong? That sword strike just now almost took our lives. Luckily, our bodies are natural immortal physiques. That's how we survived it. Fear appeared in the eyes of the 3. Their original form was that of a divine dragon. Their natural defense was ridiculously strong. Even with such a strong defense, they were still utterly defeated. Monster. Lin Fei did not know where this monster came from. Gentlemen, what do you think of my sword? The swift and fierce sword intent locked onto them. After the 3 dragon emperors witnessed it, their hair stood on end. In their hearts, they listed Lin Fei as an absolutely terrifying existence. Fellow Taoist Lin, hold on. We can talk things out. Dragon Emperor Longqing was the first dragon emperor to speak up. There's nothing much to say. The Hidden Dragon clan is clearly trying to make life difficult for me by interfering in this matter. Lin Fei's tone was sharp. I'm not afraid of trouble. If you dare to come, I'll kill you and make you fall here. When Dragon Emperor Longqing arrived, he was looking for a chance to kill Lin Fei. Killing Lin Fei was a piece of cake. In the end, they had underestimated Lin Fei. He had yet to become a great emperor, but his strength surpassed theirs. If it wasn't for his strong defense, the power of that sword would have taken their lives. If Lin Fei really went berserk, they would definitely die. As a Dragon Emperor Longqing treated his dragon clan as a noble clan. Once their lives were at stake, he would put his pride aside. The three of them together were not a match for Lin Fei. Don't. Everything can be discussed. Dragon Emperor Longqing said. We admit that we are at fault. We are Hidden Dragons people. If you really kill us, Hidden Dragons people will not let you go. They will kill you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. Is that so? Then let's see if I'm afraid. The long sword moved forward, and the sword intent enveloped them like a poisonous snake. No, you are strong. What do you want? Dragon Emperor Longqing was very sullen, especially when the sword intent pressed forward. He was afraid that Lin Fei's sword would fly over. Lin Fei thought, everyone in the great divine dragon world says that people are crazy. Once you are stronger than them, even a crazy person will become a sheep. His strength is not as good as mine, and I have refined God's blood. The power of the God's talisman is specialized in breaking flesh. They have to be afraid of me. This feels so good, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The three of you are dragon emperors of the great divine dragon world. I am just someone from a small world. What would I dare to do to you? Lin Fei laughed. In fact, I am a good person. I never kill people. Good my ass. How dare you say that? The three dragon emperors looked at him in disdain. If he was a good person, why did he stop them? He could have just let them go. The more Lin Fei said, the more nervous the three dragon emperors became. What do you want? Lin Fei did not think of killing them. Since he was here, he had to leave some benefits. This is what you said. I did not force you. Lin Fei said seriously. I heard that the dragon blood in your bodies is good for body tempering. I have many people under me who need dragon blood to temper their bodies. Do you want to release the blood yourself, or do you want me to do it? Shameless guy. He wanted to release the dragon blood in their bodies. They were all powerful dragon emperors. Dragon blood was heaven-defying. It was perfect for tempering their bodies. Lin Fei was the first to ask for dragon blood from them. Regardless of whether they agreed or not, Lin Fei took out a jade gourd. It was a spatial treasure. It was easy to collect a river. You win. Dragon Emperor Longqing suppressed his anger. If he did not release the dragon blood today, he would not be able to leave this place. We will release the blood. They were helpless when it came to such matters. Who asked them to meet such a powerful fellow like Lin Fei? If they did not release the blood, they would die. The three dragon emperors released the dragon blood and injected it into the jade gourd. Enough. Don't push your luck. Lin Fei was delighted. The dragon blood of the dragon emperors was indeed extraordinary. Be it for refining medicine or tempering one's body, it was very effective. Who would be afraid of having too much of such good stuff? Only when the three of them were enraged did Lin Fei put away the jade gourd, feeling satisfied. He muttered, stingy. The three of you are dragon emperors. Isn't it just letting out some blood? Why are you pulling such a long face? The ancients said that letting out some blood is healthier. The three dragon emperors were so angry that they almost glared at him. Look at what he said. His face was not red at all. Did he really think that dragon blood was cheap? Taoist Lin, we will remember this. Afraid that Lin Fei would come up with another excuse, the three dragon emperors suppressed their anger and did not dare to stay any longer. They left after saying that. They had lost all their face. They did not manage to kill him, but they had to bleed. That was the blood of a noble dragon. The dragon blood of a dragon emperor is really good stuff. Next time it is best to release it all at once. Lin Fei chuckled. His expression sank as he turned around and said to the depths of the ruins, the two of you are so patient. You are indeed the disciples of Sword Immortal by D. Lin Fei turned around and he was like a sharp sword that could be unsheathed at any moment. Taoist Lin, you are so brave. Aren't you afraid that we will kill you? Chapter 1209. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be so daring. Which of the mystical dragons of the divine dragon great world isn't arrogant, condescending, lawless, and a lunatic when they make a move? In the end, they fell to Lin Fei's hands and were forced to bleed. In the warship above the Nether Palace, Lu Ziwa was even more interested in Lin Fei now. The one-eyed old man at the side said, "To be honest, there aren't many who would dare to bleed a member of the dragon race. Lin Fei is one of them. From what I can see, he doesn't even care about Sword Immortal by D's disciple. He is extraordinarily arrogant." Lu Ziwa smiled brightly. "You have a high opinion of him." The one-eyed old man was expressionless. "When I was his age, I really couldn't compare to Lin Fei. I don't know how this guy cultivates. He benefited greatly from the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance. He shouldn't have improved so quickly." Lu Ziwa said nothing. She looked up at the sky, her eyes flashing. No one knew what she was thinking. From the moment they broke through the mountain gate array, Lin Fei knew that the most dangerous person was not the helper, nor was it the Dragon Emperor of the Hidden Dragon clan. It was the disciples of Sword Immortal White Emperor. After entering Lin Fei sensed two terrifying auras. They were the strongest in the Nether Palace. They hadn't made a move yet. That was why Lin Fei had dared to attack the Dragon Emperor, take the dragon blood, and wait for Sword Immortal White Emperor's disciples to make a move. Even though they did not make a move immediately, Lin Fei had already guessed it. Sword Immortal by D, the number 1 Sword Immortal. These 4 words made the disciples of the Sword Immortal by D look up to the sky, proclaiming themselves to be dragons. They would not take advantage of the situation. Lin Fei's guess was pretty close to the mark. Lin Fei's ears twitched when he saw 2 people walk out. They walked out with light footsteps. The wind blew and they emerged from the ruins. So strong. 2 people appeared in Lin Fei's field of vision. 2 people, one on the left and one on the right. The person on the left wasn't very old. He had a sword box on his back, and as he took a step forward, the ground was covered in frost. Everywhere he passed, a pure white spread out. "Run! The Nether Palace is finished." The disciples of the Nether Palace fled in all directions. A terrifying white light blew past them. The disciples of the Nether Palace stopped moving. Their bodies were covered in ice, and their faces were filled with fear. Ice sculptures were scattered all over the Nether Palace. What a terrifying power of ice. The Nether Palace's disciples' life force was drained rapidly. Even a first-step immortal emperor wouldn't dare to let the power of ice land on his body. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know that these disciples of the Nether Palace wouldn't be able to survive. The power of ice swept over like a wave. Cold. Everything was cold. The other person was surrounded by the power of fire, and he carried a sword box on his back. With every step he took, raging flames covered the ice, and the ice statues were burned into nothingness, leaving behind a pitch-black area. A moment later, the Nether Palace turned into a sea of fire, leaving behind a patch of blackness. Lin Fei was shocked. What is wrong with the disciples of Sword Immortal by D? Why did they wipe out the entire Nether Palace? Aren't they here to protect the Nether Palace? The power of ice disappeared. The power of fire disappeared. The Nether Palace was left with a burnt smell. Lin Fei, thank you. You've done us a great favor. The young man with the power of ice on the left was in high spirits. He looked down on the world and said, "From today onwards, the Nether Palace will no longer exist in this world. Senior Brother Sword God can cultivate in peace without being affected by anything." Lin Fei understood. So this was what the disciples of Sword Immortal by D were planning. Cultivators were often affected by the outside world, and they couldn't focus on cultivation, which affected their growth. The 2 disciples of Sword Immortal by D were obviously helping Nether Sword God get rid of the last obstacle, so that he could cultivate from now on. What a generous move. The Nether Palace wasn't a small faction. They just watched it get destroyed and didn't help. How domineering, as expected of the disciples of Sword Immortal by D. Lin Fei couldn't cut off all ties to the mortal world for cultivation. We Sword Immortals have a firm heart of the sword and won't be affected by anything. Senior Brother Sword God is a genius in the Sword Tao, but he couldn't cut off his ties to the mortal world. Junior Brother, there's no need to say so much. He's about to die. Let's send him to hell. The young man on the right who controlled the power of fire said with a cold gaze. Kill. The two of them didn't attack alone, but together. They came here to complete one mission, which was to cut off senior brother Sword God's ties to the mortal world. The remaining mission was to kill Lin Fei. Large amounts of snowflakes fell. They were actually snowflakes formed by sword intent. As the snowflakes fell, the ground of the Nether Palace was filled with sword holes. The disciples of Sword Immortal by D displayed extraordinary sword skills, not something that ordinary immortal emperors could compare to. Snowflakes floated, and killing intent was everywhere. Lin Fei immediately realized how powerful this sword skill was. The snowflakes carried a terrifying and dangerous aura. What a terrifying disciple of the Sword Dao. If I'm not wrong, each snowflake can burst out with trillions of power. His sword intent is extremely dense and majestic, and his combat strength is heaven-defying. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person. Sword Immortal by D was the #1 Sword Immortal. But he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Even if the #1 Sword Immortal appeared, Lin Fei wouldn't even frown. Good. If you want to kill me, then let's see what you're capable of. Lin Fei's battle-intent sword. His figure flickered, filling the sky with runes. The runes collided with the snowflakes, creating a huge shockwave. The shockwave caused a large amount of snowflakes to explode. The airwave exploded, and the power of ice swept over, freezing the void and emitting endless sword intent. Swish, 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 the sword intent shot over like rain. Lin Fei's body was covered in white frost. It first froze his feet, then spread up, and more than half of his body was frozen. Lotus in fire bloom. The other one moved. It turned out that the two of them were telepathically connected. One of them suppressed Lin Fei, and the other killed him. A fiery red lotus bloomed above Lin Fei's head. The lotus spun, shattering the void, and headed straight for his head. This move was coordinated by the two of them. It looked simple, but it was actually a killing move. Lin Fei still underestimated his opponent. The one-eyed old man was still expressionless, as if he already knew this would happen. That might not be the case. Lu Ziyue shook her head. Didn't you notice that Lin Fei's battle-intent soared to the sky? How can he be killed by such a small trick? The three of them are heaven-defying geniuses. If it was so easy to determine the winner, then Lin Fei wouldn't be qualified for me to come here personally. Xuebing, Xuehua, these two brothers are telepathically connected. It won't be easy for Lin Fei to deal with them. He hasn't used his sword yet, but his strength has already reached such a level. Once he uses his sword from the sword sheath. The one-eyed old man didn't continue. I still believe in Lin Fei. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei looked up to the sky and laughed. Disciples of the two sword immortals, you underestimate me, Lin Fei. This kind of killing move is useless against me. Facing the killing move, Lin Fei laughed. With a thought, the divine talisman exploded, and the ice on his lower body exploded. He rushed up and punched the lotus fiercely. The lotus trembled and turned into a fire dragon. It opened its bloody mouth, coiled around his arm, and bit towards Lin Fei's neck. Lin Fei, you think too highly of yourself. The sword sheath on Xuebing's back opened, and a frost immortal sword flew out and landed in his hand. With a shake of the long sword, sword flowers fluttered in the air. A terrifying sword art was displayed from his hand, and he stabbed the sword towards Lin Fei's face. This sword was extremely fast. They had calculated that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to defend against the sword's change of move. Lin Fei opened his mouth and roared. The sound of his roar dispersed the moment the fire dragon opened its mouth. His figure moved, and he faced the other party. His iron fist smashed on the frost sword, and the terrifying divine power of 500 trillion dragon divine power smashed the long sword. Xuebing retreated 5 or 6 steps on the spot. Her entire arm was covered in cracks, and blood was dripping. This is my first punch. Lin Fei pounced, and his second punch turned into a stream of light. Xuebing was a disciple of the Sword Immortal by D. To be able to become the disciple of the Sword Immortal by D, her understanding of the Sword Dao was quite terrifying. She retreated, and she realized that she couldn't let Lin Fei get close to her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the frost sea blasted over in waves. It was a combination of hardness and softness. They quickly distanced themselves from each other. Junior brother, we can't let him get close to us. Let's attack from afar and break his body. Lin Fei forced the other party to retreat with a punch. The power of that punch was enough to instantly kill a first-step immortal emperor. At the very least, it would severely injure the other party. This punch was mostly blocked by the frost runes on the other party's body. The original advantage was pulled away. The two of them distanced themselves from each other. The two emperors' divine weapons contained boundless emperor's might, and their power was instantly boosted. Sword rivers swept across the Nether Palace. The originally majestic Nether Palace was almost razed to the ground. The battle between the three of them spread from the Nether Palace all the way to the mountain behind. Lin Fei single-handedly fought against two Sword Immortal by D's disciples. Any one of them could instantly kill an ordinary first-step immortal emperor. Sword Immortal by D's disciple is indeed ridiculously powerful. He has an emperor's divine weapon, and he definitely has an emperor's divine armor on him. Furthermore, he knows how to avoid my close-range attacks. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a powerful opponent. His punch contained the god power of 5 trillion dragons, which was far beyond their level of power. However, he still couldn't find an opportunity to kill them. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Little did he know that Xuebing and Xuehua were more shocked than anyone else. When the two of them combined their emperor's divine weapons, they could unleash the power of 350 trillion dragons with the power of ice and frost. With ice and fire combined, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand 10 moves from them. Junior brother, Xuehua transmitted. This Lin Fei is really hard to deal with. His god power is terrifying. For someone from a minor world to have this kind of power is truly terrifying. Even if he's terrifying, we still have to kill him. The two of us have exchanged a few hundred moves, but we still can't kill Lin Fei. Instead, we have to guard against Lin Fei getting close to us. This isn't a long-term solution. Let's go for the kill. The two of them didn't want to waste time. They needed to finish off Lin Fei as soon as possible. Invincible sword skill. One sword of reincarnation. After moving for so long, Lin Fei finally made his second move. The true self-world destroyer sword appeared in his hand, and he transformed into a black vortex that slashed toward Xuebing. This girl's ice power was very troublesome. Boom! Boom! Chapter 12:10. Invincible Sword Art. One sword of reincarnation. This was the second move of the sword art that the system had created specifically for Lin Fei. The first move was powerful and powerful. The power of one sword reached 500 trillion dragon divine power, more than double that of Sword Immortal by D's disciple. Back then, when the system named it, Lin Fei did not even think about it and named it Invincible Sword Art. This was not Lin Fei being arrogant. In fact, there were very few people who had divine power at his level. With 18 primordial doppelgangers, Lin Fei had the advantage. He could continuously absorb divine power. Just this alone would make all experts who cultivated divine power feel numb. Lin Fei cultivated divine power, and would not be troubled by the upper limit of his power. As his divine power continued to increase, the power of the sword art would also increase. That was very terrifying. Although the name Invincible Sword Art was a cliché, the meaning behind it was very deep. The second move, One Sword of Reincarnation. This move was not the main attack, but it had endless uses. Lin Fei used this move and he was like a reincarnation vortex. Xuebing and Xuehua's eyes were solemn. They already knew that Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. His power was ridiculously strong. When Lin Fei used this move, the two were from the Sword Immortal sect, so they could see the difference between it, and it was a very profound attack. The two did not dare to hesitate. With Emperor Divine weapons in hand, sword rivers flew. One ice river, the other fire river, one on the left and one on the right, turned into a huge millstone and crushed over. One ice, one fire. The two powers were perfectly compatible. This move was extremely powerful, and the power was twice that of an attack. Let's use double kill. Let's see how Lin Fei can block it. Xuebing said proudly. This move was the fusion of two great Dao powers, and it exploded with superpower. In the myriad worlds, we are known as the Ice and Fire Sword Immortals. Our greatest power lies in this fusion. Lin Fei is strong, but he is just a brute. How would he know the profoundness of the sword art? Xuehua laughed. Blue and red blended, and the huge millstone crushed over. Bang bang bang, the continuous mountain range collapsed and became a flat land. Lin Fei, who was in the black whirlpool, did not even frown. He thought to himself, the disciple of a sword immortal is indeed powerful. The might of the sword from the fusion of these two great Tao energies surpasses that of my first move, Bloodstorm. Its strength is at least 6 quadrillion dragon divine force. The sword intent contains ice and fire, giving it great lethality. I can use it to test out the reincarnation sword that the system created. As the millstone pressed down, Lin Fei was in the middle of the black whirlpool. The entire black whirlpool gave off a spiraling force that clashed with the millstone formed from ice and fire. The power of ice and fire collided with the black vortex. As soon as these terrifying forces fell into the vortex, the powerful spiral force twisted them into pieces on the spot. What a great samsara! It can kill all kinds of forces. Lin Fei was overjoyed. The black vortex expanded, turning into a giant vortex between heaven and earth. It swallowed the large millstone in one gulp. The black vortex shook up and down before returning to normal. Xuebing and Xuehua's expressions changed immediately. The strongest sword had lost contact with it and was destroyed by the vortex. Impossible! Even the experts on the wind cloud list would not dare to take this sword from our immortals of ice and fire. Lin Fei's sword had dispelled their attacks. That was not easy. Lin Fei's black whirlpool, the spiraling force covered the sky above the two. They were in the middle of the black whirlpool for thousands of miles. Not good, the spiraling force. The twisting force has such terrifying power. The two were disciples of sword immortals and learned sword techniques the most. The moment they fell into the black whirlpool, their eyes flashed with shock. How could such an exquisite sword technique come from the hands of a young man? Within the vortex there was a terrifying strangling power. Every strand of strangling power contained about 5 quadrillion dragon divine power. Hoo. The twisting force was like the wind. An ancient divine armor appeared on Xuebing and Xuehua's bodies, wrapping around the two of them to resist the strangling power. Lin Fei charged out of the void like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. He appeared in front of Xuebing and raised his hand to send a seal down. True Self-World Annihilation Seal. This seal was domineering and smashed onto Xuebing's chest. Xuebing spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying, crashing into the mountains hundreds of millions of miles away. Finally free. With one of the enemies gone, the pressure was reduced. You guys work well together. Let's see what you can do now that you're alone. Lin Fei charged at Xuehua like a stream of light. Junior brother. Xuehua's eyes reddened. The ice sword immortal of the ice and fire immortals was sent flying by Lin Fei. I'll fight you to the death. Xuehua had a fiery temper, and seeing his junior brother sent flying, his anger soared. You think you can beat me? Lin Fei's fist smashed onto the sword river like a meteor, shattering a large portion of it. He charged all the way to Xuehua and punched him in the face. Xuehua was wearing divine armor, and a large number of fire talismans shattered. The powerful force caused his blood to churn. So this is the disciple of Sword Immortal by D. 6 arms grew out of Lin Fei's back and slapped at him. Xuehua finally realized how terrifying Lin Fei was. Every punch was like an ocean, shattering a large number of runes. It was not something he could block at all. Lin Fei was having a good time, and every punch hit flesh. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the divine armor. Even so, Xuehua could not take it. The immortal power in his body was being depleted quickly, and the Emperor Divine Armor needed immortal power to support it. Let go of my senior brother. Blood dripped from the corner of Xuebing's mouth as she charged back. Lin Fei did not even look back. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers flew out from behind him and blocked Xuebing's power. Bang! Lin Fei smashed a seal onto his opponent's chest. The fiery red Emperor's divine sword in Xuehua's hand blocked over 100 punches. Then the Emperor's divine sword flew out of Xuehua's hand. A figure charged out from behind Lin Fei. Before Lin Fei could react, the Emperor's divine sword landed in his hand. My divine weapon! Xuehua cried out involuntarily. He had spent 5,000 years and a lot of effort to refine the divine weapon. Now that he had lost the divine weapon, his strength was greatly affected. The one that flew out was the primordial chaos clone. Sword Immortal Disciple is so polite to give me the divine weapon. I'm really grateful. As Lin Fei spoke, he did not stop moving. His hands and feet moved up and down, causing Xuehua to vomit blood repeatedly. Even though Xuehua was wearing the Emperor's divine armor, he could not withstand Lin Fei's torrential attacks. "Junior brother, let's go." Xuehua took out an immortal talisman and tore it with a pained expression. "Lin Fei, you stole my divine weapon. I'll take it back myself sooner or later. Remember this." Lin Fei punched out, and Xuehua's figure turned transparent, vanishing in front of him. Xue Bing had left as well. Chapter 12:11. While Lin Fei is sighing, the expressions of Tianyun Tower's Lu Ziyue and the one-eyed old man changed. "Unbelievable." The one-eyed old man sighed. Xue Bing and Xuehua under the Sword Immortal, known as the Ice and Fire Immortals, can't do anything to Lin Fei, who came from a small world. Instead, their emperor weapon was snatched away. The two did not expect this result. In their imagination, Lin Fei is starting to gain some fame. Xue Bing and Xuehua are disciples under the Sword Immortal White Emperor. They specialize in the Sword Dao, especially the Sword Immortal. His combat power is terrifying. Lin Fei should not be able to defeat the two of them. It is indeed surprising. Lu Ziyue said emotionally. I originally thought that Lin Fei would be able to fight with the two Sword Immortals for a while. In the end, the Ice and Fire Immortals left and even used precious immortal talismans. Lin Fei is really savage. There should be a powerful Sword Immortal behind Lin Fei. The one-eyed old man said again. That sword just now broke the joint attack of the two. To be able to use such a sword technique, if he did not comprehend it himself, then there must be a powerful Sword Immortal behind him. Lu Ziyue and the one-eyed old man are not ordinary people. They have sharp eyes. They saw the defeat of the Sword Immortal's disciples very clearly. We made the right choice coming here. Lu Ziyue returned to normal. Who would have thought that in a small world, there would be a freak like Lin Fei? If Xue Bing and Xuehua were not wearing god armors, this lady is sure that Lin Fei would have killed them on the spot. I really don't know how Lin Fei cultivates. The one-eyed old man did not take Lin Fei seriously at the beginning. There are too many such existences in the myriad worlds. If they had to pay attention to every one of them, they would be exhausted to death. Lin Fei defeated the two Sword Immortals' disciples, causing their eyes to light up. Just based on today's battle results, if this news were to spread, everyone would be dumbfounded. Miss, do you want to recruit him? The one-eyed old man frowned. If you want to recruit Lin Fei, I don't think it will work. From his sword skills, I can see that he is completely lawless and undefeatable. This kind of person won't be easily recruited. Lu Ziyue smiled mysteriously. Lin Fei is not an ordinary person. If I hadn't investigated him, I would have suspected that Lin Fei is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal emperor, and has such extraordinary combat strength. Then what are you going to do, miss? The one-eyed old man was surprised. Their Tianyun pavilion was a huge faction. Although they did not participate in the battles between the major factions, they still paid great attention to recruiting geniuses. Lin Fei has revealed his ferocious side. It's already impossible to recruit such a person. A strange light flashed in Lu Ziyue's beautiful eyes. It's precisely because we have to be on good terms with Lin Fei. Who knows, he might be of great use to us in the near future. The one-eyed old man's eyes brightened. Miss, are you talking about that matter? That chick actually left? Lin Fei looked up and used his divine sense to check several times. There was no one from the Tianyun pavilion. She should have really left. Lin Fei thought. I thought that the chick from the Tianyun pavilion would come down. It's good that she didn't. I don't have to deal with them again. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had sensed that someone was watching him from the shadows. After thinking about it, Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that it was the Tianyun pavilion. That chick was not a simple person. Now that she had left, it was good. With a thought from Lin Fei, a fiery red immortal sword appeared in his hand. It emitted a fiery glow as it struggled to leave. Emperor's divine weapon. Hee. It's not like I didn't gain anything. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't think that he could kill the disciple of a Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal White Emperor. The #1 Sword Immortal in the universe. No matter how many people there were, at least one thing couldn't be ignored. Sword Immortal White Emperor had the ability. If he didn't, he would have been killed long ago. What a pity. Lin Fei kept the immortal sword. After he had the true self-world destroyer sword, the Emperor's divine weapon was useless to him. He should be able to exchange it for a lot of treasures. If I could kill them just now, they would definitely have a lot of treasures on them. It's not easy to kill them with divine armors. Lin Fei turned and left. Nether Palace, one of the top 10 forces in the great metropolis world. It was now in ruins. Originally, when Lin Fei killed his way in, corpses were everywhere and the palace collapsed. Later, the two sword immortal disciples attacked and the Nether Palace was almost razed to the ground. Lin Fei walked on the ruins. The scene was silent. What a pity for the herb field. Soon Lin Fei found a herb field that had long been destroyed by the great Tao power. The herb mountains were all frozen and burned, and the herbs were completely destroyed. Lin Fei's heart ached when he saw this. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept it. Everywhere Lin Fei went, there was no place left intact. Lin Fei still cared a lot about the treasures of the Nether Palace. Not long after, Lin Fei broke a building and entered the treasury. That old fogey, Traceless Nether, is quite confident. He didn't take away the treasures. Now all of them are mine. Lin Fei slashed open the door to the treasury with his sword. There was a large pile of items inside the treasury. It turned out that Traceless Nether wasn't worried that Lin Fei would come after him after seeing the two sword immortal experts. He didn't expect that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. The treasures in the treasury were basically untouched. There were layers of formations in the treasury. It wasn't a place that ordinary people could barge in. Moreover, the Nether Palace was in chaos. Everyone was running for their lives. No one went to the treasury. It could be said that the treasures of the Nether Palace were all Lin Fei's. Good stuff. I'll take it. Lin Fei took out his treasures and stored them one by one. Only after collecting them did he realize that the Netherworld Palace had an enormous amount of cultivation resources. If these mountains of materials were converted into true spirits, it would be an astronomical figure. After collecting the cultivation treasures, Lin Fei spent an hour to search the treasury. Damn, the Nether Palace is indeed one of the top 10 forces. They have such a deep foundation. A rough estimate would say that they have at least 1 trillion true spirits. Lin Fei silently calculated. Some of the treasures were priceless. 10 trillion true spirits, just the cultivation materials as well as some immortal pills and miraculous medicines, was a huge number. After plundering 1 trillion true spirits worth of items, this trip was not in vain. Every force has a deep foundation. The Nether Palace is one of the top 10 forces in the great metropolis world. I wonder what the other forces have. I really want to plunder them. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lin Fei only thought about it. He wouldn't do it. After destroying the Nether Palace and plundering the treasures, Lin Fei turned around and left. He finally had one less thing on his mind. Lin Fei is really lawless. He destroyed the Nether Palace just like that. The Nether Palace is one of the top 10 forces. How could it be destroyed so easily? Lin Fei is cruel. After we went there, no one from the Nether Palace survived. They all died in Lin Fei's hands. He's a demon. Chapter 12:12. The destruction of Nether Palace was definitely a big deal in the eyes of the great metropolis world. Everyone was paying attention to Lin Fei. Everyone knew that there would definitely be a battle between Lin Fei and Nether Palace. Who would live and who would die, the big shots couldn't guess. Nether Palace itself was very strong, and they definitely had a lot of life-saving trump cards. If they gathered all the power of Nether Palace to deal with Lin Fei, the chance of winning should be more than 80%. This was what all the big shots thought. Lin Fei's chance of winning was not high, only about 20%. Outside of the Nirvana world, Lin Fei killed the Sky Demon Monarch, then suppressed the Thunder Palace's immortal Monarch Lei Ao, and shocked the Dark Forces. Any one of these events would be enough to make his name known across the world. Lin Fei came with invincible momentum. That's right, invincible momentum. In front of such momentum, even the big shots of the great metropolis world would have to think twice and not act rashly. Because of this momentum, Lin Fei had a 20% chance of winning. The big shots' guesses were finally overturned. Lin Fei came with an unstoppable momentum, and the colossal Netherworld Palace collapsed just like that. It turned into ashes and was completely erased from the great metropolis heaven. Awesome! While the big shots were still shocked by the destruction of Nether Palace, Lin Fei quietly returned to the school. Saint 33 and Shangquang Immortal Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. They had been worried for a long time. Nether Palace had been passed down for many years, and to overthrow such a behemoth alone, who had the ability to do so? Junior brother Lin Fei succeeded. Yes, it's all gone. After returning, Lin Fei said so, not mentioning Sword Immortal by D. He didn't want them to know for the time being. We're old. Saint 33 looked at Lin Fei's departing figure. Shangquang Immortal Emperor sighed. It's the world of the young now. Shangquang Immortal Emperor couldn't see through Lin Fei. Like a mountain that couldn't be crossed. Half a year later, the destruction of the Nether Palace was still spreading like wildfire. The major forces that had been bullied by the Nether Palace in the past gave him a thumbs up when they mentioned Lin Fei's name and said, "What a good man." As for how much of the good man was true, no one knew. It was unknown who went to the scene, but when they saw the ruins they felt their scalps go numb. Lin Fei's methods were savage, and he was a natural-born demon king. There was no one else but him. The title of Great Demon King spread like wildfire. They invited me? After annihilating the Nether Palace, Lin Fei returned to the invincible peak of the academy and stayed in seclusion. I heard that they formed a temporary alliance. After Saint 33 became the Celestial Emperor, his prestige grew with each passing day. It seems like Junior Brother destroyed the Netherworld Palace single-handedly, which posed a threat to them. That's why they formed such a messy alliance. Lin Fei was dressed in black clothes. Divine symbols flickered in his left and right eyes like the deep starry sky. After hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. A bunch of cowards. Who asked Junior Brother to be so powerful? Saint 33 laughed. Senior Brother said that they formed a temporary alliance. If you don't go, they won't be able to rest easy. There are a few forces that hold a grudge against you for destroying the Nether Palace. You caused them to suffer great losses. Lin Fei really looked down on the big forces in the great metropolis world. A bunch of cowards, overcautious and good-for-nothings. Alright, I also want to meet those big shots. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. Saint 33 thought for a while and said, Senior Brother said that he's going to give up his position in a few days to roam the world. You will become the great elder of the academy and the dean. Me? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Roam the world? To think that he said that. I'm not only the great elder and the dean. Saint 33 laughed when he saw Lin Fei's deflated look. I'm just passing a message. If you want to say anything, go and find Senior Brother. Lin Fei really didn't want to be the dean. Boring. Lin Fei decisively made a trip. He ran away. Lin Fei looked around but didn't find him. Instead, a servant brought him a jade slip. No one knew what it said, but after reading it, everyone heard Lin Fei cursing. I curse you to be impotent. Immortal Emperor Shangquang, who was traveling in another world, subconsciously yawned. He looked back at the depths of the sky and smiled smugly. After so many years, I can finally go out. I'll leave the academy to you, kid. I can rest assured. That kid must be cursing me. I have to go far away in case he finds me. Traveling was not a whim of Immortal Emperor Shangquang. It had been a long time ago. At that time, Immortal Emperor Shangquang couldn't let go of the academy. It wasn't until Lin Fei destroyed the Nether Palace that he was completely relieved. Lin Fei could rest assured that the academy would be handed over to him. Immortal Emperor Shangquang believed that the academy would truly flourish in Lin Fei's hands. It might even become famous in the myriad heavens and realms. That was the gap. After cursing out loud, Lin Fei could only accept this result. He became the dean. When he told the news to Lu Jiqing and the others, he was met with laughter. Darling, you're doing more work. To be honest, he really didn't want to be the dean. Immortal Emperor Shangquang left without any burden. All the pressure fell on Lin Fei's shoulders. He believed that he was qualified to be the dean. All the elders of the academy agreed. How could they not be happy to have such an awesome dean? For example, now that the disciples of the academy were outside, all the forces had to respect them. Who dared to offend someone who could destroy the Nether Palace? Everyone was worried that Lin Fei, the devil, would come to their sex alone. The big shots wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Fei's destructive power. That was how it was decided. The position of dean was not a small matter. Lin Fei couldn't do it casually. He needed to send out invitations to let everyone know about it. The time was set for a month later. The sky-cracking gate is in front. 2 rays of light flew across the sky. Saint 33 pointed at the city in front. Lin Fei exuded a lazy aura. Let's see what they want to do. Hearing this, Saint 33's forehead was sweating. Even the immortal emperor, a big shot in the great metropolis world, faced with his junior brother was like facing a ferocious tiger. They don't have the guts. Although he said so, Saint 33 didn't think that those big shots didn't have the guts. There was a rumor that the temporary alliance of the 9 forces was actually to suppress the Heavenly Academy. They had risen too fast. If they didn't suppress their momentum, it would be hard to guarantee that they would step on them one day. No one knew whether the news was true or not. Thinking about it, it was most likely true. Senior brother's arrangement is right. I can't do such a thing. I don't have the guts and courage. Saint 33 admired his senior brother's arrangement. Didn't they invite us? They arrived at the foot of the sky-cracking gate. No one came to welcome them. That was intriguing. Chapter 12-13. The Cracked Sky Gate. The leader of the great metropolis world's top 10 forces. The Cracked Sky Gate had 3 immortal emperors. Although it was one of the top 10 forces, the strongest force, and also the publicly recognized number 1 force. These 3 immortal emperors were extremely powerful. Besides, this immortal emperor had a powerful backer behind him, firmly sitting on the throne of the number 1 force. No one could shake his position. The significance of holding the meeting in the Cracked Sky Gate was obvious. In a palace in the Cracked Sky Gate, sect leader Lin Fei is here. He's outside. In the back garden of the palace, 2 people were facing each other. Tea was placed beside them and they were playing chess. Just then, a servant stood beside them and whispered. One of the middle-aged men put down a chess piece. He's here so soon. I thought he wouldn't dare to come. A screen appeared in the sky. The scene at the foot of the mountain appeared in the sky. Brother Xian, rumor has it that Lin Fei is cruel and ruthless. Aren't you afraid that he'll bear a grudge against you for setting him up? Another middle-aged man sat opposite him. Xian sect, one of the top 10 forces. The current sect leader of Xian sect could enter the top 5 in terms of overall strength. What's there to be afraid of? Xianzong said disapprovingly. I'm just pressuring him a little to let him know that this isn't the Nether Palace. He can't do whatever he wants. That's true. The person opposite him nodded. Brother Wuhan, you were too cautious back then. That's why Lin Fei got what he wanted, causing the sect to be destroyed. What a pity. Oh right, you're not just going to ignore them, are you? Ignoring them is the first step. Xianzong said. I've been friends with Wuhan for many years. No matter what, I have to get back at him. I don't want them to get any benefits, let alone become one of the top 10 forces. I've already arranged for someone to bring them to the Cracked Sky Gate's forbidden ground. Once they step in, they'll naturally be labeled as trespassers. Then it'll be a good show. Brilliant. Really brilliant. Zhuge Feng placed a chess piece. Everyone knows that anyone who enters the Cracked Sky Gate's forbidden ground will definitely die. Lin Fei doesn't know what's good for him. Once he enters the forbidden ground, he won't be able to clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Ha 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 ha. When Lin Fei and Saint 33 arrived at the sky-cracking gate, no one came out to greet them. They were given the cold shoulder. The sky-cracking sect has gone too far. Saint 33 said angrily. At the very least, we were invited here. How could they treat us like this? What kind of bullsh**T alliance is this? It's fine if we don't join. Saint 33 was infuriated. If it was in the past, Saint 33 would really be fearful of the sky-splitting gate. However, after stepping into the immortal emperor realm, his vision had changed and he had the confidence to say such words. The Heaven Splitter sect didn't come out to welcome them. No matter what the reason was, they were clearly here for them. Since we're here, why are we in such a hurry to leave? Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Someone is giving us a hard time. If we just leave like this, we'll probably fall into their trap. I'm going to the Cracked Sky Gate. Let's go up the mountain. When Saint 33 thought about it, he felt that it made sense. With their departure, It was very possible that there would be unfavorable words coming from the Holy Heaven Academy. Yes, let's go up the mountain. Lin Fei swaggered up the mountain path. It was very quiet on the mountain path. The Heaven Splitter sect was the leader of the 10 major factions. The mountain path shouldn't be so quiet. Someone really wants to laugh at us. Saint 33 was resentful. After Lin Fei refined the god's blood and consumed the heavenly god fruit, he had a transcendent state of mind. He wouldn't be angry over such a small matter. It was just that no one came to welcome him. What was so strange about that? Someone's coming. Whoosh 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 on the mountain path not far away. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Lin Fei's ears twitched. He stopped and looked up. Who are the two of you? The mountain gate is a restricted area. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter. 6 figures in red robes appeared in front of the mountain path and blocked Lin Fei's path. The leader of the group said sternly, "There's no need to ask. These two must be spies from other worlds. Who doesn't know that the Alliance is about to hold a meeting? They might be here to spy on the situation. Take them down first." The 6 were all immortal emperors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 6 turned into 6 rays of light and formed a spider web that covered the sky. Brother Zhuge, is this your handiwork? Immortal Emperor Xianzong took a glance and put down another chess piece. I set it up. Lin Fei isn't a fool. He might see through me trying to trick them into going to the forbidden area. I just need to play some tricks in Lin Fei and the rest will believe it. Zhuge Feng said proudly. As an old force in the great metropolis world, Holy Heaven Academy rose too quickly. Saint 33 successfully became a great emperor, and Immortal Emperor Shangquang, the trash Immortal Emperor, also became a second-step Immortal Emperor. Holy Heaven Academy had 2 powerful Immortal Emperors in one go. 2 Immortal Emperors gave people a lot of pressure. What was important was not them but Lin Fei. This guy who hadn't become a great emperor yet had unfathomable strength. That was why the top 10 forces would unite and prepare to take Lin Fei down a notch. In Holy Heaven Academy, the one who gave people danger was Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Xianzong said happily, "Brother Zhuge, you are so meticulous. I almost missed the key point." Saint 33 was about to make a move but was stopped by Lin Fei. "Let me handle this kind of small matter." Lin Fei squinted his eyes and revealed his white teeth. Sky-cracking sect is deliberately looking for trouble. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that they are the emperor. Scram. Lin Fei opened his mouth and roared. The roar was earth-shattering. The 6 immortal emperors vomited blood and were sent flying. They couldn't even withstand a single roar. This roar caused the birds and beasts to flee. Lin Fei chuckled and walked up. As for the 6 immortal emperors, after they were sent flying, their bodies exploded on the spot and they died. Lin Fei didn't feel anything after roaring the 6 immortal emperors to death. This roar caused the mountain path to be in complete chaos. Especially the immortal beasts. All of them ran away without a trace. Hairball, you want to eat? Now Hairball looked ferocious and looked extremely ferocious. Her body emitted an ancient ferocious aura. Now she was using her innate mystique, shrinking and lying on Lin Fei's shoulder. Hairball was naturally the primordial evil dragon. After eating a large number of corpses, Hairball's ferocious aura became more and more intense, like a terrifying existence. Go. Lin Fei smiled. Roar. Hairball let out a low roar, and the few immortal beasts nearby immediately stopped breathing. They had been scared to death. Furball, who was on his shoulder, disappeared. The mountain path quietened down. You really let them go? After seeing this scene, Saint 33 was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Hairball had a huge background. Primordial Evil Dragon was one of the strongest races in the ancient times, reputed to have eaten everything in the world. In Divine Heaven Institute, immortal beasts and pets often disappeared. They were all eaten by Hairball. Saint 33 didn't know about it and tried to capture them. However, he was toyed with and even had a few pieces of flesh bitten off. Speaking of this, he was very depressed. Later on, after Lin Fei told him about it, Hairball stopped eating the immortal beasts and changed to the mountain range outside the institute. This caused the immortal beasts and ferocious beasts in the mountain range to suffer. Saint 33 remembered it clearly. Lin Fei chuckled. Since the people of Sky Fisher sect don't give me face, I dare not give them face. It's not a big deal that Sky Fisher sect lost some immortal beasts and ferocious beasts. Ruthless. Saint 33 knew how powerful Hairball was. If this continued, Sky Fisher sect would have a hard time. Hairball came and went without a trace, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Her void ability was at a great level. Even immortal emperors might not be able to stop her. Hairball used her innate mystique, turning her body transparent as she traveled through the void. The immortal beasts and ferocious beasts couldn't compare to the primordial evil dragon. Boundless evil chi crushed them to death on the spot, leaving them lying on the ground. Hairball had a picky appetite and didn't even look at them. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at a palace. With a flash of ferocity, she disappeared into the void, ignoring the formation outside. Steward Zhang, I'll have to trouble you with my war pet. This palace had a resounding name, Myriad Beasts Palace. Sky Fisher sect once obtained an ancient secret art in a secret realm. Through this art, one could tame immortal beasts and ferocious beasts, and raise them into powerful war pets. Rumor had it that Sky Fisher sect's immortal emperor had a powerful immortal emperor war pet, which was why he was so powerful. Myriad Beasts Palace was a place for war pets. Seventh young master, don't worry. Your flying diamond ape will be as good as new in 3 days. Steward Zhang carefully accompanied a handsome young man. The seventh young master turned around and left. Little did he know that a pair of fierce eyes had appeared in the sky, staring at the stone houses and flying towards the nearest one. Huh? Why is it so quiet? Steward Zhang frowned after seeing the young man off. This was different from usual. I guess the seventh young master's flying diamond ape's bloodline scared those war pets. Steward Zhang thought, wondering who to find to heal the seventh young master's war pet inside a stone house. The soaring diamond ape that Steward Zhang spoke of was a ferocious beast. Its combat strength was formidable, and its defense was even more frightening. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. At this moment, this ferocious beast was trembling on the ground, shivering. Furball released a bit of its hostility. Ferocious was so scared that his legs gave way. Ferocious opened his mouth and swallowed the expensive battle pet. Then Ferocious blinked and moved on to the next place. Taoist Lin, Taoist Saint. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. While Hairball was busy, Lin Fei and Saint 33 finally met the person who had come to greet them. It was a middle-aged man. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he was very enthusiastic as soon as he arrived. Lin Fei and Saint 33 were dumbfounded when they saw this. What was the Sky Fisher doing? Was he out of his mind? Fellow Taoists, I was in the middle of something just now. Please forgive me if I made any mistakes. The sect masters are all upstairs. Please follow me. Chapter 12-14. These were the people arranged by Xian sect's immortal emperor. They purposely brought Lin Fei to the Sky Fisher sect's forbidden ground. Everything had been arranged. All that was left was for Lin Fei and Saint 33 to take the bait. Once they reached the forbidden ground, things would get interesting. The middle-aged man was delighted. Accomplishing this would be a great merit. With the previous arrangements, the middle-aged man believed that Lin Fei and Saint 33 would definitely fall for it. Hee, you're from here? Saint 33 didn't move. Before the eldest senior brother left, he had specifically reminded him. Even now, he still remembered those words. Junior brother, remember this well. After I leave, you must respect Lin Fei in everything you do. Remember. Is there a problem? Lin Fei transmitted. There is a problem. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. I am indeed from here. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm appeared. The middle-aged man's immortal talisman appeared. This palm was too fast. The palm landed on the middle-aged man's face. This man was merely an immortal emperor. He was slapped away and 3 to 4 bloody teeth fell out. The middle-aged man was clearly dumbfounded. You dare hit me? It took me a lot of effort to get up. Lin Fei smiled as he walked up and slapped. Another 3 to 4 teeth fell out. Motherf **, I'm slapping you. I, Lin Fei, have already given you a lot of face by coming here. Yet you guys are giving me a hard time. If I don't slap you, who should I slap? Saint 33 couldn't help but laugh. He felt much better. The people from the Sky Fisher sect deserved a beating. Who didn't know Lin Fei's influence? The sky-cracking sect still dared to disrespect him. They deserved to be slapped. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly hid it. He was an immortal emperor expert, yet he was slapped by a young man. He cursed. Well done, Lin Fei. I'll endure the 2 slaps. When we reach the forbidden ground, I'll make you guys beg for death. Dao friend Lin, don't be angry. This is really my fault. I apologize. The middle-aged man squeezed out a smile. Something's wrong. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. There was definitely something wrong with the first wave of people who came looking for him. With a single roar, he had killed them all. Under normal circumstances, the people from the sect would definitely come looking for him ferociously. The result didn't appear. Instead, there was a guide who was unbelievably enthusiastic. Needless to say, Lin Fei knew that there was a problem here, a big problem. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. There was a conspiracy behind all of this. Lin Fei thought to himself as he raised his hand and slapped him, knocking him to the ground. Seriously, why did you have to run up here to be slapped by me? I don't know what you're thinking. After slapping the middle-aged man to the ground, Lin Fei walked up and kicked the middle-aged man, sending him flying into a mountain range. Lead the way, it's not like I don't know the way. Lin Fei chuckled. Slapping immortal emperors is really not satisfying. I wonder if any immortal emperors will come out today. Let me slap a few times. Saint 33 gave him a thumbs up. Not falling for it? Lin Fei didn't fall for it and instead kicked the immortal emperor away. Xian sect immortal emperor was surprised. Impossible, it shouldn't be like this. The rumors say that this guy is violent by nature. If he doesn't go to the forbidden ground, he won't be easy to deal with. Xian sect immortal emperor wanted to borrow a knife to kill. This knife was naturally the Sky Splitter sect. The Sky Splitter sect placed great importance on the forbidden ground. No matter who entered, only death awaited them. Rumors said that there was great terror within. Xian sect immortal emperor occasionally found out some of the secrets of the forbidden ground and tried to trick Lin Fei into it. No matter what, Lin Fei wouldn't have a good ending. To deal with a violent maniac, Xian sect immortal emperor thought that using some tricks would suffice. Brother Xian, it seems like Lin Fei is suspicious. Zhuge Feiying immortal emperor said. This is the Sky Splitter sect. There are many ways to deal with Lin Fei. We don't need to do it ourselves. Xian sect immortal emperor pondered. That's true. Lin Fei destroyed the Nether Palace. Who else in the same generation could do that? I believe many people won't be convinced. As long as Lin Fei dares to make a move, the Sky Splitter sect will naturally hold a grudge. After kicking the middle-aged man away, no one else appeared on the mountain path. Lin Fei and Saint 33 soon arrived at a plaza. The plaza was different from the silence on the mountain path. This place was bustling with noise. Flying swords flew across the sky and auras soared into the sky. Who are you two? How can you come up here? Where are the disciples guarding the mountain? The moment Lin Fei and Saint 33 came up, they were quickly noticed. The 10 great sects appearing at the Sky Splitter sect together meant a lot. The appearance of the two naturally attracted attention. Junior brother, you're right. There's something wrong. Saint 33 realized that something was wrong. Definitely. Rumors can't be baseless. Some people in the plaza stopped and looked in their direction. He's Lin Fei. Rumor has it that he destroyed the Nether Palace, leaving nothing alive. Someone suddenly shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, many sharp gazes were directed at him. He's Lin Fei? The guy who was titled King of Invincible. The number one of our world's young generation? The plaza was filled with disciples of the Sky Splitter sect. They usually cultivated in the plaza. They would be the first to know what happened in the great metropolis realm. When Lin Fei destroyed the Nether Palace, he caused a huge commotion. An ancient sect was destroyed just like that. Since then, all kinds of labels were placed on Lin Fei. The number one of the young generation. The King of Invincible. Many people were dissatisfied with these labels. Especially the number one of the young generation. Many people suspected that the Nether Palace was destroyed by Lin Fei. They didn't see it with their own eyes. It was hard to say if someone did it on purpose. You're Lin Fei. A figure dashed out of the crowd and asked. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. That's right. I'm Lin Fei, the number one of the young generation you mentioned. How arrogant. You think you're the number one of the young generation? Our Sky Splitter sect's eldest senior brother is the number one of the young generation. Who do you think you are? Bang! Lin Fei's figure flickered and he slapped down with his palm. The young man fell to the ground, coughing up blood and struggling to get up. Let me go. Lin Fei, what do you think you're doing? Let go of our junior brother. Everyone was furious, especially the disciples of the Sky Splitter sect. They'd seen arrogant people, but they'd never seen someone this arrogant. He dared to hit someone in the square. Lin Fei kicked him away, flicked his fingers, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You people of the Sky Splitter sect have guts. Even your sect master doesn't dare speak to me like this. Everyone attack. This is the Sky Splitter sect's territory. Lin Fei can't be arrogant here. Teach Lin Fei a lesson. Everyone was unhappy with Lin Fei for daring to hit someone in public. Someone shouted, and the disciples in the square took out their swords and immortal weapons. Multicolored light filled the sky as they charged at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, let's see what you can do. Chapter 12:15. How dare he attack? He was courting death. All the Sky-Cracking sect disciples were unconvinced by Lin Fei's strength. More importantly, Lin Fei hadn't given them any face. He'd stepped on the Sky-Cracking sect disciples, thoroughly infuriating them. Cultivators, especially at this age, were full of youthful vigor and arrogance. Moreover, the Sky-Cracking sect was the top sect in the great metropolis world. The Sky-Cracking sect disciples' arrogance was understandable. Who was Lin Fei? He was a country bumpkin from the lower realm. Everyone knew his background. He'd obtained an inheritance in the land of eternal heritage, and his strength had increased greatly. He couldn't afford to throw his weight around in the Sky-Cracking sect. After someone instigated them, the Sky-Cracking sect disciples swarmed up, determined to teach Lin Fei a lesson and show him how powerful the Sky-Cracking sect was. Eldest senior brother, Lin Fei is really arrogant. Let's see how he'll explain himself once he attacks. On a mountain behind the square, a few youths were surrounding a white-robed youth, their faces filled with admiration and fanaticism. The white-robed youth was the Sky-Cracking sect's eldest senior brother, Dugu Outyen. He was also one of the experts on the wind cloud list. You've got guts indeed. The white-robed youth stood with his saber intent raging. He was like a domineering saber, incomparably sharp, as if he could be unsheathed at any moment to kill. A bunch of uncultured fellows. Today, I'll teach you all a lesson on behalf of your sect master. I was invited here, but you? Fighting the Sky-Cracking sect disciples was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Fight first. Lin Fei moved and appeared in front of an immortal king. With a flick of his finger, the immortal sword broke into two and he flew out, crashing into the square. These Sky-Cracking sect disciples were no threat to him. Lin Fei's body was terrifyingly strong. With a shake of his body, he repelled the attacks and attacked with both hands. Everywhere he went, he punched and kicked the Sky-Cracking sect disciples away. Moments later, the square was filled with cries of pain. The Sky-Cracking sect disciples who attacked were all lying on the ground. If not for Lin Fei showing mercy, the ground would already be littered with corpses. Lin Fei, how can he be so powerful? Too strong. Even if we attack him together, we won't be his match. Are the rumors true? As the Sky Splitter disciples howled in pain, they began to believe the rumors. This Lin Fei was too strong. With just a flick of his finger, he could send them sprawling on the ground. There was no way to compare. There was really no way to compare. He had the strength to be arrogant. They didn't dare to look at Lin Fei again. In one breath, he had beaten them all to the ground. What if he killed them? Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, and they didn't dare to think about it. What a good Lin Fei. Let me have a taste of your moves. Buzz, the long sword in the sky was unsheathed. The sound of a saber being unsheathed reverberated in everyone's ears. A saber river appeared in the sky, tearing apart the void layer by layer. A white-robed man stood on the saber river, holding a saber in his hand. Rumor has it that the first senior brother of the Sky Splitter sect walked the path of the Saber Tao. This should be the person in front of us. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Before coming, Lin Fei had gone to the Skysplitter sect to understand the situation. Lin Fei already knew who the white-robed man was. Du Gaotian. The power of this saber had the strength of a first-step immortal emperor, over 1 trillion dragon divine force. Quite extraordinary. You can't. Lin Fei shook his head. His true self-body had reached grand completion, and his defense was extremely strong. He moved his shoulder and slammed into the river. This was a saber strike from a half-step immortal emperor that could kill an immortal emperor. The saber river shattered like glass under the destructive force. So fierce. Du Gaotian's heart shook, and he was sent flying. He waved his saber and prepared for the second move. A finger appeared in front of his face. The round finger contained great terror. As long as I move, you will die and your Tao will vanish. Du Gaotian was very calm. You live up to your reputation. Your strength is indeed shocking. The Skysplitter sect disciples on the square were just cheering. In the blink of an eye, their first senior brother had fallen into a hopeless situation. In the sky, Lin Fei's back was like an endless mountain. Du Gaotian, the Skysplitter sect's first senior brother, was famous among the younger generation in the great metropolis world. He was defeated in less than one move? The difference was too big. Daoist Lin, have mercy. Before the crowd could react, the battle between the two was too fast. A middle-aged man appeared in the distant sky and hurried over. It was the Skysplitter sect's deputy sect master, Immortal Emperor Otaizhan, a first-step immortal emperor. Immortal Emperor Otaizhan's forehead was full of sweat. Of course, this was due to fear. They knew everything that had happened outside. Lin Fei was a rising star, but in the blink of an eye, he had the strength to fight against them. No one would feel comfortable, whether it was the younger generation or the Immortal Emperor realm. With the idea of making Lin Fei suffer, the scene on the square happened. Du Gaotian was defeated in one move. Immortal Emperor Otaizhan couldn't sit still anymore. It was rumored that Lin Fei was cruel. If he couldn't control himself and killed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immortal Emperor Otaizhan immediately came over. Lin Fei retracted his finger. After swallowing the 3 heavenly god fruits, his divine power was terrifying. Crushing his opponent was a piece of cake. If he had just taken it and couldn't control his power, Du Gaotian would have been instantly killed. He wouldn't have been able to stand still and survive. Outian, what are you doing? Who told you to make a move? Seeing Lin Fei retract his killing move, Immortal Emperor Otaizhan heaved a sigh of relief. His face sank and he said, Daoist Lin was invited here, but you attacked without my permission. I punish you to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. Without my permission, you are not allowed to come out. Du Gaotian still held his saber. Prove your Tao with strength. Sooner or later I will catch up to you. In a head-on fight, he was inferior to her. Du Gaotian knew this better than anyone else. From the close combat, he knew how powerful Lin Fei was. The number 1 person of the younger generation. Lin Fei didn't think much of it and let him leave. How could he not know what this immortal emperor was thinking? He was clearly protecting him, but he was afraid that Lin Fei would kill him. All of you scram. The injured disciples on the ground had their chi and blood churning. Their injuries weren't too serious, but the vice sect master's words scared them all away. Even their eldest senior brother wasn't a match, let alone them. Even the vice sect master was angry. If they didn't leave, they wouldn't have a good time. Daoist Lin, please come in. Immortal Emperor Otaizhan's face turned dark. He was clear about Du Gaotian's strength. He was stronger than ordinary half-step immortal emperors, and he could even kill some weak first-step immortal emperors. Immortal Emperor Otaizhan didn't want to mention the scene just now. It was too embarrassing. Junior brother. The vice sect master of the Skycracking sect is really thick-skinned. He didn't mention what happened before, but he still had the nerve to come out. Saint 33 was dissatisfied. Chapter 12:16. Beat him all the same. Luckily, Immortal Monarch Otaizhan didn't hear this. Otherwise he would be furious. Did Lin Fei really think he was invincible? Even if he knew, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Otaizhan knew the Skycracking sect's attitude towards Lin Fei better than anyone else. After Nether Palace was destroyed, the Skycracking sect's upper echelon had a meeting specifically to target Lin Fei. At the meeting, Everyone agreed to maintain a neutral attitude. Lin Fei was a genius, the number one among the younger generation. At least in the great metropolis world, no one doubted Lin Fei's strength. The sky-cracking sect remained neutral, neither roping him in nor offending him. If he could destroy Nether Palace, who knew if he wouldn't attack other factions? Neutrality was the best. As long as he didn't provoke the sky-cracking sect, they didn't care what Lin Fei wanted to do. Killing and arson had nothing to do with them. They didn't expect Lin Fei to injure a disciple of the sky-cracking sect on the first day. Most terrifyingly, even Dugu Outyin wasn't Lin Fei's match. Lin Fei is a brute. If the sect leaders didn't want to hold a meeting to suppress Lin Fei, they would have demanded an explanation from him. Immortal Monarch Taizhen thought, dissatisfied with Lin Fei's behavior. The sky-cracking sect was the number one sect in the great metropolis world. Lin Fan was just a rising star. Even though his strength was unfathomable, he beat up a disciple of the sky-cracking sect in front of everyone. Just this alone showed that he didn't give the sky-cracking sect any face. No matter how arrogant Lin Fei is, he'll suffer a great loss later. Daoist Lin, the sect leaders are in front. Immortal Monarch Taizhen said as a grand palace appeared. The 9 bosses of the great metropolis world are all inside. I wonder what kind of show is about to unfold. Lin Fei's powerful divine sense moved slightly. The palace emitted 9 tyrannical auras, all immortal monarch powerhouses. 9 sect leaders. The palace doors opened automatically. Auras soared into the sky and intertwined at the entrance. Even though it wasn't intentional, these auras were deadly. Daoist Lin, please. Immortal Emperor Taizhen cupped his hands and said. Lin Fei laughed heartily. The 9 sect heads are waiting for a rising star like me. They are really too enthusiastic. As he spoke, he had already stepped forward. His aura was like a raging gale, a vast ocean crushing down. Lin Fei stepped onto the stairs. Boundless emperor's might gushed over, wanting to crush him to the ground and make a fool of himself in front of everyone. The rumors are true. The 9 great sects aren't satisfied with me for destroying the Netherworld Palace. They're blaming me for breaking the balance. Hehe. Lin Fei's body trembled. The mountains crumbled and the oceans dried up. He walked up the stairs step by step until he reached the main entrance. Who would care about a little emperor's might? Standing in the doorway. Inside the palace there were 4 immortal emperors sitting on the left and right sides, a total of 8 immortal emperors. Behind them stood a group of young people. On the seat of honor in the middle, a fair-skinned young man sat with a golden saber and a golden horse. He was very handsome. The strongest sects of the great metropolis heaven gathered together. Many gazes shot over. Lin Fei didn't even look at them. He stepped in, as if he had just done something insignificant. None of the 8 immortal emperors on the left and right spoke. They were all expressionlessly sizing up Lin Fei, the most ferocious guy recently. He killed his way into the Netherworld Palace alone and destroyed its orthodoxy. Young and vigorous. They were still cultivating hard at this age, trying to break through. How could they have Lin Fei's achievements? Young. So young. Lin Fei's biggest characteristic was that he was young. Ridiculously young was the most suitable word to describe him. All the big shots were slightly surprised. There were all sorts of rumors outside that described Lin Fei as a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. He looked ferocious and ferocious. After seeing him in person, they didn't think so. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to imagine that such a person could cause so much trouble that they had to personally come and suppress this young man. Holy Heaven Academy was really lucky. If they had recruited the other party back then, they would have become a super warrior. Although they sighed, they still had to suppress him. Everyone knew that Lin Fei had reached great success. He wasn't someone that could be easily dealt with. As for killing Lin Fei, none of the 9 big shots present dared to think that they could do so. If it was really possible, they would have to pay a huge price. This price wasn't something they could accept. If they didn't handle it well, they might even die. Daoist Lin, take a seat. Although they had to suppress him, they still had to keep up appearances. The young man on the main seat said indifferently. He was the sect master of the Skyfisher sect, Immortal Emperor Shuemantian. The difference between the name and the person was too great. Rumor had it that this sect master was the previous sect master. He met this sect master in a mountain of corpses when he went out. That was how he got the name Shui-Mantian. Sit? Immortal Emperor Shui-Mantian pointed. There were 2 empty seats on the left and right. Sit at the back? The back? Lin Fei didn't come to the Sky Fisher sect to make his presence known, but to tell them not to have any ideas about him in the future. If he really went along with them today, he might really fall into their trap. This wasn't what Lin Fei wanted. The 9 big shots were watching. Although it was just a small seat, it was actually a show of strength to Lin Fei. If Lin Fei was obedient, everything would be fine. If he wasn't, they might use some tricks to remind Lin Fei of their strength in the great metropolis world. I don't like those 2 seats. I think this one is not bad. The air is good too. Lin Fei didn't care about what they were thinking. He waved his hand, and a throne of divine power appeared behind him. Runes flashed as he sat on it. His saber was broad, and he leaned back exuding divine might. Lin Fei did it on purpose. The hearts of the 9 bosses trembled when they sensed the divine might. All right, I'm here now. What do you have to say? Lin Fei said lazily. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, let's get out of here. Go back to your homes and find your mothers. Saint 33, who was standing at the side, secretly praised him. Facing 9 immortal emperors, Saint 33 couldn't do such a thing. He was only a first-step immortal emperor. Everyone here had cultivated for billions of years. Just their gazes alone made him feel pressured. When Lin Fei sat down, the young people behind the big shots weren't happy. They glared at him and wanted to charge forward to slash him. Lin Fei, how can you say that? A young man behind an immortal emperor said sternly. This is the Sky Fisher sect. You can't be impudent here. Humph. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and saber intent shot out from his eyes. It was ferocious and terrifying. Without saying a word, he chopped down on the 2. Light flashed on his body, and the ferocious saber strike was like a mountain pressing down on them, terrifying them. Taoist Lin, my disciple only said 1 sentence and you attacked him so ruthlessly. Aren't you not giving him any face? Although the 2 immortal emperors didn't say anything, they couldn't just watch their disciple die. They blocked the attack and protected their disciples. You are that person. I am the current sect leader of the Sacred Sword sect. My Dao name is Immortal Emperor Ming Xian. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said sternly. Saint 33 transmitted his voice. Junior brother, this Immortal Emperor Ming Xian is a first-step peak Immortal Emperor. Rumor has it that he can fight a second-step Immortal Emperor. He is very protective of his disciples. When you attacked just now, you scared his 2 disciples. This old fellow probably hates you to death. Hates me to death? What the heck? Sorry, I'm just a country bumpkin. I've never heard of you. Lin Fei shook his head. Why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? You're just an old thing. I'm here representing the Holy Heaven Academy, and my status is the same as yours. That disciple of yours doesn't have any quality at all, and is not worthy of calling my name. He only has himself to blame for killing him with a single slash. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian snarled. You're courting death. That was too disrespectful. Who didn't know that Immortal Emperor Ming Xian cared about his reputation? Everyone called him Taoist Ming Xian. Now Lin Fei called him an old thing in front of him. He didn't care about Immortal Emperor Ming Xian at all. Lin Fei laughed. Old thing, you're an immortal emperor. You can't even take a few words and you want to kill me? Come and kill me if you can. If you can't kill me, you're just trash. Who knew that Lin Fei would be so overbearing right from the start? This was beyond their expectations. Things didn't go according to plan. Lin Fei was a brute. He wanted to kill an immortal emperor's disciple with just a few words. That was too ruthless. Taoist Lin, you've gone overboard. Another immortal emperor said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. You're that person again. Black Heaven Sect. My Taoist name is Black Sect. Immortal Emperor Xian said. Lin Fei could see clearly that some of the immortal emperors didn't say anything. They were obviously watching the show. Hee, it seems like they aren't united internally. Lin Fei thought to himself. That's great. You guys aren't qualified to suppress me. I know you're Immortal Emperor Xian sect. Lin Fei stared at Immortal Emperor Xian sect and said. Rumor has it that you and Traceless Hades have been friends for many years. Both sects have been communicating. Rumor has it that Black Heaven sect wants to find trouble with me, Lin Fei. I wonder if it's true. Cough cough, too direct. They had never seen anyone speak so directly. This was a slap in the face. Who would have said it when they knew that Immortal Emperor Xian's sect had his own thoughts? Lin Fei's words made all the immortal emperors present realize that Lin Fei wasn't simple. If he said it without thinking, it would be fine. Such a person wouldn't amount to much. However, if Lin Fei said it on purpose, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Immortal Emperor Xian's sect looked disgusted, as though he had swallowed a fly. This Lin Fei was a piece of sh*t. How could he speak like that? Taoist Lin, you've misunderstood. You're the strongest person below the immortal emperors in the great metropolis heaven. How can you believe the rumors outside? They're all nonsense. Immortal Emperor Xian's sect obviously wouldn't admit it. One way in public and another way in private. They had to be kept separate. Lin Fei blinked. That makes sense. We really can't believe the rumors outside. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian couldn't stand being scolded by a junior disciple. Just as he was about to speak, Shui Mantian spoke. Chapter 12:17. Skycracking sect leader stopped him. What was going on? Sect leader Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian rubbed his temples. Lin Fei wasn't a good person. He was just here to cause trouble. He had never seen someone who didn't respect an immortal emperor. Speaking of which, did Lin Fei need to give face? No, he didn't need it at all. Only then did Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian stop him in case something else happened. What a brute! Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian evaluated. This kind of person didn't give face. Humph, I won't argue with you today. Lin Fei said arrogantly. If it was somewhere else, these two disciples of yours would have died for sure. Next time, teach them a good lesson. Don't let them be killed without even knowing it. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was infuriated. He suppressed his anger with great difficulty. Let's wait and see. The moment Lin Fei appeared, he had offended the sect master of the Sacred Sword sect. Did Lin Fei care? Of course not. There was a saying that applied well to Lin Fei. If there were too many lice, one wouldn't be afraid of another. There wasn't much difference between one lice and a group of lice. An old fox. I don't know what he will say later. Lin Fei pondered. Let's wait and see first. If he was targeted at me, then I can't blame him for not giving face. After such a ruckus at the beginning, everyone knew what kind of person Lin Fei was. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was arrogant. Who asked Lin Fei to be on the side of reason? Immortal Emperor Lei Ao of Thunder Palace, who was fighting against Lin Fei, was a second-step Immortal Emperor. They had to address him as a Dao friend when they met. Lin Fei had the right to do so. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and Immortal Emperor Yashang's disciples were indeed not nice. They were all privately warning the disciples behind them not to speak carelessly without their permission. Who knew if Lin Fei would use a killing move against them? Bullying the weak? Wrong, very wrong. The dignity of an immortal emperor could not be ignored. Those young disciples were all proud geniuses in their sects, and they didn't like Lin Fei at all. They wanted nothing more than to teach him a lesson. To be honest, they didn't have the guts to kill a disciple in front of their sect master. The difference was too big. Alright, since everyone is here, we can begin. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was very satisfied that Lin Fei gave him face. At the very least, Lin Fei knew how to do things. There are 3 things that I've gathered everyone here today. It turned out that this alliance had been around for a long time. Normally, it wouldn't be held. Once it was held, it meant that something big had happened. Firstly, the Netherworld Palace has been removed from the top 10 sects of the great metropolis world. Therefore, the top 10 sects will have to be replaced. If no one has any objections, the Sacred Heaven Academy will be one of the top 10 sects from now on. The 10 great sects. It was the highest honor in the great metropolis heaven. Because of what Lin Fei had just done, no one objected to this matter. The strength of the Sacred Heaven Academy was there for everyone to see, especially with Lin Fei around. From now on, the Sacred Heaven Academy will be one of the top 10 sects of the great metropolis heaven. It was decided just like that. They would announce the news to the public later. Top 10 sects, top 10 forces? Lin Fei didn't think much of it. After the Netherworld Palace was destroyed, Everyone knew that the Sacred Heaven Academy had replaced the Netherworld Palace as one of the top 10 sects, even though it was just an academy. I thought they would send someone to fight in the arena. Junior brother, you're infamous, they won't dare to do that. Saint 33 smiled. Saint 33 was very happy about this position. Back then, the Sacred Heaven Academy was one of the top 10 sections. After the announcement, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian divided another piece of land. The top 10 sects would split the resources of the great metropolis world. Unsurprisingly, it was the Nether Palace's territory that was divided into a large area. After the battle between the Sword Immortal disciples, the Netherworld Palace was in ruins. The cities were empty, all plundered by the sects and turned into their resources. Resources and whatnot were all plundered. At that time, Lin Fei didn't even announce anything. After collecting the most valuable treasures, he didn't care about the remaining things. It could be said that the place had become a barren land. It was even cleaner than a place visited by rats. It was unimaginably clean. They've really gone too far. They've eaten everything and left a piece of barren land to us. The Holy Heaven Academy left behind some information on the spot. Saint 33 was naturally clear about the situation in this aspect. Giving the Netherworld Palace to the Holy Heaven Academy just so happened to connect it with the Holy Heaven Academy. Although the area was expanded, there weren't many benefits, so he was very unhappy. All the good things are in my hands. What's there to be unhappy about? At least our academy has expanded. Lin Fei didn't care. He really didn't care about a piece of land. Hearing that, Saint 33 felt that it was reasonable and his mood improved significantly. All the good things are in Junior Brother's hands. The cultivation resources of the Sacred Heaven Academy's disciples would increase by a lot. This was the benefit. Back then, our Sacred Heaven Academy was also very big, but we gave it up. Saint 33 said. In reality, they had to give up some land because they were suppressed by others. Old Ancestor Sacred Heaven's influence in the past was great, and his territory was even more so. Saint 33 seemed to see the Sacred Heaven Academy returning to its former glory. Luckily, Lin Fei doesn't have any objections. After the announcement, Shui Mantian was worried that Lin Fei would cause trouble. Luckily, he didn't. His impression of him became much better. The great metropolis world was only so big. The 9 sects divided up the land. They all had their own interests and couldn't easily take it out. So they could only take the Netherworld Palace. Speaking of which, they were indeed bullying others. Thinking about how Lin Fei took all the wealth of the Netherworld Palace, they felt indignant. Who knew that the Netherworld Palace would really be destroyed by Lin Fei? This was the most important thing. They regretted not going there personally. No matter what, they could have at least gotten some benefits. Even though they knew that Lin Fei took all the treasures, they really wanted to spit them out. During the battle with Lei Ao Immortal Emperor, Lin Fei's strong combat strength made them very wary. Now, let's talk about the second matter today. Shui Mantian's words made all the elders excited. Lin Fei had once sent people to investigate, wanting to know the specifics. Unfortunately, he did not hear anything. Something very important. Lin Fei pondered. Chapter 12:18. Realm Lord's Gate. Hearing this, the faces of all the big shots were especially excited. It was as if something had fallen from the sky. It looked completely different from before. Lin Fei suspected that he was seeing things. Senior brother, what is going on? Lin Fei had never heard of the Realm Lord's Gate. This was especially so when he saw that Saint 33 was in the same state. This was the first time Lin Fei saw Saint 33 like this. This was also the first time he heard about the Realm Lord's Gate. It seemed to be an extremely important matter. Saint 33 regained his senses. His face was filled with joy as he hurriedly explained, Junior brother, you don't know about this. If it wasn't for our ancestors, basically no one would know about it. 100 million years. This period of time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, within 100 million years, many people would fall, some even die in meditation. This is the biggest event in any world. Saint 33 seemed to be reminiscing. Our world seemed to have many powers. Heaven Alliance dark powers, they seem strong, but they aren't as strong as the Immortal Court back then. The Immortal Court back then was terrifyingly strong. Recently, Lin Fei had been reading many books to increase his knowledge and experience. However, be it the Realm Lord's Gate or the Immortal Court, he had never heard of it. It was as if it had completely disappeared. The Realm Lord's Gate is actually a sacred space to select the Realm Lord. Saint 33 spoke. A world overlord is the ruler of a world. For example, our great metropolis world once had a world overlord named the Heaven-Destroying World Overlord. At that time, the Heaven Splitter sect and the others were merely subordinates of the Great World Overlord. If it wasn't for the fall of the Great World Overlord, how could they have become one of the 10 great sects? There's such a thing. Realm Lord. Lin Fei understood. This was the same as the countries on Earth in the past. Every country had to have a president or a chairman. Realm Lord should be such a situation. It was a high-level secret. If they didn't mention it, Lin Fei wouldn't even know about it. This Realm Lord, isn't it a title? Lin Fei asked. He thought quickly. This involves a big secret. You'll know when we get back. Saint 33 had lived for a very long time and knew many things. The Realm Lord's Gate has opened. Our great metropolis world is going to be troubled again. Lin Fei was curious. Isn't the position of Realm Lord fought over by the people of our world? No, you'll know once you hear it. Saint 33 shook his head. It's been 100 million years, and our great metropolis heaven has never had a Realm Lord overseeing it. Our influence has been growing weaker and weaker, and there are many things we can't participate in. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian sighed. Realm Lord, World Lord. He controlled the entire great metropolis heavens. If anyone dared to be dissatisfied, that would be equivalent to challenging the authority of the Realm Lord. Back then, when the Realm Lord was still around, the great metropolis heavens was still very powerful. They had the qualifications to enter many secret realms. Although they wouldn't be able to gain much, it was still possible for them to gain some scraps. Following the death of the Realm Lord, the great metropolis world could no longer prosper. All benefits were gone. Upon hearing that the Realm Lord's door was about to open, all the big shots present were extremely excited. This was a great opportunity. If they were lucky, they could ascend to the heavens in a single step and become the Realm Lord, the ruler of the great metropolis heavens. It could be said that the Realm Lord was supreme. That was why they were so excited. When the Realm Lord's door opens, experts from various worlds will flock here to fight for the position of Realm Lord. I have to say, it's a very cruel thing. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian's face was dark. Everyone, prepare yourselves. There should be 10 years until the Realm Lord's door opens. 10 years. Not long. 10 years in seclusion was nothing to them. Everyone's faces darkened at the Skyfisher sect leader's words. They were very depressed and bitter. Realm Lord. They'd originally wanted to come from their world, but now they were being targeted by others. Perhaps someone from the outside world would become the new Realm Lord. The eternal immortal emperor's legacy had caused a great stir. The competition for the position of Realm Lord was also very fierce, and had a great impact. The competition between the greater worlds was especially fierce and cruel. It was the same in every world. The position of Realm Lord was supreme. People from the outside world would come in and fight for it. The bigwigs present naturally objected. They wanted nothing more than to kill all the outsiders. Unfortunately, the experts from the outside world were already very strong. Even if they came out in full force, they might not be a match for them. It was obvious. Don't be discouraged, everyone. The competition for the position of Realm Lord is different every time. They might not be able to take it. That being said, no one knew what the competition for the position of Realm Lord would be like. There will be many people joining our great metropolis realm. Everyone, it's best to keep your disciples in check, lest they cause trouble. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian naturally warned everyone. The Realm Lord's door was too important. Every time experts from the outside world came in, countless people would be unlucky. After becoming Realm Lord, with the power of the heavenly Tao, one would be invincible in a world. If the Immortal Court had existed back then, it would not have been so difficult to fight for the position of Realm Lord. Unfortunately, the Immortal Court had disappeared. After the second matter was finished, today's matter had been explained clearly. Lin Fei's Holy Heaven Academy had become one of the 10 great factions. It was no big deal when the Realm Lord's door opened. The Realm Lord's door was about to open, and they had to go back and prepare. The matter was too big. As long as there was a chance, they would not give up. At their realm, who did not want to become realm lord? As long as they became realm lords, they would be invincible in the great metropolis realm. They could intercept the power of a world and use it on themselves. According to the development after arriving here, everyone could disperse and go home. Someone wanted to vent his anger on someone. Everyone, please wait. This old man has something to say. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said. His gaze shot towards Lin Fei. His meaning was self-evident. The big shot seemed to know what was going to happen. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said, Taoist Lin, rumor has it that your combat power is monstrous and unparalleled. You have such achievements at such a young age. It's really enviable. This old man has a presumptuous request to spar with Taoist Lin and learn from him. At the same time, everyone can see Taoist Lin's divine might. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was vengeful. Lin Fei, a rising star, wanted to kill his disciple in front of everyone. How could Immortal Emperor Ming Xian be willing? He had been suppressing his anger and wanted to learn from him no matter what. The big shots present were used to it. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was a vengeful person. Immortal Emperor Xian smiled. Old Ghost Ming Xian, this is not right. Taoist Lin is our junior. Aren't you afraid of losing face? He has a fierce reputation. It would be bad if he got hurt. Taoist Lin, don't you think so? Hypocrite. Lin Fei scolded Immortal Emperor Xianzong in his heart. Chapter 12:19. Spar. Finding trouble with him to vent his anger should be this old thing's goal. How could Lin Fei not know? He was impolite the moment he opened his mouth. All the big shots looked at each other. This Lin Fei was indeed not very tactful. He didn't give any face at all. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was the sect master, so who dared to not give him face? If an ordinary person spoke like this, they would have been slapped to death by an immortal emperor powerhouse. Lin Fei wasn't an immortal emperor, but his combat strength was comparable to an immortal emperor's. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was indeed prepared to find trouble. Taoist Lin, you are indeed the strongest expert of the younger generation. Just because of your words, I have to learn from you. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian sneered. He was determined to teach the other party a lesson. If he didn't teach such a person a lesson, what would happen in the future? Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was furious to dare to provoke him. However, sparring alone is too boring. Taoist Lin, why don't we add some stakes to liven things up? Immortal Emperor Ming Xian not only wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson, but he also wanted to take a bite out of him. This old thing was playing with fire. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was a peak first step immortal emperor. His combat strength was very strong, at least in the great metropolis world. Lin Fei didn't care about it at all. Stakes? I like that. Lin Fei patted his chest. Coincidentally, I have some gains recently. It's better for everyone to be happy than to be happy alone. Today I will be the banker. Why don't we all play together? Such ambition. All the immortal emperors were shocked. Lin Fei was indeed bold. He dared to be the banker in this kind of matter. Thinking about it, the Nether Palace's treasures were in Lin Fei's hands. He was now rich and overbearing. No wonder he dared to make such a big claim. He had the ability. Dao friend Lin, since you are so straightforward, how can I lose my reputation? I'll bet 50 billion true spirits to win against you. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian waved his hand and a small mountain appeared. The true spirit aura permeated the air. 50 billion true spirits could be exchanged for an emperor-level sacred art. It was indeed a big arm. Lin Fei casually glanced at it and shook his head. Old thing, you're still a sect master. Only 50 billion true spirits doesn't match your identity. No matter what, you need at least a few 100 billion true spirits. Contempt. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was indeed being looked down upon. 50 billion true spirits, you still have the nerve to take it out, aren't you ashamed? This old man offers a few 100 billion true spirits. What do you have to offer? Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was so angry that he was blowing his beard. His eyes almost opened wide. As an immortal emperor character, when had he ever been looked down upon by others before? The other immortal emperors couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei was truly overbearing. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was indeed stingy. It was normal for a major character of a region to be despised by others for sparring with 50 billion true spirits. A blood-red flying sword landed in his hand. An immense emperor's might permeated the air, and everyone could feel the divine might of the sword. Emperor's divine weapon. Good heavens, where did Lin Fei get this immortal sword? What a dense power of fire! Extravagant, truly extravagant. Lin Fei didn't care about their gazes. He said to immortal Emperor Ming Xian, "Old thing, look carefully. This is an emperor's divine weapon. It's priceless. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll exchange it for 1 trillion true spirits. If I lose, you can take the emperor's divine weapon. If you lose, it's very simple, just give me 1 trillion true spirits. I wonder if you have the guts?" 1 trillion true spirits. Emperor's divine weapon. Because of these words, everyone no longer dared to look down on Lin Fei. He wasn't old, but his tone was extraordinarily arrogant. This emperor's divine weapon was extremely outstanding, be it in terms of material or other aspects. A few sect masters present used immortal swords, and their hearts couldn't help but palpitate. If Lin Fei was willing to sell it, they would definitely take out 1 trillion true spirits to buy it. If you really took out 1 trillion true spirits, no one would sell an emperor's divine weapon. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't think that Lin Fei could take out any reliable treasures. He thought that he could suppress Lin Fei with a single sentence. However, when he took out an emperor's divine weapon, he was dumbfounded. Emperor's might pervaded the air, and it was genuine. Where did this guy find an emperor's divine weapon? While immortal Emperor Ming Xian was shocked, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. He almost shouted, "This old man already has an emperor's divine weapon. This emperor's divine weapon can be given to a disciple in my sect. If they can use 10% of its power, it will be very terrifying." 1 trillion true spirits was a huge number. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't think that he would lose. He had been famous for a long time. Although he wasn't considered much in the myriad worlds, he wasn't an ordinary person in the great metropolis heaven. Lin Fei was far from being able to beat him. "Bet. Taoist Lin, you're really bold. 1 trillion true spirits, I'll bet." Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was very decisive. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? 1 trillion true spirits was indeed not a small number. Everyone. "I wonder if you're interested?" Lin Fei asked everyone. 1 trillion true spirits had taken the bait. This was an astronomical number. If immortal Emperor Ming Xian lost, he would be heartbroken. He might even have to use the sect's treasury. Immortal emperors who weren't especially wealthy would be considered impressive if they had a few hundred billion. The great metropolis heaven wasn't a great world. Ordinary immortal emperors had limited wealth. Lin Fei had the Netherworld Palace's treasury. It was without a doubt that he was a small tycoon. "Taoist Lin, you're young and full of vigor. I'll bet 300 billion true spirits to liven things up. I'm betting that you're not as good as immortal Emperor Ming Xian." Immortal Emperor Xian smiled and transmitted his voice to immortal Emperor Ming Xian. "Old man, are you confident? It's more than enough to take care of him. The rumors in the outside world are always exaggerated. Moreover, I've recently cultivated a powerful secret technique that allows me to unleash combat strength. At that time Lin Fei will have no choice but to lose." Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said proudly as though he had already won against Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Xianzong bet 300 billion true spirits. This was a huge number. "I'll also bet 300 billion true spirits on immortal Emperor Ming Xian." Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying laughed. Among the 8 immortal emperors, 3 placed heavy bets. There were 5 who didn't. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian sat at the seat of honor and thought to himself, "This Lin Fei is really arrogant. He took out an emperor's divine weapon in one go. I wonder how strong he is. No matter which side I bet on, it won't be good." "Taoist Ming Xian, Taoist Lin Fei, it's rare for you two to have a spar. I'll be the judge. Does anyone have any objections?" Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian didn't intend to get involved. What an old fox. This was what Lin Fei and immortal Emperor Ming Xian thought. The remaining 5 quickly placed their bets. They placed tens of billions of true spirits for fun. Among the 5, only one bet on Lin Fei. His bet wasn't small either. He placed 100 billion true spirits. Compared to the other 4, it was much higher. These immortal emperors are really rich. They bet more than 100 billion true spirits in one go. It can be of great use at the crucial moment. Lin Fei wouldn't let go of such a huge amount of true spirits. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian walked down and faced Lin Fei. Taoist Lin, please. Lin Fei walked down readily. Chapter 1220. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was aiming for the Emperor weapon. It would be a lie to say that he was not jealous of an Emperor weapon. The quality of this Emperor weapon was extraordinary, far surpassing the Emperor weapon in his hand. No matter what, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had to obtain this Emperor weapon. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was very confident that he could defeat Lin Fei. Taoist Lin, you are a rising star. This old man will let you have 3 moves, lest people say that I am bullying the young, which will ruin my reputation. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said. Lin Fei almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. Let me have 3 moves. Did this old thing really think that he was invincible? Even if the 2 sword immortals from back then were given a chance to fight, they would not dare to say that they would let him have 3 moves. Old thing, let me have 3 moves. I'm afraid you will regret it. Lin Fei said seriously. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said. You are indeed arrogant. This old man said that I will let you have 3 moves, so I will. After 3 moves you will definitely lose. It is not that this old man is looking down on you. Good, let's see who will regret it then. Lin Fei would not pretend to be a good person. This old thing clearly wanted to make a fool of himself, so he would not be polite. Hua Lin Fei's figure moved, and he appeared in front of the other party. His aura soared into the sky, and he punched with both fists. Runes filled the sky, and the array set up by Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian shook non-stop. Lin Fei's strength is too great. I don't understand, I really don't understand. This unparalleled divine power, can he really kill whoever he wants? The power of this punch is at least 500 trillion dragon divine power. A peak first step Immortal Emperor is probably at this level, right? It might not even be possible. The expressions of the Immortal Emperors changed drastically. Master, you already knew that Lin Fei's power was unfathomable? The Immortal Emperor on the right, Immortal Emperor Wu Mu, had invested 100 billion true spirits on Lin Fei. A young disciple behind him asked in shock. Lin Fei is indeed very powerful. Everyone is underestimating Lin Fei's strength. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu said with a smile, Old geezer Ming Xian, you made an error of judgment this time. You even said that you would give me a handicap of 3 moves. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the first move and will use a killing move. Probably not. That disciple was suspicious. Could it be that Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, who had the battle prowess of a first-step Immortal Emperor, could not block Lin Fei's attack? Wasn't the difference too great? Bang bang bang, the might of Lin Fei's fists could shake heaven and earth. After consuming the 3 heavenly god fruits, the surging god power was not something that just anyone could achieve. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's expression changed immediately. Allowing 3 moves? What's there to allow? When Lin Fei's attack arrived, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian immediately realized how horrifying it was. He was extremely shocked. At the start, he wanted to let Lin Fei have 3 moves. With just 1 move, the power had reached a terrifying level. A black immortal armor appeared, releasing brilliant light, forcefully taking on the other party's 2 fists. The blood within his body surged, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. No close combat. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian kept retreating. Lin Fei closed in again. Old geezer, that was just the first move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. His 6 arms were like flowing light. He did not use any moves at all. He attacked with pure god power, clashing head-on with his fists. 6 rainbow-colored lights destroyed the world. Secret skill. 6 paths of reincarnation. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian did not dare to take it head-on. Even though he was wearing an immortal armor that was not at the level of an Emperor Divine armor, it still could not block the overwhelming god power attack. Left with no choice, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian used the secret skill that he had just cultivated. Amazing! Too amazing! There was probably no other person in the great metropolis world who could use such a fierce attack. Even if it was them, they would not take it head-on when facing Lin Fei's fierce attack. It was simply too overbearing. This is the old geezer's secret skill, 6 paths of reincarnation? I didn't expect the old geezer to use his strongest secret skill so quickly. I heard that this 6 paths of reincarnation is a combination of offense and defense. It can obliterate all power. With this move, he can fight against a weak second-step immortal emperor. They could immediately tell that immortal emperor Ming Xian had used a secret skill to attack. For any immortal emperor, other than their own cultivation arts, they would also cultivate some supplementary secret arts. These powerful secret arts were all extremely terrifying. The stronger the secret skill, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Some secret skills required thousands of years or even hundreds of millions of years to cultivate. Once successfully cultivated, the power of the secret skill would be absolutely terrifying. With these powerful secret skills, the instantaneous attack power could skyrocket and break through the current cultivation level. 6 paths of reincarnation was such an existence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 6 light pillars shot into the sky, bringing with them a terrifying aura. In order to cultivate this secret skill, immortal Emperor Ming Xian had spent 2,000 years and only recently succeeded. With this secret skill, his combat power instantly increased. The 6 light pillars charged at Lin Fei. What a powerful secret skill! Let me see how powerful the secret skills cultivated by these immortal emperors are. Bang bang bang! Lin Fei's 6 arms instantly clashed with the 6 pillars of light. The pillars of light exploded with immense power. The void in the space instantly crumbled. The power of one punch was so terrifying. The 6 light pillars resisted and radiated brightly. One of them entangled like a poisonous snake while the other 5 fused together to form a huge whirlpool that shrouded the sky. Daoist Lin, this is my 6 paths of reincarnation. Although it is not the real 6 paths of reincarnation, it is still terrifying. No matter what body you cultivate, you can forget about breaking this 6 paths of reincarnation. Seeing the light pillars entangling him, immortal Emperor Ming Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The 6 paths of reincarnation did not disappoint him and suppressed Lin Fei. Against the 6 paths of reincarnation, the power was at least 7 to 8 quadrillion dragon divine power. It is indeed very strong. Lin Fei finally witnessed this powerful secret skill. The 6 paths of reincarnation formed by the light pillars contained great terror. As one's strength increased, the power of this secret skill would be more than enough to deal with a peak first-step immortal emperor. However, it won't work against me. Lin Fei's body shook, and the light pillars entangling him were instantly shattered. He was sent flying and punched the 6 paths of reincarnation. The huge 6 paths of reincarnation was sent flying, but it did not shatter. This was within Lin Fei's expectations. Hua hua hua! When Lin Fei arrived in front of immortal Emperor Ming Xian, he saw a trace of fear in immortal Emperor Ming Xian's eyes. Old thing, you have lost. 6 rainbow-colored lights slammed over, and every punch landed on immortal Emperor Ming Xian. The runes were destroyed. This old man will not lose. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian waved his hands to block, but how could he withstand Lin Fei's torrential attacks? No matter how he wore the immortal armor, he vomited blood after a while. Lin Fei's attacks were brutal and merciless. One of immortal Emperor Ming Xian's arms flew away, and he even crushed immortal Emperor Ming Xian's head. Too brutal. Chapter 1221. This old man admits defeat. This old man admits defeat. Logically speaking, immortal Emperor Ming Xian should not have been defeated so quickly due to his extraordinary combat strength and immortal armor. However, the result was different from what he had expected. He was utterly defeated. Lin Fei's overbearing attacks did not matter who the other party was. He just threw punch after punch. After a while, immortal Emperor Ming Xian could not take it anymore and could not hold on anymore. What did you say? Lin Fei pretended not to hear it. The runes vibrated and hit immortal Emperor Ming Xian's body continuously, producing a large number of runes. Fellow Taoist Lin, don't go too far. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's left arm was broken, and he had lost quite a number of teeth. He spoke with a lisp, especially his front teeth. Previously, immortal Emperor Ming Xian had the demeanor of an immortal. However, at this moment, immortal Emperor Ming Xian was an old man in a sorry state. If you don't admit defeat, let's continue sparring. There was another storm. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's body trembled non-stop, and he vomited a lot of blood. Be ****, too evil. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian cursed in his heart. If I don't admit defeat, Lin Fei looks like he wants to beat me to death. What a cruel method. I can't let things go as he wishes. I definitely can't be beaten to death in this space. Immortal Emperor Mingxian felt aggrieved. He was an immortal emperor, but he was beaten up by Lin Fei like a punching bag. This place was too narrow, and he could not move freely. No matter how he dodged, he would have to face Lin Fei's fists. If they were in an open space, Immortal Emperor Mingxian would not be in such a miserable state. This old man admits defeat. This time the voice was much louder. Immortal Emperor Mingxian was going all out. For an immortal emperor to say that he had lost was undoubtedly a slap to his face. It was not an ordinary kind of humiliation. Speak louder. You're so soft, who can hear you? Lin Fei punched out again, even more ferocious than before. The old thing did not admit defeat. Lin Fei did not mind killing this guy to let them know that he was not so easily bullied. This old man admits defeat. This old man admits defeat. The sound grew louder and louder. The immortal energy in Immortal Emperor Mingxian's body was almost depleted. He was more anxious than anyone else. It was impossible not to be anxious. What? I lost. Old Ghost admitted defeat. Lin Fei is indeed ferocious. No wonder old geezer Mingxian admitted defeat. If it were this emperor would admit defeat as well. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Fei was really a ruthless person. Even Immortal Emperor Mingxian was beaten to such a state. All the big shots knew that Immortal Emperor Mingxian had lost all of his face today. He didn't even have the face to see anyone because he still had to pay a huge sum of 1 trillion true spirits. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said it earlier? Why do you have to care about face? Lin Fei stopped punching and said with a serious expression. Immortal Emperor Mingxian spat out another mouthful of blood. You still have the right to say such things? Just now, who was the one who was unforgiving and almost got beaten to death by you? Of course, Immortal Emperor Mingxian would not say these words out loud. Immortal Emperor Shuemantian pulled away the Grand Array. When Immortal Emperor Mingxian came out, he was in a sorry state. He said coldly, 1 trillion true spirits. This old man will personally deliver it another day. Then he turned and left. He had lost all his face. What was the point of staying? Lin Fei didn't stop him. The words of a big shot like this were worth their weight in gold. He added, Old thing, don't forget the bet. If you forget, I don't mind paying you a visit and sitting in your territory. This old man will definitely not go back on his word. Immortal Emperor Mingxian's words were left far away. With Lin Fei's previous example, how could Immortal Emperor Mingxian not be worried? After Immortal Emperor Mingxian left, everyone felt bored. A large group of people originally planned to take a bite out of Lin Fei. However, after seeing Immortal Emperor Mingxian being beaten up like a sandbag, they were completely in no mood. The big shots who lost took out their true spirits unwillingly. At the very least, they would not be able to participate in the auction for a period of time. They had no money on them. Daoist Lin, you are very capable. Immortal Emperor Xian took out 300 billion true spirits and cursed Lin Fei in his heart. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. How can I earn money if I am not capable? I have to work hard. Immortal Emperor Xian was also in no mood. He took out 300 billion true spirits and left after saying a few words to everyone. The others were the same. They were not willing to stay. When they saw Lin Fei, they felt as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Immortal Emperor Shuemantian, who was sitting on the main seat, had a calm expression. He thought, Lin Fei is indeed ferocious. Immortal Emperor Mingxian has been famous for a long time. He was beaten up like a sandbag and even forced to admit defeat. According to Immortal Emperor Mingxian's character, this is a death grudge. Luckily, I did not place a bet. Immortal Emperor Shuemantian was very proud of his judgment. At least he was not like them, who had to pay a large sum of true spirits. They had to go on expeditions to replenish their true spirits. I am Wu Mu. Thanks to Daoist Lin, I earned some money. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu smiled and walked up. 100 billion true spirits was a good harvest. This person could be roped in. Lin Fei evaluated him in his heart. I was just lucky. Lin Fei took out 100 billion true spirits and handed it to Immortal Emperor Wu Mu. This Lin Fei is quite straightforward. He is not a narrow-minded person. He took out 100 billion true spirits just like that. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu thought, Taoist Lin, there is no need to call me senior. Just call me Taoist Wu. The two exchanged pleasantries. Before leaving, Immortal Emperor Wu Mu invited Lin Fei to be a guest when he was free. Lin Fei naturally agreed. Taoist Shui, the matter is over. I shall return. After keeping the true spirits, Lin Fei was happy. He had gained true spirits on this trip. Where else could he find such a good thing? Come and visit when you are free. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian said politely. Lin Fei could not help but say that he was going to become the dean and invite him to watch the ceremony. Only then did he leave Sky Fisher Gate with Saint 33. After gaining more than 200 billion true spirits on this trip, Lin Fei was in a good mood. Junior brother, you were really impressive today. You beat up Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and made him hold back his anger. Saint 33 was tough. He beat up an old immortal emperor with his bare hands and admitted defeat. Anyone who saw this would feel delighted. Lin Fei smiled and said, a bunch of old things. They think they are high and mighty. If I don't torture them, they will think that we are sick cats. I believe that after this time, they will not dare to mess around. Even if Immortal Emperor Ming Xian did not say anything, Lin Fei would. If he did not show his might, Lin Fei would not be satisfied. They had heard about the destruction of the Nether Palace, but they did not know the specifics. After today's battle, they would realize how powerful it was. They would have to think thrice before doing anything. Junior brother, you made them spit blood. When the time comes for the ceremony, it's hard to guarantee that they won't hold a grudge and cause trouble. Saint 33 reminded. Chapter 12:22. The Skycracking sect's leader heaved a sigh of relief after Lin Fei's departure. What a violent guy. That was Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian's comment. Of course, that was just his impression. One day later, something big happened in the Skycracking sect. The battle pets of the Palace of Beasts had disappeared without a trace. That was a great loss. Everyone in the Skycracking sect had battle pets that could work together to improve their overall strength. It could be said that the Skycracking sect was much stronger than the other forces. An unimaginable event had taken place in such a large force. The master of the Skycracking sect had gone there in person to check on the situation. The battle pets he had been guarding were all gone, except for the weaker ones that had survived. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was enraged and ordered a thorough investigation. The biggest mystery was who had broken into the Skycracking sect after losing so many battle pets. Even though Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had ordered a lockdown on the news, it still spread and caused a stir. Who did this? Everyone was guessing. Those who had once opposed the Skycracking sect became restless, afraid that they would become the target of suspicion. Hairball, did you enjoy your meal? Halfway there, Hairy Ball returned, his belly protruding as he lazily walked around. Hairball burped in satisfaction. Lin Fei chuckled. He wanted to maintain a neutral stance. Dream on. Fortunately, he had let Furball go. Without anyone knowing, he had caused the Sky Fisher sect to suffer a huge loss. Pft, pft, pft. Hairball spat out a large amount of herbs. Every one of them was over 1,000 years old. They came from the Herb Mountain. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted all of them. Furball was truly generous. After eating his fill and even bringing back some herbs for him, Lin Fei was in an incredibly good mood. Saint 33 was also astonished. Hairball was indeed a monster from the primordial era. The Skycracking sect was the #1 sect in the great metropolis world. They could come and go as they pleased. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Back at the Holy Heaven Academy. That night, Saint 33 came to find Lin Fei and took him to the library. The book collection pavilion stored a large number of ancient books, including all kinds of records of anomalies. Basically, anything that one wanted to know would be stored in the book collection pavilion. No immortal would miss out on such a chance. Saint 33 brought Lin Fei all the way to the innermost part and opened the sealed space. Only the higher-ups of the academy can enter the ancient books inside. The ancient books inside record some of the secrets of the higher-ups. It's not beneficial for ordinary people to know about it. Saint 33 explained as he walked. Lin Fei really didn't know much about this place. He had been to the library a few times, and all the books he read were from the outside. A large number of manuals were sealed within the space. Saint 33 told Lin Fei the method to open the seal, and told him to stay behind to read it slowly while he left. So there are so many books in the academy that I haven't seen before. Lin Fei did not open the seal. He walked around casually and stopped. Although the ancient books were sealed, he could still feel the ancient aura emanating from them. Alright, let me see what is recorded in these books. I'm still very interested in understanding the secrets of the myriad worlds, especially the realm lords and the immortal court. Lin Fei grabbed the nearest ancient book. The space was very quiet. Lin Fei looked very carefully. It was just as he said. The ancient books stored here were all secrets that he had never heard of before. On this day, Lin Fei retracted his consciousness from the ancient books and sighed softly. So that's how it is. The waters of the myriad worlds aren't just ordinarily deep. After reading for a few days, Lin Fei's understanding of the myriad worlds deepened a lot, especially the records of the higher-ups' secrets. Back then, Old Ancestor Sacred Heaven was a famous character. What shocked Lin Fei the most was the existence of the immortal court. If he did not read the ancient books, he would not be able to find the connection. The mighty realm lord was actually a feudal official, a high official of a region. However, as the immortal court was besieged, the realm lords of the various worlds proclaimed themselves as kings. No wonder everyone attached so much importance to the position of realm lord. Lin Fei put down the ancient book. He was really shocked. It turned out that the most powerful force in the myriad worlds wasn't the World Alliance or the Tianyun Tower, but the immortal court that dominated the world in the past. The immortal court was overseen by the Lord of the Immortal Court. His strength was earth-shattering. The myriad worlds were ruled by the Lord of the Immortal Court. The realm lords were the feudal officials. The previous Lord of the Immortal Court had the Taoist title Skyless. The myriad worlds became the Skyless Emperor dynasty. The ancient book did not record the origin of this Lord of the Immortal Court. It only recorded that he ruled the myriad worlds for a total of 10 chaos years. 1 chaos year was 2 billion years. That Lord of the Immortal Court was an ancient existence that lived for a total of 12 billion years. He ruled for 10 chaos years. In the end, he was killed by an expert. The Lord of the Immortal Court fell, and the huge Emperor dynasty was destroyed. Before this Lord of the Immortal Court died, he seemed to have foreseen such a calamity. He sealed the Immortal Court in a certain place and left behind a rumor that when the Immortal Court reappeared, he would return to the world and become the Lord of the Immortal Court, ruling over the myriad worlds. After that, this Lord of the Immortal Court died. As for whether he was really killed or because of other reasons, the ancient book did not record it. This was not something that ordinary immortal emperors could know. Only ancient fourth-step immortal emperors could possibly know the secret. This Lord of the Immortal Court is really scheming. Rumor has it that the Immortal Court is refined from a supreme treasure, can communicate with the heavenly Tao. Those who sit on the throne will have a huge increase in battle strength. They are said to be invincible in the myriad worlds. I wonder if this is true. This secret news shocked Lin Fei. He also understood why only the higher-ups could read it. This kind of thing was too ancient. Rumor has it that this Lord of the Immortal Court died for a total of 20 chaos years. The supreme existence of the Immortal Court is still missing. Otherwise, the feudal vassals of the myriad worlds would fight for the position of the Lord of the Immortal Court, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. The Immortal Court had disappeared, but Lin Fei could still imagine the power of the myriad worlds in the past. The Lord of the myriad worlds. Lin Fei was very curious. Ascending to that position, one's battle strength would be absolutely heaven-defying. It was unknown how many people were mobilized in that battle to kill this great existence. Soon Lin Fei threw these things to the back of his mind. These things are too far away from me. Lin Fei shook his head and kept the book. This Lord of the World, just the sound of it sounds impressive. No matter what, I have to fight for it. This position was really a temptation. Even if he did not fight for it, others would fight for it. Sitting on this position would definitely have its benefits. In the book, there were some secrets recorded. After becoming a Lord of the Immortal Court, one would be qualified to enter many secret realms. Back then, during the War of the Immortal Court, Many secret realms were destroyed. Now they became treasure hunting grounds for people. Without becoming a lord of the immortal court, one could not enter any of these places. Chapter 12:23. Father is too much. He keeps me in the school and doesn't let me out. It's so boring. A beam of light flew across the sky. I won't listen. Let's see what father can do to me. In the sky was a lady in white. Her realm wasn't high. She giggled and her beautiful eyes were shining with joy. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize her. This person was none other than his daughter, Lin Yu. Lin Yu had been cultivating in the school ever since she came to the upper world. With the help of a large amount of resources, she kept breaking through. At such a young age, she had already reached the peak of Primordial Unity Black Immortal, and was just a step away from the Golden Immortal realm. Although she was only a Primordial Unity Black Immortal, her overall combat strength was comparable to that of a Golden Immortal. Lin Yu stayed behind. Father said that the Great Metropolis world is a small world and isn't famous in the myriad worlds. I'll wander around first and play to my heart's content this time. Lin Yu was a demoness in the lower world. After coming to the upper world, she was still a demoness. Especially now that her father was about to become the dean, her title as a demoness was even more real. The school disciples loved and hated her at the same time. Lin Yu was enjoying the scenery along the way. This was her first time out and she was very excited. She wandered around here and there having a lot of fun. During this period, some ignorant people tried to approach her, but were easily chased away by Lin Yu. Senior brother, I heard that Demon Lin's daughter snuck out. Is that so? If that's true, it's best to capture her and teach Demon Lin a lesson. That's right. Demon Lin is strong and we aren't his match. Dealing with his daughter is a piece of cake. In the sky, a few beams of light flew across. They were all disciples of the Sacred Sword sect. The sect leader had lost to Lin Fei at the hands of the Crack Sky sect. Not only did he lose face, but he also had to pay 1,000,000,000,000 true spirits. The higher-ups wanted to hide it, but it was leaked somehow. The disciples of the Sacred Sword sect were furious. Senior brother, what do you think? A skinny young man asked the leader. Zhong Su was their senior brother, and he had come out to gain experience. After hearing the news, he pondered for a moment and said with a ruthless expression, Demon Lin doesn't give face to our sect's old ancestor, so we don't have to give face to him either. Teach his daughter a lesson and let everyone know that he's strong, but it doesn't mean that his daughter is strong. At the very least, we can win back some face for our sect. We're here to gather information. Senior brother, we found out that Demon Lin's daughter went out alone. There was no one beside her and she didn't hide her tracks. We found out right away. Zhong Su was very satisfied. Let's go and teach Demon Lin's daughter a lesson. Zhong Su was an immortal king who had comprehended the laws. Knowing that Demon Lin's daughter was only at the Taishian immortal realm, he didn't hesitate anymore. Swish, swish, swish. A few silhouettes broke through the air and left. One day later, Lin Yu was blocked by someone. With the strength of a primordial unity mystic immortal, Lin Yu did not encounter any great danger. Even if he encountered a small thief, he could deal with them easily. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Lin Yu's expression changed. The people in front of him gave off a strong aura and the leader was at least an immortal king. The rest were all golden celestial experts. You are Demon Lin's daughter Lin Yu, right? Someone jumped out and said sternly. So, his father had gotten the name of a demon outside. Lin Yu had a demon's nature and she inherited her father's personality, Lin Fei's. In the blink of an eye, panic appeared in her eyes. Are you all mistaken? I am not Demon Lin's daughter. At this moment, Lin Yu was really deceiving and she was just short of tearing up. Everyone was stunned. This girl wasn't Lin Yu? She looked really pitiful and pitiful. No matter what, they couldn't connect her to Demon Lin's daughter. Speaking of which, when Zhong Su brought people down the mountain, he didn't have a deep understanding of Lin Yu. He only knew her name and hadn't seen her face. He just received news that Demon Lin's daughter would pass by. Thus Zhong Su brought people over. Was there a mistake? Even Zhong Su suspected himself. In this region people came and went, so it was normal for there to be a mistake. Are you really not Demon Lin's daughter? Zhong Su said sternly. I'm not. Lin Yu replied weakly. However, I seem to have seen a girl dressed similarly to me. She seemed to have gone to a dangerous place nearby. Senior brother, we must have made a mistake. As a celestial king, Zhongsu wasn't worried that she was lying to him. Maybe she really was mistaken. Since you know her, then lead the way. If you do well, I will recommend you to become a disciple of my sect. Zhongsu said calmly. Thank you, senior brother. Thus Lin Yu led the way. After turning her head, a cunning look flashed in her eyes. Not long later, on a swamp. You dare to trick us? A tragic voice spread out from the swamp. The Saint Sword sect disciples all landed on the swamp and struggled. Lin Yu giggled. You dare to be disrespectful to my father, so why should I be polite to you? You are Demon Lin's daughter. Zhongsu clenched his teeth. He was careless and was tricked by a girl. She brought them to a swamp and they were attacked by a group of tentacle ferocious beasts. Like father, like daughter. You are not stupid after all. You are courting death. Zhongsu blocked left and right. After being rebuked by Lin Yu, he lost all his face. With a loud shout, golden laws swept across, breaking through the tentacles and rushing out of the swamp. Xiao the sword technique was extremely fast. The sword stabbed towards Lin Yu's forehead, attacking in anger. This sword was extraordinary. Lin Yu still underestimated the power of a celestial king. There was a huge gap between them. Falling into danger, he turned into a vast body of water, allowing the sword light to land on his body. Water element immortal body. After Lin Yu recovered, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The sword of a celestial king was not easy to bear. He is actually fine. Zhongsu's eyes widened. Father is right. Without reaching the celestial king realm, self-preservation will be a problem. Lin Yu schemed against a celestial king. She did not expect that celestial king was more powerful than she imagined. Go! Lin Yu's eyes moved. A sky full of water arrows shot out. She turned into a stream of water and soared into the sky. Zhongsu was in celestial king. After being schemed against, he was already holding back his anger. How could he let Lin Yu escape? Without a second word, he chased after Lin Yu, wanting to capture the little girl alive. Not far away, Zhongsu saw Lin Yu standing beside a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. I Zhong. Seeing this, Zhongsu smiled and thanked the other party. Halfway through his words, the sturdy middle-aged man flicked his finger. Great fear assaulted him. His expression changed and his body exploded. An celestial king bullying the weak. You don't have any manners. Lin Yu, who was standing at the side, gasped. This person was too powerful. An celestial king died with a flick. Let's go somewhere else. Lin Yu was unhappy. He bared his fangs and claws. I am not leaving. What are you going to do? Chapter 12:24. How many times have I told you, you can't go out until you become an immortal king? On Invincible Peak, Lin Fei scolded his daughter. His daughter had been rebellious since she was young. She was called the little demoness and would run out whenever he wasn't paying attention. Especially when he heard that a golden immortal and an immortal king expert had been tricked into a trap. Lin Fei really didn't know what to say. It was fortunate that the disciples of the Sacred Sword sect were so easily tricked. Lin Yu lowered his head and kept quiet. Lin Yu was still very afraid of his own father. Forget it. Immortal Emperor Ji Kuan smiled. Your daughter is very powerful. Lin Fei glared at him. You only know how to get into trouble. Of course, he was still very proud of his daughter for tricking a Sacred Sword sect disciple. At his age, he didn't have the mental fortitude to trick an immortal king. Go back and face the wall. Don't come out until you break through to the golden immortal realm. To prevent his daughter from running out again, Lin Fei wanted his daughter to cultivate. Lin Yu pouted unwillingly, but was pulled away by his mother. It's just breaking through to the golden immortal realm. Father, you must keep your word. Your daughter is not bad. After Lin Yu left, Ji Kuan smiled. Lin Fei was very proud. His daughter was very similar to him. Senior Ji, don't tell me you like my daughter? Lin Fei smiled. Even though Ji Kuan was Lin Fei's follower, Lin Fei didn't dare to put on airs. Ji Kuan was a fourth-step immortal emperor. Even though he wasn't as strong as before, It wouldn't take long for him to recover to his peak. Unless Ji Kuan changed his mind. I want to take her as my disciple. Lin Fei was shocked. Take a disciple? Righteous or demonic? Lin Fei didn't have much of an opinion. Really? Your daughter's character is very similar to a disciple of mine. Ji Kuan didn't continue. Yes or no? Just say it. You can ask my daughter yourself. Lin Fei didn't agree directly. He shifted the question to his daughter. No matter what the outcome was, he didn't have any opinion. It's a deal. Senior Ji, did you find anything in the inheritance ground? Accepting a disciple was just one thing. At this moment Ji Kuan arrived. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, the strength of the Divine Sky Academy was still too weak, especially when it came to top-notch experts. For example, the Immortal Emperor. In the entire academy, other than Saint 33, there was only him. As for the Immortal Emperors, the fiend celestials he had subdued back then were all at the Immortal Emperor realm. They could be considered as a core force. This was not enough. Ji Kuan's arrival was undoubtedly another top expert. An ancient existence has revived. Ji Kuan was very direct. He should be in the inheritance ground. Once you break out of seclusion, your strength will soar by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei had already heard of this rumor. That mysterious Nameless. Then, he thought about War Sky, who was also mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps he had some sort of connection with Nameless. Do you know which ancient existence it is? I'm not sure. He has never used his true abilities and only used ordinary methods. He hid himself really well. Ji Kuan shook his head. Based on my deductions, that person should be an ancient existence that fell back then. He has a huge background. Lin Fei didn't continue to ask. This wasn't something that just anyone could figure out. Even Ji Kuan didn't discover anything, much less others. Senior Ji, I wonder how much of your strength has recovered? Third step Immortal Emperor. What a fast recovery speed. Third step Immortal Emperor, along with Ji Kuan's strong physical body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be a top third step Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei relaxed. In a martial arts field in the academy, the two of them were exchanging blows. Their fists were so fast that one couldn't even see their shadows. The few people watching were dumbfounded. Two monsters. Saint 33 sucked in a cold breath. If he went up, he would have died long ago. I'm not fighting anymore. You refined the god blood. It's really unbelievable. Very soon, the two of them stopped on the martial arts field. One of them waved his hand and stopped attacking. His body was already in tatters. Looking at the other party, he was also in tatters. The one who waved his hand was Immortal Emperor Ji Kuan. His strong physical body couldn't take Lin Fei's violent power. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Only you heavenly demons have a physical body that is strong to this extent. Lin Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a thought, his physical body returned to its original state. This was the first time his physical body was so satisfying. Ever since he swallowed the heavenly god fruit and refined the god blood, the power of his fist reached 50 trillion dragon divine power. This power surpassed a first-step Immortal Emperor. Back then, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't dare to take it head-on as he was afraid of being killed on the spot. Your strength is increasing too quickly. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on. Ji Kuan took a deep breath and his wounds healed. Even a second-step Immortal Emperor wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Back then, Ji Kuan casually used his strength and Lin Fei had to risk his life. But just now, Ji Kuan didn't use any sacred art and relied on his physical body's divine power to fight. The two of them fought to a draw. Of course, Ji Kuan had the upper hand. He was a third-step Immortal Emperor and only then did he have the upper hand. Ji Kuan knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. After all, Lin Fei hadn't become an emperor yet. Once he did, with the support of the heavenly Tao, his divine power would reach a terrifying level. It's just so. Lin Fei removed the array. You have accumulated a lot and your strength is comparable to a second-step Immortal Emperor. When will you become an emperor? Ji Kuan asked. Become an emperor? Within 10 years. Lin Fei said seriously. The experience needed to upgrade the system was almost there. Lin Fei wanted to increase his divine power to the upper limit before he became an emperor. At that time, he would be confident of fighting for the position of Realm Lord. The day you become an emperor, I will become your follower, Ji Kuan said seriously. However, it will be very difficult for you to become an emperor. After all, your accumulation is too deep. Only ancient experts had such accumulation. I really don't know how you cultivate it. Ji Kuan couldn't understand this problem. Divine power needed a physical body to store, but the physical body's storage was limited. If he became an emperor, it would be fine. His body would be modified and his storage capacity would be greater. However, Lin Fei didn't become an emperor. This was the strangest thing. I know. Without needing Ji Kuan to say it, Lin Fei knew. 10 years later, I have to participate in the Battle of Realm Lords. Battle of Realm Lords. After sparring, Immortal Emperor Ji Kuan was in charge of Holy Heaven Academy. He didn't go out usually. Lin Fei took out large amounts of resources for him to cultivate and recover his strength to that of a fourth-step Immortal Emperor. 10 years. Not very long. Once the Battle of Realm Lords started, all sorts of experts would swarm over. It wouldn't do without experts. Lin Fei felt immense pressure. Chapter 1225. Ji Kuan's arrival made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. There's finally an expert in the Holy Heaven Academy. I can focus on becoming a great emperor. I have to become a great emperor within 10 years. He had no choice but to be anxious. Once I become a great emperor, Immortal Emperor Ji Kuan would become my follower. Unlike now, Lin Fei couldn't command Ji Kuan for the time being, even though Ji Kuan was already on his side. You want a third-step Immortal Emperor, and a fourth-step Immortal Emperor to follow an Immortal Emperor? Ji Kuan's suggestion of Lin Fei reaching the Immortal Emperor realm was undoubtedly a way for him to step down and become a follower. Lin Fei was excited at the thought of becoming a fourth-step Immortal Emperor's follower. On the Invincible Peak, after spending half a month with his wife, Lin Fei went into the secret chamber. Becoming a great emperor within 10 years will definitely cause a huge commotion. The 9 sects won't let me become a great emperor so easily. They will definitely act secretly to stop me from becoming a great emperor. Lin Fei sat in the secret chamber with his legs crossed. If I want to become a great emperor, not only do I have to deal with the 99 lightning bolts, but I also have to deal with the attacks from the heavenly Tao treasure and the people in the dark. I have to accumulate my strength to the limit. I can't give them any chances. Lin Fei said that he would become a great emperor in 10 years, so he had to be prepared. Accumulate. That was the first point. To become a great emperor, he had to become a heaven-defying first-step Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei took out the remaining heavenly god fruits as it was the best way to accumulate his divine force. I still have 4 heavenly god fruits with me. Once I consume them, my divine force will probably increase to an unprecedented level. Right? An existence with 18 primordial chaos avatars was like a bottomless pit. Up until now, each avatar had at least 2 to 300 trillion divine dragons god force. In other words, the battle power of each clone was between an immortal emperor and a half-step immortal emperor. If each of my 18 primordial chaos avatars has the god force of over 10 million dragons, or even more, who in the universe can do anything to me? As his dragon god power continued to increase, Lin Fei finally realized how terrifying the 18 primordial chaos avatars were. Each of the 18 primordial chaos clones had a dragon divine power of over 1 trillion dragon divine power, which was equivalent to 18 first-step immortal emperors. Their battle strength was truly unparalleled. To swallow or not to swallow? Lin Fei was in a dilemma. The effects of 4 heavenly god fruits were unimaginable. In the end, Lin Fei put away the heavenly god fruit. 10 years is still a long time. There's no rush. In the myriad worlds, there should be a way to raise one's god force. 10 years later, during the World Overlord battle, even if the Great Metropolis world is just a minor world, no one would want to miss out on the chance to become a world overlord. As for me, to raise my strength, I will have to depend on these 18 clones. Holy Heaven Academy, Library Pavilion. Lin Fei came over again. This time he planned to read through the rest of the books. There should be some secrets about divine power. As expected, there were indeed many secrets regarding divine power recorded in the Elysium. These secrets were very old. Divine Power Spring. Among the many books, Lin Fei found many secrets. Unfortunately, many of these secrets were hearsay and not very reliable. Most of them were made up out of nothing and couldn't be trusted. Only the last secret Lin Fei thought was more reliable. Back then, I was lucky enough to see the divine power ocean in the primal chaos world. I wonder if I can go there and collect some? Lin Fei rolled his eyes and an idea came to him. Heaven-defying space. Lin Fei came to the heaven-defying space again. Stepping into the heaven-defying space, the endless pressure was no longer effective. Lin Fei walked in the heaven-defying space and his powerful divine sense swept out. With his strength greatly increased, the heaven-defying space was still incomparably huge under his divine sense. Lin Fei became more and more curious. Where was the heaven-defying space in the past? Why did such a powerful existence live in it? Great perfection and divine power, he still didn't have confidence in facing that behemoth. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei kept searching, but in this half a month he didn't see even a shadow. It was as if the shadow had disappeared into thin air. Left? This time Lin Fei frowned. This was not good news. Lin Fei came to the heaven-defying space because he wanted to know about the divine power spring. Lin Fei was unwilling to give up and started searching again. Another month passed. Lin Fei stood on the mountain peak and frowned. He thought to himself, did he fall asleep? After 1.5 months of searching, he still couldn't find the shadow. After such a long time, Lin Fei believed that he wouldn't be able to find the shadow no matter how hard he searched. Oh right, in this 1.5 months of searching, the area I covered has been expanding. With my strength, no matter how big the place is, I will reach the end. Why did I wait until now? That's right, Lin Fei realized a problem. The heaven-defying space was too big. It was terrifying. It was probably like those great worlds. Not finding the shadow, Lin Fei once again realized that the heaven-defying space was extraordinary. Lin Fei relaxed and walked deeper. He was curious about what it would be like if he kept going deeper. The heaven-defying space had terrifying gravity and pressure. If he wasn't careful, he would be smashed into pieces. Lin Fei flew forward just like that. His strength was increasing every day. 3 months later, Lin Fei slowed down. The power in the air was like mud, filled with stickiness. He couldn't pass through it. Heaven-defying space is really not simple. With this pressure, even a first-step celestial emperor wouldn't dare to enter. Lin Fei relied on his true self body to reach here. Another month passed. Lin Fei couldn't fly anymore. He walked step by step. With every step he took, the pressure surged over and crushed his body. Lin Fei's expression was normal. He allowed the power to surge over and hit his body. He thought to himself, this power can block one of my punches. It really isn't just one punch. This power did not come from one direction, but from 360 directions. It was an attack that attacked indiscriminately. Half a year later, Lin Fei's body was tattered. Blood flowed like a river and he was bathed in fresh blood. He took a step forward with great difficulty. The power of the boundless ocean made Lin Fei spit out large mouthfuls of blood. This power exceeded the limits of what he could handle. This wasn't the first time he experienced such a fatal attack. Even second-step celestial emperors and third-step celestial emperors wouldn't dare to be in such an attack. Lin Fei lasted in such an environment for 2 months. He faced terror every day. If not for his strong body and large amounts of true spirit, he would have been defeated long ago. I can't take it anymore. Lin Fei took in deep breaths as he resisted the attacks. If this goes on, I really won't be able to hold on. What kind of place is this heaven-defying space? After my true self-body reached great completion, even though it wasn't perfected and Ji Kuan could only heavily injure it, the power here is just too terrifying. Lin Fei couldn't see the end, but the power kept on increasing. Lin Fei originally wanted to find out what was going on with the heaven-defying space. But this power was almost unbearable. Large amounts of true spirit burned and turned into celestial power. He had harvested a large amount of true spirits from the Nether Palace, and a large amount from the Sky-Cracking Gate. Do I really have to leave? Lin Fei was really unwilling. There must be something big within the heaven-defying space. Another half a month passed. The power of the storm made Lin Fei take 3 steps back for every step he took. The power nearly caused his body to collapse. 10 days ago, the power turned into a strong gale and landed on his body like knives. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that even a second-step immortal emperor would be heavily injured or even die. After walking for 10 days, Lin Fei couldn't take it anymore. His body had reached its limit. If he didn't go back, the wind knives would drown him. This is. The wind in front of him was like a saber, airtight. It struck Lin Fei's physical body, leaving behind many wounds. Blood flowed freely. In the howling wind, Lin Fei saw a black shadow. Roll! Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers flew out and swept towards the black shadow. The black shadow was dragged over and fell into the mountains and rivers. Isn't this the primal divine stone from back then? When Lin Fei held the item in his hand, he recognized it, revealing an expression of pleasant surprise. Good stuff. Lin Fei recalled that the primal chaos alien race gave him the primal chaos divine stone, which allowed him to cultivate the primal chaos right hand, which was comparable to an immortal artifact. Lin Fei would never forget this scene. It was definitely good stuff. So the primal divine stone appeared in this place. The primal divine stone in his hand wasn't as big as the one in the past, but its use was unimaginable. Lin Fei kept the primal divine stone and looked over. In the howling wind, another primal divine stone appeared and moved with the wind. These wind knives could heavily injure second-step immortal emperors, but not this primal divine stone. If one appeared, it would be a coincidence. If two appeared, it wouldn't be a coincidence. Lin Fei frowned and wondered if these primal divine stones would float over from the front. If that was the case, Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine. If he obtained a mountain of primal divine stones and used it to temper his body, it would far surpass those supreme immortal physiques. Even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. But the primal chaos divine stone in front of him was the biggest problem. What should I do? Lin Fei vaguely found something good. That damned primal chaos divine stone was a roadblock, and this made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. Lin Fei realized that if it was as he guessed, it would definitely raise Holy Heaven Academy's strength to a terrifying level. It wouldn't be a problem to create a batch of immortal emperors. The primal chaos divine stone contained terrifying power. Lin Fei was in deep thought. The immortal energy in his body was constantly burning to repair his body. Lin Fei kept on thinking about what to do. Another gust of wind blew over. I wonder if my heaven and earth smelt can refine these primal chaos divine stones. With a flash of inspiration, Lin Fei thought of the God Power Pill. These primal chaos divine stones were visible to the naked eye and contained terrifying power. Only now did Lin Fei think about the heaven and earth smelt. If only it could be refined. Thinking about it, if he wanted to enter, he had to refine these primal chaos divine stone. Without these terrifying primal chaos divine stones, he would have a chance to enter. Let's give it a try. With the mountains and rivers blocking in front of him, he took out the heaven and earth smelt. It turned into a giant whirlpool and swallowed the primal chaos divine stone. Refine it for this, Daddy. Whether or not I succeed will depend on this. Chapter 12:26. On a platform in the Against the Sky realm, a group of people appeared on it. Old Fogey Ming Xian Yu came. This was the outermost area of the heaven-defying realm. As an old man appeared, a few people on the platform came to greet him. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize that it was Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, the sect master of the Sacred Sword sect, who had lost 1 trillion true spirits. Mysterious sect, Flying Eagle, you guys are so fast. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said to both of them. We've just arrived as well. Xianzong Celestial Emperor laughed. Now that you're here, we're all here. It was unknown when these 3 immortal emperors had come together. Is everything ready? Alright, for this thing, this old man paid a great price for the Tianyun Tower to be willing to exchange it. Another celestial emperor in the crowd said. Lin Fei would definitely be surprised if he saw it. The 4 sect elders were here. Can you confirm the news? Zhuge Feng asked. There's no mistake. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian nodded. Let's go. A certain celestial emperor summoned a warship, and the sky full of runes flashed, rushing into the depths of the Against the Sky space. Done. Amidst the raging winds, Lin Fei activated the heaven and earth smelt, and finally managed to suppress the wind knife. Within the heaven and earth smelt, there were hundreds of green immortal pills. My guess was right. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing the immortal pills, he knew that his thoughts were correct. These wind blades can be compressed into immortal pills. Lin Fei took out the immortal pill and examined it closely. It emitted a fierce divine power, but unfortunately, too much of it had been lost. It was more domineering than the divine power pill. Let me try and see how effective it is. Due to the rapid increase in divine power, ordinary divine power pills were no longer effective. No matter how many he swallowed, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Lin Fei naturally hoped that the effect of the green immortal pill would surpass the god power pill. He swallowed a celestial pill, and it melted in his mouth, turning into a powerful current on the spot. His body nearly exploded. Wow, the effect is so terrifying. After swallowing an immortal pill, Lin Fei realized that it was extraordinary. It surpassed the divine power pill. Lin Fei took the opportunity to direct the flood into one of his clones. After a while, Lin Fei squinted his eyes and laughed out loud. This is truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search. The wind blades formed from this energy can be compressed into god power pellets. The effects are extremely terrifying. A single green immortal pellet can increase one's divine power by 100 million dragons. This was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. 100 of them was equivalent to 10 billion dragon god power. 1,000 of them would be equivalent to 100 billion dragon divine power. Lin Fei suddenly felt as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky. By a freak combination of factors, I found a way to improve. Lin Fei looked at the raging wind in front of him. If he could refine all of them, each of his 18 Grand Mist avatars would experience a terrifying increase in strength. Collect. Lin Fei went all out. There wouldn't be a second chance for such a good opportunity. The moment the heaven and earth smelt was activated, it turned into a gigantic whirlpool and compressed these wind blades, turning them into green immortal pills. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. After cultivating the heaven and earth smelt, not only could he refine it, but he could also compress it, benefiting Lin Fei for nothing. In the heaven-defying space, a warship flew past. Inside the warship sat 4 immortal emperors. They were obviously Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Fang, Immortal Emperor Xianzong, and finally Emperor Ku. How much longer until we reach the wind source zone? The one who spoke was Emperor Ku. As his name suggested, he was skinny and lethargic. Another 2 years. The one who answered was Immortal Emperor Ming Xian. Can this warship that we built withstand the astral winds of the wind source zone? Absolutely no problem. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's tone was very firm. For this day, I have prepared for 200,000 years. No matter what, I have to enter the inner part of the wind source zone and obtain the supreme divine item. Every time the wind source zone was mentioned, the remaining 3 immortal emperors would frown. It's good that there's no problem. It better not be like the time 300,000 years ago. The 4 immortal emperors' expressions changed again. There was no other way. The wind source zone was like a nightmare. It was a terrifying place. Back then they were all juniors. Their sect's patriarch brought them and several other sects to enter the heaven-defying space together. They obtained an incomplete map and learned that there was a divine item in the depths of the heaven-defying space. If they could obtain the divine item, the strength of their sects would be unimaginable. Even they themselves would achieve a huge improvement. Unfortunately, that time, they encountered the wind source astral winds in the wind source zone and suffered heavy losses. Almost all of them died. Back then they only managed to escape from death. That place was a nightmare to them. If it was possible, they would rather die than go there again. Our warship is made of supreme-grade materials and refined by a blacksmith grandmaster. It is specially used to withstand the wind source astral winds. As long as we pass through the wind source zone, it will be easy to obtain the divine item. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian smiled proudly. For this day, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had prepared for so long. It was all for that treasure. Lin Fei was also part of it. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian could not bear the loss of 1 trillion true spirits. I wonder what divine item is behind the wind source zone? The 3 immortal emperors looked at Immortal Emperor Ming Xian. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was the oldest among them. Their sect's patriarch had died in the past. As for what good item was in the depths of the wind source zone, they were not too sure. Primal Chaos Divine Stone. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said. Old geezer Ming Xian and the others are finally willing to make a move. I thought I would have to admit defeat. A young man in white walked out of the heaven-defying space. He was the sect master of the Sky Fisher sect, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian. Sect master. Is there something good in the depths of this heaven-defying space? Behind Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian stood 5 immortal emperors. They were all first-step immortal emperors and emitted boundless emperor's might. Patriarch said that there is a great terror in the depths of the heaven-defying space. These first-step immortal emperors were all hidden elders of the Sky Fisher sect. At their level, they would usually be cultivating in seclusion or collecting materials to refine treasures to face the emperor's tribulation of a second-step immortal emperor. All the hidden elders present knew how terrifying the heaven-defying space was. The periphery was still fine, but once they entered the depths, it would be a great terror. Yes, there is indeed something good. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian's eyes were spirited. Because there is a rare primal divine stone in the depths. What? There is a primal divine stone? How is that possible? This is priceless. Whether it is used to refine treasures or temper one's body, the effects are unimaginable. The 5 immortal emperor elders were stunned. How did the sect master know about this secret? The Realm Lord battle is about to begin. I predicted that Immortal Emperor Ming Xian would make a move. With him leading the way, we must obtain the primal divine stone no matter what. If we can severely injure Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, we will have one less enemy 10 years later. Chapter 1227. Wind Origin Zone. Lin Fei did not know where he was, nor did he know that someone was coming for the Wind Origin Zone. Another Chaos Divine Stone. Wind Origin Zone. Lin Fei activated the heaven and earth smelt as he compressed out a series of divine power pills and swallowed them down in huge mouthfuls. Behind him, the 18 Grand Mist doppelganger stood in a straight line. Bang bang bang, one of the clone's aura surged and his god power broke through. Great, another clone has broken through to 500 trillion dragon god power points. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and kept the Chaos Divine Stone. Unfortunately, there were not many Chaos Divine Stones in this area. Occasionally a few would appear. This made him conclude that there must be a large number of Chaos Divine Stones behind this gale. Right now, the most important thing was to increase the god power of his clones. Only 10 clones have reached 500 trillion dragon god power points. There are still 8 more clones. I need to continue working hard. 2 months later. Each of the 18 doppelgangers had a total of 500 trillion dragon god power. Lin Fei was not satisfied. He needed to continue. This was not enough. For 2 months, Lin Fei had been compressing the gale day and night without stopping. In this area, the gale did not decrease at all. It was endless. Another 4 months later, which was equivalent to half a year. Each of the 18 doppelgangers had the power of 700 trillion dragon god power. It could be said that the combined strength of the 18 clones was terrifying. The 18 primordial chaos clones were also on display. They were like a bottomless pit. No matter how much god power came, it would be sucked in. Lin Fei's god power was increasing, and so was his physical body. His true self-body, which had not improved for a long time, was advancing towards perfection. Awesome, this is awesome. 1.5 years later. Lin Fei was still working tirelessly on compressing the green gale. The 18 doppelgangers stood behind him like warriors, and every one of them radiated with terrifying divine power. What a pity! Another batch of god power pills was formed. Lin Fei took them out and ate them, guiding them into one of his clones. It took a long time to compress them, but after half a year the speed became faster. The final clone has also broken through to 2 quadrillion dragon divine power. Lin Fei shouted in satisfaction. Looking at the thin cyan astral wind, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is the best I can do. In a short period of 1.5 years, Lin Fei had refined almost all of the azure astral winds in this place. Each of the 18 doppelgangers had a divine power of 2 quadrillion dragons divine power, which was only slightly weaker than the main body. Keeping the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei let out a long howl. 18 doppelgangers, perhaps 2 trillion dragon god power, equivalent to 18 first-step immortal emperors. How could Lin Fei not be excited? His strength was soaring like a rocket. Lin Fei even suspected that he was daydreaming. This rate of improvement was too fast. Of course, Lin Fei was very clear that if he didn't have the heaven and earth smelt, it would be impossible for him to obtain the compressed energy of the astral winds. All of this was fate. Return. The 18 clones entered Lin Fei's body. Boom boom boom, with each clone that entered, Lin Fei's strength would increase exponentially. The divine power in his body was like a vast ocean, deep and unfathomable. 3 clones fused into his body. Lin Fei's body was filled with violent divine power. Over 9 quadrillion dragon divine power. The surging divine power made Lin Fei want to vent it out. Ah! Lin Fei punched out and divine power surged. Bang bang bang, the remaining thin cyan astral winds shattered like glass. The astral winds within 1 billion miles were all shattered. This power! Lin Fei took in a deep breath and punched out. His entire body returned to normal. Was this the limit of power? Just 3 clones fused in and the power was already so terrifying. I wonder if I can fuse with a 4th clone? Lin Fei frowned. The violent divine power filled his body with energy. If he fought with Ji Kuan would definitely lose, and it would be a tragic one. My true self body isn't at the perfect state. With 3 clones fusing, my divine power has reached the limit. It won't feel good, and if I force it, my body might explode. Not enough. Just 3 clones are far from enough. What I want is stronger power. Lin Fei's heart didn't waver. He cultivated the Tao of true self and believed in himself, the strongest existence. Over 9 quadrillion dragon divine power was really terrifying. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied. There were many geniuses in the world, and there were many heaven-defying emperors too. There was never a lack of power. Lin Fei also knew that the fusion of the 4th clone would be dangerous. Once he survived, he would enter another magical realm. In the entire world, Lin Fei dared to say that no one had reached such a terrifying level of divine power before becoming an emperor. If he sparred with immortal Emperor Mingxian now, he would be able to explode immortal Emperor Mingxian's body in less than 3 punches. It was very difficult to raise divine power. Raising a few trillion dragon god power in one go, other than a heaven-defying divine fruit, nothing else could do it. Even if he did, there was no one who could refine it. Lin Fei had 18 clones and a heaven-defying advantage. In addition to the heaven and earth smelt, he was blessed by the heavens to reach this step. I'll go all out. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and prepared to take the risk. Whether he succeeded or not depended on the heavens. The 4th clone walked into Lin Fei's body. Torrential divine power surged over. Rise! 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 The terrifying power nearly caused Lin Fei's body to explode. Cracks appeared on his tough body and fresh blood flowed. I can't take it anymore. Lin Fei was facing great terror. The ferocity of the divine power exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. It was going to make his body explode. The cracks on his body kept bursting open, and fresh blood gushed out. Compress for me. Lin Fei roared. The divine power exceeded what his body could bear. It was like a water jar. When the water was full, it would naturally flow out. He was in such a situation now, but it was even more terrifying than when it flowed out. At the crucial moment, Lin Fei's ferocity burst out. He planned to compress the divine power, compressing the original 10 into 1. This way, the divine power in his body would be more condensed, and the power produced would be even more terrifying. With a flash of inspiration at the moment of danger, Lin Fei knew that he had found the right way. Compress divine power. No matter how much divine power, as long as it was compressed, his body could contain it. Between life and death, Lin Fei would do whatever he decided to do. The heaven and earth smelt flew out, and Lin Fei flew in. The heaven and earth divine fire surged into his body and started to suppress the divine power. One had to say that this move was used in the right place. The heaven and earth smelt was not something of this world. Compress divine power. Instantly it worked. The violent divine power wanted to leak out, but it was suppressed by the power of the heaven and earth smelt. It remained in Lin Fei's body, unable to explode. Lin Fei's heart did not waver, and he allowed the heaven and earth smelt to compress it. The power that exceeded his body was suppressed, and the divine power was compressed bit by bit. It was compressed to 9,999 trillion dragon power, And only then did Lin Fei stop. That was too dangerous. I nearly burned myself. With the thought, Lin Fei's celestial power rumbled, and his body recovered. Looking at it, it took him an entire month to compress the divine power. This is it for now. Lin Fei did not dare to act recklessly. He kept the remaining 14 bodies and did not merge them. Chapter 12:28. After experiencing a dangerous scene, Lin Fei did not dare to merge with the primordial chaos clones again. The fourth primordial chaos clone almost killed him, not to mention the next one. He maintained it like this. 99 trillion dragon divine power was the limit of what his body could withstand. This amount of dragon divine power was very impressive. The 14 primordial chaos clones had the combat strength of an immortal emperor. Each of them was indestructible. Even an immortal emperor would have a headache facing them. The astral winds in the wind source zone were mostly cleared. Without them it would be dangerous. Lin Fei charged forward. Without the astral winds, the number of chaos divine stones started to increase. Lin Fei collected them one by one, not letting go of a single chaos divine stone. Hua Lin Fei collected the chaos divine stones like flowing water. Another chaos divine stone. In the sky, another chaos divine stone landed in Lin Fei's hand. There should be a large number of chaos divine stones up ahead. It was only after Lin Fei confirmed his guess. These chaos divine stones were clearly sent flying by a terrifying force. He had a chance to collect them. Could it really be a huge mountain? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and sped up. Without the astral winds in the wind source zone, Lin Fei sped up and collected more chaos divine stones. Not long after, an endless mountain appeared in front of him. This was probably the only mountain within 1 billion miles. Lin Fei sent his divine sense over. His eyes lit up and he was dumbfounded. He could not believe what he saw. I was right. Lin Fei was not sure when he came, but after seeing the mountain he was sure. Chaos Divine Mountain. It was made up of all Chaos Divine stones. No wonder I found the Chaos Celestial stones in the astral winds. They must have been blown down by the astral winds and drifted in the astral winds for years to accumulate. Lin Fei appeared in front of the Chaos Divine Mountain. This Chaos Divine Mountain was 1,000,000 feet tall and 200,000 to 300,000 feet wide. If I dig it out, how many Chaos Divine stones will there be? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Happiness came too quickly. No matter where such a Chaos Divine Mountain was, once news of it got out, it would cause a huge storm across the universe. Ancient fourth-step immortal emperors and fourth-step devil emperors would be the first to participate in the fight. No one can control their desires. This was a Chaos Divine Mountain. We're almost at the wind source zone. On the bow of the warship, the 4 immortal emperors looked ahead. Back then, immortal Emperor Mingxian had come here once. It was hard for him to forget the scene back then. The wind source area ahead had caused them to suffer heavy losses. The Against the Sky realm is really not ordinary. If not for the warship made by the alchemist Grandmaster, it would not have been easy for everyone, Emperor Withered said. Warship runes bloomed. The power from the space was completely blocked. This is just the beginning. Immortal Emperor Mingxian didn't think much of it. The astral winds inside are the most terrifying. I don't know how they formed, but the closer we get to the inside, the more terrifying the destructive power. The danger of the wind source zone made everyone nervous. Good heavens! A genuine Chaos Divine Mountain. Lin Fei examined it from top to bottom and confirmed that it was undoubtedly a divine mountain made of Chaos Divine stones. Open! A fist containing terrifying divine power smashed onto the divine mountain like a rainbow. Dong! A dull sound spread out. The Chaos Divine Mountain didn't move at all after a punch with 9,999 trillion dragon divine power. Not even a single Chaos Divine stone fell. Lin Fei blinked. What kind of joke is this? The power of my punch can't even break a single Chaos Divine stone. Again. Lin Fei was really dumbfounded. The Divine Mountain was really harder than he had imagined. Lin Fei didn't believe it. He transformed into a giant god fiend with 3 heads and 6 arms. He attacked the Chaos Divine Mountain like a violent person beating up a sandbag. His physical body's limit. Dong dong dong, the dull sound was still there. First step immortal emperors, second step immortal emperors, And even third-step immortal emperors died countless times under Lin Fei's torrential attacks. The Chaos Divine Mountain didn't move at all. Not to mention the stone chips that fell. This time Lin Fei was really helpless. A divine mountain is so hard that even my power can't break it. Lin Fei stopped and frowned. He had found a peerless treasure, but he couldn't take it down. He couldn't just leave it there forever. That wasn't a solution. There was a mountain in front of him, but he couldn't take it down. Lin Fei was depressed and tried all kinds of methods. The first was to take the Chaos Divine Mountain. In the end, the Chaos Divine Mountain didn't react. Lin Fei used all his strength but still couldn't move it. If he couldn't move it, then he would attack with fire. Lin Fei released a fire dragon. It was the divine fire of heaven and earth. He tried to melt the divine mountain. This time the divine fire suffered a setback. The Chaos Divine Mountain didn't fall for it, and the divine fire couldn't do anything to it. This time Lin Fei frowned deeply. Could it be that he really had to give up on this godly mountain? There was a treasure right in front of him that he couldn't take away. This was the most tragic thing in the world. I wonder if this will work. Lin Fei thought of an idea and took out an axe. It was made of starlight divine metal. It was fun back then, so he still had it on him. Let's try it. Lin Fei picked up the starlight axe and hacked at the God Mountain. The God Mountain that didn't rely on strength flashed, and a fist-sized Chaos Divine Stone came out. Done. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The Chaos Divine Stone landed in his hand. It was the size of a fist. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. Everything has a counter. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The Starlight Divine Metal didn't let down its reputation. It really countered the Chaos Divine Mountain. In the entire world, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can mine this mountain. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed like an old fox. He was originally worried that if he couldn't take the Chaos Divine Mountain away, there would be a huge battle if someone found out. But now the Chaos Divine Mountain needed specialized items to be mined. There were only a handful of Starlight Divine Metal that could be refined into axes. Come out. 14 primordial chaos clones walked out. Go and mine. Lin Fei didn't lack axes. The 14 primordial chaos clones immediately became miners. They raised their axes and charged forward. The 14 primordial chaos clones moved quickly. Piece by piece, the Chaos Divine Stones were mined. Collect. Lin Fei relaxed. He just sat there and collected the Chaos Divine Stones. He didn't need to do anything else. At the same time, he thought that the Chaos Divine Stones should have been blown down by the astral winds. This God Mountain is so big, it will take a lot of time to mine it all. Anyway, the heaven-defying space can speed up time. It won't take too long to mine the entire God Mountain. This time, the strength of the Academy's disciples will increase greatly. Also, the Black Mountain Demonic God and the others that I subdued. As long as I forge a set of Chaos Immortal armor and weapon for them, Lin Fei could almost imagine the scene when that happened. This astral wind? On this day, a battleship arrived at the wind source zone. Old Ghost, is this the wind source astral wind? Why is it different from what you said? On the battleship. Light flowed. Chapter 1229. Wind source zone. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian widened his eyes so much that his eyeballs almost popped out. The scene in front of him couldn't be connected to the scene in the past. How did the wind source astral gale disappear? This shouldn't be the case. Back then, the wind source astral gale was densely packed here, howling incessantly. Without any treasures that could withstand the astral gale, one would surely die. But why is the astral gale so weak now? Immortal Emperor Ming Xian flew out and landed in the astral winds. The astral wind was very weak. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian flung his sleeves and shook off the astral winds. A huge question mark surfaced. Could it be the wrong place? Xian Sek's Celestial Emperor flew out and frowned. If they were at the wrong place, it would be bad. It can't be. The wind origin zone is the only way. There is no mistake. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian shook his head. There must be something wrong with the wind origin zone, causing the astral winds to have problems. Let's go. The remaining 3 immortal emperors were not fools. When Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said this, he immediately realized that there was a problem with the wind origin zone. The wind origin astral wind would not disappear so easily. There must be a reason. Wind source zone. After they left, a group of people appeared behind them. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian recognized it with a single glance. Strange. The wind origin astral wind is a type of terrifying astral wind. Any immortal emperor would have a headache dealing with it. No wonder old ghost Ming Xian obtained a flying treasure. However, the wind origin astral wind shouldn't be so little. Could it be that he was taken by someone to cultivate a secret technique? There were all kinds of secret arts in the universe, and there were countless of them. Some of the great secret arts required rare treasures, and the wind origin astral wind was one of them. It could be used to cultivate some powerful secret arts. Outside of this reason, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian really couldn't explain why the wind source scale was so little to this degree. Something must have happened inside. Then he followed behind. To track old ghost Ming Xian, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had used a top-grade treasure to hide his tracks. Even the astute old ghost Ming Xian did not realize that he was being followed. With so many doppelgangers, it's great to work. In front of a huge mountain, Lin Fei sat on a throne with a pile of chaos divine stones in front of him. Ever since the axe forged from starlight divine metal could be used to mine primal chaos divine stones, Lin Fei had sent out all of his avatars to mine primal chaos divine stones like a swarm of locusts. After mining for a long time, Lin Fei discovered another benefit. Each of the primordial doppelgangers had 20 million dragon divine power, and the stronger the divine power, the faster the extraction. This time Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Even with 14 clones mining, this chaos divine mountain was still a massive object. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Other than collecting the chaos divine stones, Lin Fei had another thing to do, and that was to refine the chaos divine stones. After leaving the chaos divine mountain, the primal chaos divine stones could be refined, just like in the heaven-defying dimension. His body was about to reach perfection. Lin Fei was not satisfied with this. He prepared to cultivate the chaotic body. This was a secret that could be seen from ancient records. Rumor had it that as long as one had enough chaos divine stones, one could cultivate the chaos body, which was one of the most terrifying physiques in the legends. There were even records of someone cultivating the chaos body in the past. His physical body was invincible, and he was famous in the primordial era. It was too difficult to cultivate the chaos body. One had to have enough chaos divine stones, and their physical body had to be strong. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the conditions before him. With his true self body at perfection, and the chaotic body, he would be more confident when he became a martial emperor. The chaotic body is indeed one of the strongest physical bodies in the world. No wonder the chaotic alien race was so powerful back then. That chaotic alien race must have the chaotic body, right? Back then, Lin Fei had refined his right hand, and with that lesson, his physical body was even stronger than before. It was incomparable. Soon he refined all 4 limbs. The chaotic body was divided into a few steps. The limbs were just the beginning. With the true self body as a foundation, the refinement was very fast. Whoosh, with a thought, a series of runes appeared on his limbs, extending all the way to his arm before stopping. As long as I cultivate the chaotic body, this peerless immortal body will become even stronger. I should be able to fuse 18 clones in one go, right? Before the true self body reached perfection, his physical body was already at its limit. Someone is coming. On the throne, Lin Fei had just refined a chaos divine stone. After refining his limbs, he started to refine his back. Usually, he would release his divine sense to prevent any danger. There was movement in front, and Lin Fei noticed it immediately. The astral winds were absorbed by me. Without this barrier, someone really came in. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Now that my divine power has reached the limit of my physical body, and I have 14 clones, I really have nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei squinted his eyes again. There is indeed no wind source astral winds along the way. How strange. A flying warship came from afar. On the deck of the warship, the 4 immortal emperors couldn't figure out the reason. It was because there was no wind source astral winds that they could easily pass through. There is something in front. Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feng, who didn't speak much, pointed ahead. They were all immortal emperors. They could vaguely feel that there was something in front. Quick! Swoosh, 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 The warship moved like a stream of light. After a while, a black mountain appeared in front of the 4 immortal emperors with runes. Chaos Divine Mountain. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's eyes widened as he looked at the mountain in disbelief. How is this possible? On normal days, a small piece of Chaos Divine Stone is already very rare. And now there is a Divine Mountain. We are rich. I can't imagine that there is such a Divine Mountain behind the Wind Source Zone. The 4 immortal emperors were very excited. As long as they could take down this mountain, the 4 of them would have a bright future. The emperor tribulations that troubled them would be as easy as drinking water, and they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Wait, there seems to be someone on the mountain. Just as they were excited, Emperor Withered frowned and told them a piece of bad news. On the peerless treasure of the Chaos Divine Mountain, with their powerful divine senses, they really found someone. Now their expressions changed. Someone had beaten them to it. This wasn't a good thing. If they wanted to pass through the Wind Source Zone, they still needed to make some preparations to be confident of passing through. But now, someone was even stronger than them. Could it be a 4th step Immortal Emperor? Immortal Emperor Xianzong lowered his voice. The 4's expressions changed again. A 4th step Immortal Emperor was a terrifying existence that could turn them into dregs with one look. To be able to become a 4th step Immortal Emperor, one's emotions were unpredictable. No one knew what kind of 4th step Immortal Emperor they would encounter. However, they were really unwilling to let them leave just like that. It was fine if they didn't see it. After seeing the treasure mountain, they were mesmerized. The value of a Chaos Divine Mountain couldn't be estimated. Even 4th step Immortal Emperors would go crazy for it, let alone 1st step Immortal Emperors like them. It was like a mountain of gold in front of them. What a divine mountain! Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian, who had been following them, couldn't help but be moved. A divine mountain formed by Chaos Divine Stones. This was the first time Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had seen it. The 5 Immortal Emperor elders behind him were also shocked. Outside the myriad heavens, every time a Chaos Divine Stone appeared, it would cause a huge commotion, let alone a Chaos Divine Mountain. Sect leader, we came to the right place. It's obvious that Old Ghost is here for the Divine Mountain. Sect leader, I think we have to take down the Divine Mountain no matter what. As long as we have this Divine Mountain, our sky-cracking sect will become a great sect in the myriad heavens. The 5 Immortal Emperor elders rubbed their palms together. They all knew the value of a Chaos Divine Mountain. They were jealous. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was completely moved. He tried his best to calm himself down. Don't be rash. There's already someone on the Chaos Divine Mountain. It seems to be a Supreme Immortal Emperor. We don't know the situation, let's wait and see first. If it was an ownerless item, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian would kill his way out. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and the others were powerful. They had brought great treasures into the heaven-defying space to suppress them. Although it was a little difficult, it wasn't too difficult. We must get the Divine Mountain. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had already decided. If there was a Supreme Immortal Emperor on the Divine Mountain, he couldn't interfere. With the terrifying strength of a Supreme Immortal Emperor, the entire sect would be razed to the ground. But he had the backing of a great sect. At most he would ask them to help. The benefits of getting the Chaos Divine Mountain would be unimaginable. A little closer. Greed overpowered their rationality. They moved closer. Just one look. With a treasure mountain in front of them, they were unwilling to leave. Just one look was good. As long as it wasn't a powerful Immortal Emperor, they had a way. If it was a Supreme Immortal Emperor, they had thought of a way and prepared life-saving items. They should be able to leave the heaven-defying space. The Chaos Divine Mountain appeared clearly in front of them. While they were feeling uneasy, they finally saw a throne and the figure on it. It's that kid. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian took a few glances and widened his eyes again. Lin Fei, Immortal Emperor Xianzong, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feng, and Emperor Ku all saw it. Wasn't that the guy they were gnashing their teeth with? Why was he here? At this moment they didn't have time to think so much. They heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a 4th step Immortal Emperor. Even the heavens are helping me. I was almost fooled. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's hatred for Lin Fei couldn't be expressed in a single sentence. Everyone, Lin Fei's strength is unfathomable. I don't know how he found the sacred mountain. What we need to do now is to suppress that kid and obtain the sacred mountain. Why don't we kill him? Emperor Ku said coldly. We can't kill him for the time being. We are also risking our lives to come to this place. Since this brat can come here, the master behind him might be here to guard the sacred mountain. If we kill Lin Fei, wouldn't it be the same as telling his master? At that time, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feng pointed out the key point. We have to be careful. Hua 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 for immortal emperors and their subordinates. A total of 50 to 60 people charged out of the void. Taoist Lin Fei, how have you been? I didn't expect us to meet here. We're really fated. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian looked straight at Lin Fei. So it's you, old thing. I didn't expect you to come here too. On the throne, Lin Fei opened his eyes and chuckled, but he didn't get up. The 4 immortal emperors charged over. Their eyes first fell on Lin Fei. Then they noticed the clones on the sacred mountain. Each clone stopped and stared at them. Be careful. Lin Fei hid his strength well. He cultivated so many clones, and each clone's strength is exceptionally terrifying. Immortal Emperor Xianzong reminded everyone. The 4 immortal emperors were very surprised that he cultivated 14 clones, and each of them emitted the same aura. Chapter 1230. 14 doppelgangers. They were afraid. Doppelgangers were the hardest to cultivate. It was just one doppelganger, but there were 14 doppelgangers with the same aura. The 4 immortal emperors had no choice but to take this seriously. Perhaps there was a powerful existence nearby. Lin Fei really did not expect that the person who came looking for him was none other than Immortal Emperor Ming Xian. These people are all in this together. I can catch them all at once. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei had a plan. The Chaos Divine Mountain could not be exposed. Taoist Lin, how did you come here? Why did you take the God Mountain for yourself? What is the meaning of this? Immortal Emperor Xian stared at Lin Fei. Before understanding the situation, they did not dare to make a move. The terror of the Wind Source Zone was still fresh in their memories. For Lin Fei to be able to find this place, there must be a powerful existence supporting him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this place. This God Mountain is yours? Lin Fei stood up. Of course it is ours. Immortal Emperor Xian answered. Otherwise, why would we come here? Emperor Wither added. Taoist Lin, you are occupying someone else's things and you still have the right? Lin Fei raised his brows. You are that person again? Tell me your name. Such arrogance. My title is Emperor Wither, Emperor Wither said with a baleful look. The God Mountain was left behind by us in the past. If you know what's good for you, hand over the divine stones and leave obediently. The Chaos Divine Mountain was theirs. Lin Fei laughed out loud. You old fogies, you're really thick-skinned. This divine mountain is ownerless. Since when did it belong to you? If I were you, I would find a rope and hang myself. Zhuge Feng said. Fellow Taoist Lin, you are very strong, but you can't fight against so many people. Be careful, a loose tongue may cause trouble. It would be such a pity for a genius with such potential to fall in this wind origin zone. So this place was called the Wind Source Zone. Lin Fei was indeed very surprised that they had found this place. He had rushed here on a whim, while they came with a purpose. Needless to say, they were probably here for the Chaos Divine Mountain. In fact, Lin Fei was mistaken about one thing. They only knew that there were primal Chaos Divine stones in the Wind Source Zone, but the Chaos Divine Mountain didn't. What if I don't go? A cold light flashed across Zhuge Feng's eyes as he said sternly, Then don't blame us for attacking you. The 4 immortal emperors, including their subordinates, were a rather powerful force. It would be easy for them to suppress Lin Fei. His biggest worry was the backer behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei clapped his hands and said with a smile, Fight? Do you know what I want to do the most right now? That's beating you up. Back then, the Skycracking sect had already tolerated you for a long time. You traveled far and wide in search of me, only to find me effortlessly. Now you've delivered yourselves to me. Boom! Lin Fei slapped the throne and shot out. Hua hua hua, the 14 primordial avatars all moved. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and the others were stunned. They all decided to suppress Lin Fei first. All of you, go up and stop the avatars. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was already filled with resentment. To prevent any accidents from happening, the four of us will attack together and suppress Lin Fei. Alright. Behind the four immortal emperors, over 40 people swarmed forward. Immortal emperors, half-step immortal emperors, first-step immortal emperor elders. They were a huge force. One of the avatars punched in the sky, and the divine power river whipped one of the immortal emperors. The immortal emperor did not even make a sound before he was torn into pieces. The river whipped again, and another immortal emperor was hit. The most ordinary attack. The terrifying divine power created 14 terrifying first-step immortal emperors. The 14 first-step immortal emperors were like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. In an instant, half of the immortal emperors died. Isn't it just an avatar? Die. A half-step immortal emperor stabbed a sword at one of Lin Fei's avatars. The sword pierced through, but the avatar seemed unharmed. It turned into a long river and coiled around the half-step immortal emperor. No matter how he struggled, the half-step immortal emperor could not break free. After a few breaths he stopped breathing. This old man's subordinate. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Lin Fei's avatars were so powerful that most of the disciples he brought died in the blink of an eye. There were only 8 first-step immortal emperors left on the battlefield. The rest were all dead. It was so fast that no one could accept the result. Old thing, your subordinates are not that great. Lin Fei pounced at Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, who was closest to him. This old man will fight you to the death. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian brought many disciples with potential for the Primal Chaos Divine Stones, but they all died in the blink of an eye. How could he not be heartbroken? After the previous battle, an immortal armor appeared on his body. He also knew that Lin Fei was powerful in close combat. He retreated, and a black immortal bow appeared in his hand. It was a top-grade immortal artifact. Swish! 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 The flowing light shot toward Lin Fei. This was specially prepared for Lin Fei. This was not an ordinary immortal arrow. It contained terrifying divine might. Old thing, I'm going to beat you until you're half dead today. Lin Fei did not react to the flowing light. He swatted with his left and right hands, and the terrifying force was sent flying, blocking the arrow that contained terrifying divine might. This move contained crushing force. Swish! 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 Immortal Emperor Ming Xian shot out 10 arrows consecutively, exhausting a large amount of immortal energy. The might of one arrow could kill a first-step immortal emperor. This was one of the Sacred Sword Gate's cornerstone treasures. Lin Fei moved very quickly, and the flowing light was sent flying. The hand of primal chaos is indeed impressive. His left and right hands were already the hand of primal chaos, isolating all rebound forces. Old Fogey Ming Xian's attack was very strong, and he was sent flying. Old thing, you're old. Lin Fei sent the terrifying flowing light flying again, arriving before Old Fogey Ming Xian. At the same time, Immortal Emperor Xian from the Mystic Sect, the Withered Emperor, and Zhuge Feiying attacked simultaneously. It's my turn now. Lin Fei swatted with his right hand, and the palm formed by divine power slapped at Old Fogey Ming Xian with a thought. 9,999 trillion dragon divine power. A supreme strike. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian blocked with both hands. With 3 immortal emperors attacking, Lin Fei would definitely have to retreat or wait to be injured. Once he was injured, they would have the final say. With this block, a great terror came. His hands exploded, and his immortal armor turned into fragments. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was submerged by the divine power palm, and his entire body was smashed into a meat patty. Every increase in divine power increased the might of one's strength by more than 100-fold. Furthermore, Lin Fei's divine power was raised to the limit. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was only a peak first-step immortal emperor, so how could he withstand the power of this palm? He was smashed into a meat patty on the spot. The attacks of the 3 immortal emperors landed on Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not feel much of the power that could kill a first-step immortal emperor. He withstood it just like that. Only his qi and blood surged, and he did not vomit blood. Too weak. Lin Fei turned his head and chuckled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This smile was like the smile of a demon. The 3 immortal emperors went to support Immortal Emperor Ming Xian. In less than a breath's time, Immortal Emperor Mingxian was smashed into a meat patty, not far from death. Lin Fei suffered their attacks, but he didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1231. What the hell? How long has it been? Lin Fei's strength has increased again. What kind of joke is this? Bastard! The three immortal emperors scolded. Back at the Skycrack Gate, Immortal Emperor Mingxian was able to hold on for a while against Lin Fei. Just now they saw old geezer Mingxian turn into a meat patty without being able to withstand a single palm strike. Lin Fei's improvement is too terrifying. They had cultivated for millions of years, but their strength was not even comparable to Lin Fei. They felt that their cultivation was wasted. Brother Zhuge used the array to trap him. We will execute the secret technique. Immortal Emperor Xiansek did not like Lin Fei, especially after Netherworld Palace was destroyed by Lin Fei. Apart from that, Lin Fei's growth was too fast and he did not put them in his eyes. Alright, we've all underestimated Lin Fei. We didn't expect his strength to rise to this level. Zhuge Feng said in a deep voice. If we don't suppress Lin Fei today, none of us will have a good time. The scene before them was not a joke. Lin Fei, who was originally on the same level as them, was instantly listed as a threat by them. The three of them were peak first step immortal emperors. With the secret technique, they could display the strength of a second step immortal emperor. However, none of them were a match for Lin Fei. Terrifyingly powerful. Zhuge Feng was the most proficient in arrays among them. None of them were a match for him in close combat. Trap him first. Hua Zhuge Feng moved quickly. He sent out array flags and inserted them into the void. Everything within millions of miles was shrouded in black fog. Top-grade array flags, top-grade trapping array. Rise. After the formation was set up, Zhuge Feng formed a hand seal. The black fog that filled the sky hung down and swirled towards Lin Fei's limbs. You want to trap me? Easy. A river appeared on Lin Fei's left and right hands. This river was not a divine power river, but an astral wind river. It was an attack specially refined by the wind source astral wind. Hua, the two wind essence rivers, one on the left and one on the right, contained unparalleled power, and they swept toward the black mist. As soon as the black mist came into contact with the wind essence rivers, it was shattered into pieces. The moment the two winding rivers appeared, they displayed extraordinary might. Bang 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 as the black mist descended. Everything within a few 100,000 miles was shredded into pieces. Hey you, this thing of yours won't do. Hua. The black fog was almost completely destroyed. Two long rivers broke through the void and rolled towards Zhuge Feng. Not good. This emperor's array formation can't trap Lin Fei. The moment the winding river pierced through the formation, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feng cursed in his heart. His top-grade formation flag was broken by a fierce force, and a hole was opened in the formation. It was the same as crippling it. In less than a breath's time, the formation was broken. Zhuge Feng could not imagine how overbearing Lin Fei's attack was. Space-time transfer. Zhuge Feng's attainments in the Tao of Arrays were the most impressive among those present. Another formation flag flew out, and with him as the center, space-time became chaotic. Tens of thousands of layers of space overlapped one after another, and he was already in the space. The two winding rivers rolled forward, breaking through the space one after another, breaking thousands of layers of space. Taoist Lin, you are indeed very powerful. This emperor has underestimated you. Unfortunately, you can't break my space-time array. The two winding rivers could not hit him, and only then did Zhuge Feng calm down. This was his greatest trump card. In the tens of thousands of layers of space, he could constantly move his body. Who could hurt him? It was precisely this space-time array that Zhuge Feng was not afraid of meeting a second-step immortal emperor. Space-time array? Lin Fei did not think much of it, and he rushed into the space-time array. With this array, see how I break it. Stepping into the space-time array, a monstrous pressure came. Break! Lin Fei walked like a tiger and swung his sleeves, and his divine power was like the wind. The strength of this swing was the limit of his physical body, and the pressure of space was squeezed out. He punched the space in front of him. Bang bang bang, the power of one punch penetrated the space in front and behind him, instantly shattering thousands of layers of space. This array of yours is not bad. But in front of true divine power, it is nothing. Bang bang bang, space exploded one after another. The space-time array simulated space, but it was not a real space. The power of one punch from Lin Fei swept through thousands of layers of space, and the remaining power continued to expand. After 3 punches, the space-time array became a decoration. Hua! 2 winding rivers flew out from Lin Fei's hands, turning into a huge green whirlpool. It was the wind source astral wind, which could turn into a winding river or a whirlpool. Zhuge Feng was immediately sucked into the whirlpool. The wind source astral wind swept over, and Zhuge Feng's body was turned into a bloody mess. This was the wind source astral wind that gave Lin Fei a headache in the past. The battle between the two happened in a split second. Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feng used the array in an attempt to trap Lin Fei. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would be able to break the array with just a wave of his hand, and Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feng was in danger. The taste is not bad, right? Lin Fei walked into the astral wind, and Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feng vomited a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. This is the wind source astral wind, and you can actually refine it into a divine power. This emperor did not lose unjustly. Zhuge Feng's vitality was greatly injured. The wind source astral wind was too powerful, and his physical body could not withstand the astral wind at all. This emperor admits defeat, and is willing to become your follower. The moment the word follower came out, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feng was like a defeated rooster. He was a peak first step Immortal Emperor, but he was not a match for a rising star. In the blink of an eye, he became a prisoner. This was completely unexpected. I am not interested in people like you. Lin Fei shook his head, and with the true self-world destroyer sword in hand, he pierced Zhuge Feng's forehead, killing him along with his primordial spirit. Follower? Lin Fei was really not interested. With the chaotic divine mountain in hand, it was not a problem to create a batch of first-step immortal emperors. The two of you should leave with him. Lin Fei held his sword and looked at Immortal Emperor Xianzong and Emperor Wither. At this moment, the two's eyes were filled with fear. Among the 3 of them, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feng was not the strongest, but in terms of survival skills, he was number 1. Now he was still dead. Go! The 2 of them could not care so much, especially when they saw the clones attacking the first-step Immortal Emperor Elder, and another one died in the blink of an eye. In addition, Zhuge Feng was killed with 1 sword. They knew that they were not a match for him. If not now, then when? Lin Fei could not let them leave. Die! Immortal Emperor Xianzong and Emperor Wither each turned into a stream of light. Lin Fei caught up with Emperor Wither in a few steps, and Emperor Wither was scared out of his wits. Damn! How did you catch up to me? Isn't this asking for death? You are an immortal emperor. Do you not intend to spar? Daoist Lin, we have no enmity between us. Why do you have to do this? It was all because of old ghost Ming Xian. I never intended to deal with you. Emperor Wither increased his speed. Do you think I will believe you? 2 long green rivers. Their auras soared into the sky, and a monstrous whirlpool swept towards Emperor Wither. Emperor Wither's body flickered with brilliance, and in the whirlpool the brilliance dimmed. The peak-grade immortal armor on his body was shattered into pieces, and in the blink of an eye, only white bones remained. Chapter 1232. Wind Source Astral Wind was a sacred art that Lin Fei cultivated. It had terrifying killing power. Emperor Wither was only a first-step immortal emperor, and his physical body wasn't very strong. Once he used his divine ability, he died on the spot. He didn't even have the chance to use his secret technique. Putting the 2 rivers away, Lin Fei stepped into the void of space. There was still 1 more person to kill. Immortal Emperor Xianzong. Emperor Withering, you have to hold on even if you want to die. Aren't you harming me? Immortal Emperor Xianzong saw Lin Fei chasing after Emperor Withering, and was glad that he was lucky. He just needed time to shake off Lin Fei and he would be able to live. Then, he just needed to spread the news of Chaotic God Mountain and all the experts would gather. By then it would be hard for Lin Fei not to die. Looking back again, Lin Fei appeared behind him. This time, Immortal Emperor Xianzong's hair stood on end. Emperor Withering was a scammer. Even if he could hold on for 5 minutes. Immortal Emperor Xianzong, you run really fast. Are you a rabbit? 2 rivers blasted over from the left and right. Xianzong Celestial Emperor could tell that the two rivers were made from the wind source astral wind. They were extraordinarily terrifying and he didn't dare to face them head-on. Zhuge Fang and Emperor Ku had both died under the two sword rivers. He didn't want to die. Taoist Lin, are you really going to kill us? Immortal Emperor Xianzong attacked the two rivers. If you didn't come to find me, I naturally wouldn't. Unfortunately, you guys are unlucky. Lin Fei shook his head. They had brought all of this upon themselves. Bloodstorm. With the true self-world destroyer sword in hand, he slashed out a ray of light. Invincible sword art. First sword. After his divine power reached this level, Lin Fei's sword was the only ray of light left in the world. Immortal Emperor Xianzong was unlucky. Meeting a monster like Lin Fei, his strength rose like a rocket. Without a doubt, Immortal Emperor Xianzong wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a breath even if he took out his life-saving immortal artifact. His entire body was torn into pieces and even his Yuan Shan couldn't come out. Killed with a single slash. How weak. The invincible sword technique was designed by the system to counter Lin Fei's strength. Lin Fei didn't even need to think about it. All dead. Although Immortal Emperor Mingxian had been smashed into a meat patty and was on the verge of death, at least he was not dead. There was no one left. Wrong, all the people they brought were dead. Whether it was Xian's sect Immortal Emperor or Emperor Ku, none of them survived. How can he be so strong? Immortal Emperor Mingxian regretted it. As a dignified Immortal Emperor, why did he have to make things difficult for a junior? Now, not only was he in trouble, but the sect behind him was probably going to be wiped off the face of the earth. It's too late for you to regret it. Lin Fei returned with his sword and appeared behind Immortal Emperor Mingxian. With a stab, a head flew up. Another Immortal Emperor had fallen. You can only blame yourself for not seeing the situation clearly. If Immortal Emperor Mingxian didn't come and act like he didn't see anything, Lin Fei wouldn't have taken the initiative to kill them. They were just too greedy. After easily finishing off the 4 Immortal Emperors, Lin Fei kept the storage rings. They were all filled with some true spirits. The person in the dark after watching for so long. Aren't you going to come out and meet me? Lin Fei's gaze landed on the void. Dao friend Lin, you are very capable. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian brought 5 first-step Immortal Emperors out from the dark. You can even detect our sect's secret art. Impressive. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had been following them. Who didn't like such a chaotic divine mountain? Who didn't want to occupy it? The reason why he didn't come out was because he wanted Immortal Emperor Mingxian and the others to fight with Lin Fei. Another reason was that Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian wanted to see Lin Fei's true strength. With 4 first-step Immortal Emperors attacking, Lin Fei had to use his full strength. They who were in the dark could reap the benefits. Lin Fei discovered that they didn't rely on their spiritual senses, but the system. When Immortal Emperor Mingxian and the others arrived, Lin Fei secretly opened the system and discovered that there were people hiding nearby. It was just that he didn't know who they were. During the battle just now, Lin Fei had been on guard, waiting for them to make a move. Unfortunately, they didn't make a move. So it's sect head Shui. Are you guys just passing by? Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Fei didn't want anyone else to know about the chaotic divine mountain. Lin Fei pondered over how to get rid of all of them. Lin Fei wasn't worried about the 5 first-step Immortal Emperor elders. It was just that Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian wasn't easy to deal with. He had the strength of a second-step Immortal Emperor. Rumor had it that he had battle pets and a backer. If he wanted to kill them, it had to be foolproof. Taoist Lin, you are lucky to have found such a chaotic divine mountain. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian didn't mention Immortal Emperor Mingxian and the others. They were all dead and of no value. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian could clearly sense Lin Fei's killing intent towards him. Very heavy. The 5 first-step Immortal Emperor elders behind him were on guard. The scene just now was still fresh in their minds. Lin Fei was too terrifying. He was so strong that he killed 4 Immortal Emperors like he was cutting vegetables. Lin Fei said, "My luck is indeed not bad." Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was wary. Even with his battle pets, he might not be a match for Lin Fei. Taoist Lin, I'll be frank. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian said, I want the primal chaos god stones, but I advise you not to do anything. As long as I die, the news will spread, and my backer will come out in full force. At that time, fellow Taoist Lin won't be able to defend against the wolves, right? You're right, Lin Fei said. I do have my misgivings. I regret not killing all of you immediately. That's why I'm speaking. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was very proud. At least Lin Fei had no intention of fighting to the end. I won't make things difficult for you. As the saying goes, everyone gets a share. This chaotic divine mountain is so big and unique. Why don't we split it in half? Lin Fei laughed. You have quite a big appetite. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian wanted to see Lin Fei being humiliated. I might as well let you know that our sex backing is the renowned Heaven Connecting Gate. I don't think it's too much to split it in half. No wonder you have such a big appetite. Lin Fei knew of the Heavenspan sect. It was an extremely powerful sect. A sect like the Sky Splitter sect was nothing in front of them. It was no wonder why they dared to have such a huge appetite. Taoist Lin, if you agree, everything is negotiable. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian stopped. Everyone could hear the threat behind it. Why wouldn't I agree? As long as you're capable, you can even take the entire sacred mountain. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and said generously, Don't tell me this guy is plotting something again. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian did not believe that Lin Fei would be so kind. He must be plotting something. Chapter 1233. Lin Fei was straightforward. He split the mountain and arranged for his clones to mine it while he returned to his throne. Without the Starlight Divine Metal mining tools, let's see how you are going to mine it. It was very difficult to mine the Chaos Divine Mountain. That day, Lin Fei tried many methods before he found a way to mine it. Lin Fei did not believe that they had the ability to do so, threatening him. I will get rid of you sooner or later. Lin Fei was wary of the heaven-reaching sect behind the sky-cracking sect. That was a famous faction. Although it was not as strong as the dark faction, it had many experts. Sect leader, could Lin Fei be plotting something? The 5 first-step Immortal Emperor Realm Elders were surprised to see Lin Fei agree so readily and assign them to their respective positions. They did not think that Lin Fei would be so kind. He probably wanted to kill them on the spot and keep this secret to himself. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was good at reading people. He could not understand what Lin Fei was trying to do. The 5 of you, go and mine the Chaos Divine Stones. Shui Mantian was there personally to prevent Lin Fei from attacking. He was confident that he could defend himself. As for reporting the news, Shui Mantian would not do that. If he really did that, he would be the biggest fool in the world. Everyone would laugh at him. Shui Mantian knew that this was his chance. The Chaos Divine Stones were so important that no matter who got them, they would want to refine them and not sell them. A Chaos Divine Mountain was priceless. If this news spread, the heaven-reaching sect would arrange for people to come down immediately. Even the big shots would come down personally. At most, they would reward him with a few Chaos Divine Stones, some cultivation resources and treasures. This was nothing compared to the Chaos Divine Mountain. With so many Chaos Divine Stones, Shui Mantian could refine them all and cultivate the legendary chaotic body. His body would be terrifyingly strong. With this body, he could easily become a world lord. 5 minutes later, the 5 first-step Immortal Emperor Elders returned with ugly expressions. Sect leader, we seem to have been tricked. Chaos Divine Stones are extremely hard. We can't mine them. What should we do now? The 5 first-step Immortal Emperor Elders were more excited than anyone else about mining the Primal Divine Stones. If the sect master ate the meat, they would drink the soup. That was no problem at all. Just when they were filled with fighting spirit, the heavens played a big joke on them. The treasure mountain was right in front of them, but they couldn't mine it. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't extract a single piece of God's stone. There was nothing more tragic in the world. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian's face darkened. How is this possible? Isn't Lin Fei's clone mining? On the Chaos Divine Mountain, Chaos Divine Stones were mined one after another. They grew bigger and bigger, constantly falling into Lin Fei's hands. There must be a mistake. It was no wonder that Shui Mantian would think so. Sect Master, it's true, one of the elders said. Shui Mantian couldn't sit still anymore. He personally came before the Chaos God Mountain and grabbed at it. He tried to grab a piece of God's stone, but it was useless. The God Mountain didn't move at all. Following that, Shuemantian tried all sorts of methods. The Divine Mountain remained motionless. Not a single God stone was mined. Shuemantian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was it that he couldn't mine but Lin Fei's clone could mine so easily? His original lofty aspirations and glorious future were mercilessly interrupted. Shuemantian was unwilling to accept this. He turned his gaze to Lin Fei's clone. After observing for a while, he finally saw something. What material is that made of? On the Chaos Divine Mountain, Lin Fei's clone was mining up and down. He was very busy. Lin Fei is really a bastard. Shuemantian cursed in his heart. How could he not curse? It turned out that Lin Fei was certain that he couldn't dig out any Chaos Divine stones. Sect Master, what should we do? Their Sect Master was unwilling, but they were also unwilling. On the other side, Lin Fei, who was sitting on the throne, was laughing in his heart. Who asked you to be so smug? Now you can't dig anymore. Lin Fei instructed his clone to dig even more vigorously. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. 2/5 of the Divine Mountain was gone, and a huge portion was dug out. In the past half a month, Shuemantian was so anxious that his hair was about to turn white. He kept thinking of ways to mine the Chaos Divine stones. That fellow Lin Fei is just watching the show. After struggling for so long, Shuemantian couldn't think of a way. He had tried everything he could and the Chaos Divine stones didn't give him any face at all. In the past half a month he didn't get a single Chaos Divine stone. Lin Fei had eaten almost half of the Chaos Divine stones. This made Shuemantian grit his teeth. If not for his fear of Lin Fei's strength, he would have attacked Lin Fei long ago. Lin Fei calculated that we can't mine. In the heaven-defying space it will take 2 years to go back and forth. That way, the Divine Mountain will end up in Lin Fei's hands. Shuemantian was truly unwilling. Thus, he took the initiative to look for Lin Fei. Taoist Lin, you are really scheming. You calculated that I can't mine the Chaos Divine stones, right? I didn't. You said that everyone gets a share. I'll let you have it. If you can't mine the Chaos Divine stones, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei chuckled. Speaking of which, Lin Fei's words made sense. Since the Chaos Divine Mountain had already been split, he could only blame himself for not being able to mine it. Taoist Lin, I am willing to pay a price to buy the mining tools in your clone's hands. Shuemantian suppressed his anger and suggested his idea. Buy the tools. Even though he didn't know that they were made from materials, they were definitely suitable for mining. You want to buy them? Lin Fei had already predicted this. Name your price. Lin Fei shook his head. I can't sell them because I don't have any extra. You really aren't selling? Shuemantian didn't believe that Lin Fei didn't have any tools. This guy didn't give him any face at all. He had the support of the Heaven Connecting sect. Even though the support wasn't huge. After all, he was part of an organization. Lin Fei, this B** starred, didn't give him any face at all. Shuemantian really wanted to kill Lin Fei and take his Chaos Divine stones. Lin Fei shrugged. I'm sorry, I don't have any left. How can I sell them? I want to anger you to death. The 5 first-step Immortal Emperor Elders were enraged. The #1 sect in the great metropolis world couldn't do anything to a brat. What a tragedy. If it was during normal times, whoever dared to say such things definitely wouldn't have a good ending. But now they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Fei's combat strength was terrifying and killing them was as easy as flipping his palm. They didn't even see the sect leader. Aren't you afraid of me reporting it? Lin Fei glanced at them lazily. I've thought it through. If you want to report it, go ahead. I'm already very sincere. Who asked you to be so useless? Hong suddenly, Lin Fei's aura soared into the sky and he stood up. What are you doing? His hair stood on end. The moment Lin Fei stood up, he was like a ferocious tiger. Chapter 1234. Can't take the scare, really can't take the scare. Lin Fei shook his head. He had already arrived at the Chaos God Mountain. Hong hong hong, he grabbed with both hands and the indestructible primal Chaos Divine stones fell off like sharp knives. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and kept them. The first step Immortal Emperor Elders behind Immortal Emperor Shuemantian were all furious. Lin Fei didn't hide his words at all, and they heard it clearly. To be honest, they were indeed frightened by Lin Fei. They thought that he was going to attack. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian's face was filled with unhappiness. This was especially the case for the elder he brought with him. Just a single action from him was enough to scare them. Seeing Lin Fei use his hands to mine large pieces of primal chaos divine stones, he felt even more uncomfortable. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered. Using his hands to mine the primal chaos divine stones finally proved his guess. After refining the primal chaos divine stones, the primal chaos hand grabbed at the primal chaos divine stones. The tough stones were as weak as tofu and were easily grabbed. Refine, refine, refine. Once the primal chaos divine stones were collected, he used the divine furnace to refine them. The primal chaos divine stones were strange. They couldn't be refined when they were in the God Mountain, but once they were mined they could be refined. Until now Lin Fei still didn't understand. Why was that? Shui Mantian, that fellow, is definitely not satisfied. He might attack at any time. Wait until I finish refining the remaining parts and form the primal chaos body. Let's see what he can do then. It wasn't difficult to kill them. Lin Fei was just afraid that news would spread. Now Lin Fei wanted to provoke Shui Mantian. The longer this dragged on, the more Shui Mantian couldn't take it anymore. Lin Fei personally joined in the mining. Unexpectedly, the mining speed increased. Large pieces of primal chaos divine stones fell into Lin Fei's pocket. In a short time, the God Mountain suffered a huge loss. With the 14 clones, their mining speed became even faster. Originally, they mined 2/5. In the blink of an eye, they had mined 3/5. Shui Mantian couldn't take it anymore. After all his calculations, the primal chaos divine stones came from a God Mountain and not one by one. He missed the opportunity. If he knew that there was a God Mountain, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian would definitely bring tools. This was a huge loss. Sect leader, you have to think of a way. The elders could no longer sit still. At this rate, the divine mountain would soon be completely emptied. At that time there would be nothing left. Could it be that he had come here for nothing? They really couldn't accept it. This emperor will speak to him personally. Dao friend Lin, you're amazing. Even I was tricked by you. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian flew towards the divine mountain, staring straight at Lin Fei. This bastard was really too much of a bastard. In the great metropolis heaven, there was really no one who dared to do this to him, but he just had to run into Lin Fei. He couldn't kill him, and he might not even be able to kill him. Mind the divine mountains? Lack of tools. Even if he was powerful, he would still be defeated. Helpless, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian came personally. Plot. I'm not a calculative person. If you're going to say such useless things, then don't. I'm still busy mining godstones. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion, and another primal godstone appeared in his hand. Look at how good this godstone is. This emperor will endure it. What do I have to do for you to sell it? If he couldn't mine it, then he would buy it. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian wanted to buy it. Not selling. Lin Fei rejected. I will give you half of the divine mountain. You can't blame me if you can't mine it yourself. This thing is priceless. Do you think I will sell it? This emperor, I don't want much, just 1/10 of what you have. Shui Mantian stared at Lin Fei. 1/10? If I don't give it to you, are you going to threaten me and inform your backers to deal with me? Lin Fei stopped. What a bastard. Neither soft nor hard. How could Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian not see through it? Lin Fei was purely angry at himself. He wasn't willing to hand over the Chaos Godstone, not even 1/10. Dao friend Lin, if that's what you want, then I have no choice but to do so. Shui Mantian said. When the people from the heaven-reaching sect come, they won't be so polite. Although the Divine Heaven Academy is strong, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand the attacks of the experts from the heaven-reaching sect. Shui Mantian wanted to use the heaven-reaching sect to pressure Lin Fei into spitting out some Chaos Godstone. I'm not afraid to use the heaven-reaching sect to threaten me. After this divine mountain was excavated, he could use it to cultivate his chaotic body. He could then use the Chaos Godstone to nurture a batch of supreme experts. He could also use the Chaos Godstone to set up a chaos formation. With more than 2/5 of the Chaos Godstone in his hands, Lin Fei's chaotic body became even stronger. It could be said that he was getting stronger every day. This I really want to see it. Demon God Needle. At this moment, Shuemantian no longer concealed himself. He knew that it was useless to say anything else. Lin Fei wasn't afraid at all. He made his move. The black shadows that filled the sky broke through the air and left. This was a demonic artifact that Shuemantian had obtained. It was specially used to suppress the physical body. You finally made your move. I thought that you would be able to endure for a long time. Lin Fei's 2 green rivers appeared in front of him and enveloped the 2 of them. From the start, Lin Fei had been scheming against the other party. Finally, when he couldn't endure it any longer, he could make his move. The improvement of his chaotic body allowed him to disregard the other party even more. Hua 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 14 clones rushed forward immediately and surrounded the 5 first-step Immortal Emperors. The 5 first-step Immortal Emperors instantly felt immense pressure. The 14 clones attacked at the same time. They weren't afraid of being attacked. It was as if 3 of them were attacking one first-step Immortal Emperor. In just a short moment they were at a disadvantage. If there were no accidents, they would be in danger of dying soon. The 2 rivers swept out and the sky full of demon god needles were sent flying. The rivers whipped Immortal Emperor Shuemantian and attacked from both sides. The terrifying power directly suppressed the other party. No one would know how terrifying Lin Fei was if they didn't exchange blows. Shuemantian blocked from both sides. With every attack from the 2 rivers, the immortal armor on his body would release light and his entire body would be enveloped in the light. Secret technique Torrential Blood Sea. Lin Fei's strength was beyond his expectations. Just from the 2 rivers, Shuemantian knew how terrifying Mo Wuji was. If he had known that Lin Fei would grow so quickly, he would have joined forces with them to kill Lin Fei back then. Today's situation wouldn't have happened. The rivers swept over and Shuemantian exploded, turning into a sea of blood. Bang bang bang. A huge sea of blood exploded. The explosion of the sea of blood didn't affect Shuemantian. A huge mouth appeared above the sea of blood and a sacrificial altar appeared. I will sacrifice you and obtain everything you have. The blood-colored sacrificial altar pressed down. An ancient aura